Peace and love, family. We finna start up in a second here. We just trying to get this background and everything right. Get these other links closed out. That might cause a little outage over here. And once we get this done, we're gonna get started. This gonna be a grand drawing to bring forth to your family. So be sure to like, share, and subscribe if you haven't. And also, most definitely get the likes up so we can get this measure out here to the people. It's going to be a powerful, powerful demonstration right here, family. For many of those of you who have questions, um, we coming into the public to get this measure. And we spoke on this quite a few times. But some of our people are not familiar with this information. So it's going to be some information that has been brought forth that you may have not heard, even if you heard me demonstrate like this. But nevertheless, we got some powerful, powerful information. And this is dealing with an olive tree measure, so to speak, that we putting out there to our family. So, everything we do to bridge the gap. Some people going to be happy about the information. Some ain't going to be happy. Some are going to be upset, but nevertheless, the intent is the unity, because if we don't know history, we doomed to repeat it. And also, if we don't know where we united at, we can't bridge the gaps. So this is a measure to deal with the meeting of the mind, the hand clasp of unity. And like I say, be sure to share this video, share it with some of our family, and so forth and so on. The truth must be told and it must be made manifest. So give me a second and I will be starting in a few minutes. Ali, 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 yeah. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for His blessings. Ali was the circle 7. Islam, Islam, Islam. Islamism without the schism. Want to rise upon the 7 and give all praises to the great God Allah, Father God Allah, and honors to His holy prophet, honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, Al-Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali, that is. We give honors to our Moorish kin once again, here, there, and everywhere, and therefore honors to all of you who are continuously honoring yourselves by being yourselves. We give honors to our Grand National Seal, Grand National Emblem, National Flag, Divine Constitution and bylaws, and honors to all of you who are indeed a living manifestation and personification of everything, and I do mean everything that our Holy Prophet brought to make us a nation. I want to welcome you to another late night library session, and I'm your host instructor, Dr. Shahid Imani Moadi Shabazz El. And my ancient Comedian high name being the same as Dr. Shedo Amenti El Muhajid Shepsuel. And I have a powerful drawing to bring forth to our family. Actually giving them a drawing, in the public on this measure, as I have been through it before as well in the past. But I'm going a little bit more in depth, and I'm trying to also mainly hit major points without having a whole lot to really bring to the manifest. But it's going to be a grand drawing. As you can see, the subject title is the pre-N.O.I. history, and the MSTA connection to the Allah Temple of Islam. So again, be sure to get them likes up, share this demonstration, and if you haven't subscribed, subscribe, because it's going to be a historical lesson and blessing for our family. We got a little ground to cover, but we definitely going to keep it to a minimum as far as keeping it moving, because some of this you're already familiar with, so I don't have to go all the way in, and then this other information. My information pretty much tie in. All of my information tie in to itself. Honors to our brother Idris Amir, the brother Yakub Gamma Bay. Again, make sure y'all share, like, and subscribe. You finna get some history, that most of our people are not familiar with. They ain't heard. This is going to be a grand draw, and I'm telling you, this history is very important. And what I do is I probably end up dropping the link in between, and we just want to make sure all of our family can get this and be able to come here with us and get this insight. Again, this information is based on bringing about unity. It's not based on trying to tear down anything, misappropriate anything. We're going to give it to you from the records that we have, and our people just got to be willing and ready to embrace, information. So that's the grand drawing that we talking about. They got to be willing to embrace the information. And if one is not healthy enough to do that mentally, then they got a little more growing to do. So, like I said, I got a couple of things I want to point out here. Good little bit of ground I want to cover, but we're going to make it plain to our people when it's said and done. We got a few clips in here that we're going to end up playing so that our people can get a grand to draw it, and hopefully it remove their bias once we show these people the clips that we have based upon this information, because it's going to pretty much coincide with what we have. And I'll be playing the clips, as I move through various different situations that relate to those things that are necessary dealing with this subject matter. So without further ado and delay, let me get started real quick here. Our subject title, again, remember, I'm telling you, please share this demonstration, like it, make it spread like wildfire. Our people need to hear this, and you believe our people need to come together in unity. They need to know what's going on. If it's stuff that you haven't heard, like I say, we're going to open up for questions and answers for the people who have questions and answers and everything. So this is, again, the pre-N.O.I history and MSTA connection, of the Allah Temple of Islam. In other words, I'm showing you how the Allah Temple of Islam was connected, to the MSTA, and I'm giving you pre-N.O.I history. The reason why I have to emphasize pre-N.O.I history is because some of our family that are members, of the N.O.I wouldn't be privy to this information because it was pre-N.O.I, and meaning that the history that they was given from the records that they have based upon their organization. And the history that I will be giving, some of this, precedes, supersedes, so to speak, the information that they had, meaning it happened prior to some cases the Honorable Elijah Muhammad being on the manifest, and in some aspects it also deals with that which just predates, the time that the N.O.I itself was existing as the N.O.I. So when I say pre-N.O.I history, have that in mind. So some of our N.O.I family, again, not being privy, would not know these things. So it's all right to hear them, try to go against or say that ain't what it is, because they're going to give it to you from the aspect that they have been taught. That's okay. I understand that. But I'm giving it to you from the aspect of knowing what they have been taught, and also knowing, the records that we have. I'm going to put records out here, and I'm going to put, their own teacher up there speaking on certain matters too. Meaning the present teacher that they have, or present teachers that was speaking on these things. So, and like I say, I'll be going into those measures bit by bit. And I'm going to start off with one clip right now. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to share this. Let me get my screen up here for you so y'all can see this. Here it is right here. Okay, so I'm going to have to do this first. Get the share on. Okay, here we go. We're going to start off with, okay, make sure I got my little sound too. Okay, there we go. All right, here we go, family.
We have one time period for Islam among us. Now, we have to acknowledge that there was the Moorish American Science Temple existing a few years before Farad started his Temple of Islam under the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the Nation of Islam. That was the Moorish Science Temple. And when my father first taught or lectured, preached or taught or lectured, gave lessons to the Fruit of Islam, called FOI by us, the FOI, Fruit of Islam, the military unit for men in the Nation of Islam. My father was put in a dress like the Moorish Americans wear. Farad's first influence on the way we dress gave us the Moorish American Science Temple dress. The men wore fezzes, wine-colored fezzes with black tassel. Now, I've told you all about this, but I'm fortunate today to have a gentleman in the audience wearing one. So I want you all to turn around and look at this gentleman. Would you please stand for me, brother? You see this headgear, the headpiece? That's exactly. We still got the pet portrait. We still got the group picture of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, the captain in those days, supreme captain, and the fruit. We still got the picture, and that's how they were dressed, just like that. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yeah. All right. During the time period beginning with 1931, although we're told officially in the documents of the Nation of Islam that Mr. Farad came July the 4th, 1930, that's when he came to our community to do his work. I think that's more symbolic than it is factual, but we know that in 1931 he was preaching in Detroit in the most deprived areas of the black community or the African American community. We have one.
Okay, family, y'all heard the brother. That's the son of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, Ward Dean Muhammad. And you just heard him give a history of saying, how Prophet Noble Drew Ali and the Moors basically came before their group, and how his father was speaking on this. His father, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he said that he spoke on the Moors, and the dress that they was given was the same dress, that had been given to the Moors, was given to them. And you can see it right here. You see the fezzes with the crescent star and the moon upon it, and then, you can actually see it here if you look closer and see it as it is. You can see where the brothers definitely had their fezzes on. This is the Allah Temple of Islam is what was being referred to at this particular time period. So there's a lot of history in connection dealing with the Allah Temple of Islam that most of our N.O.I family like to write off, because it was a lot going on back then as it relates to dealing with some of the more negative aspects of the history that took place, that our people don't really like to mention or go into, so to speak. And all of those things have to do with a process that deal with our growth and our unfoldment as a people. And we don't have to be ashamed of the mistakes that have been made throughout history to where we have to be like the European and try to hide these things. We learn from them and we grow from them. You know, there's a saying, don't tell them how you found me. Tell them how you left me. And so we're not worrying about the condition per se that our people have been found in that era in time, because we got to remember our people have been still dealing with shackles of slavery. You know, so anything would go at that particular time. Anything could happen. In fact, the best way to describe the nature of our people is think of some of us, brothers, you know, and how we were before we came into the knowledge of self. You know, some of us would sling iron at the drop of a dime. You know, some of us would, you know, kick somebody's door off the hinges at the drop. Let's be real now, at the drop of a dime, you know. But being that we have grown into where we are now, we no longer think like that. And in fact, if we have some divinity about us, we even cringe to think about some of the things that we participated in or what we demonstrated in our state of ignorance. You know, Prophet Noble Drew Ali told the Moors that he forgave them for everything they did before he came. You know, so all of us have an opportunity to change and become those who seek to be a progression. You know, so this is the grand drawing that we setting out. You know, we have the right to grow. We have the right to change our condition if we believe that our conditions can be made better. You know, and there's no one that can actually go in opposition to that unless you believe that their power extend beyond the great God. You know, and the great God is above your neck. The great God is not some spook outside of you. The great God is not some mystical and mythical being. The great God is in you. And if you believe in yourself, then you believe that you can make your conditions better. You can come out of the darkness of the universe that you had been existing in and create something. You know, you can come forth and demonstrate light, so to speak. You know, let it be light. You can let it be light because you the God that existed, you know, in the darkness of your own consciousness from the beginning. You are the Alpha and the Omega of the self. You are the beginning and the end. You see, you had a beginning coming out of darkness into the light, and it is you, you know, that would also have an ending when it comes to your own universe. And that's the reality of it. You are the microcosm of the macrocosm, family. So again, you know, it ain't nobody out there that can basically come to you and tell you that you can't make your condition better, that you can't change yourself and so forth and so on. You see? So we have to keep that in mind. And if we are able to keep that in mind, then we can't go wrong. You know, we'll be able to change any condition that we come up out of. You know, we just have to believe in ourselves and give ourselves the chance that we are granted, so to speak. And so what I'm going to do, let me go a little further now that we have this information on the manifest. And honest to our brothers, I want to check in with my family periodically because, like I said, I'm going to open up this demonstration. Bay brothers, angels, praise Allah, and honest to the Prophet Noble Drew Ali, honest to the Moorish American government, honest to you as well, family. Derek Witherspoon, the newer members feel that way, not the older members. The newer members feel that way. That's true, brother. And that's why I made that statement, because a lot of our people do feel some type of way, the newer people, you know, but those who don't know the history, so to speak, you know what I mean? Those who don't know the history, they kind of shook up. They think that it's some problem for some reason, so to speak, that they admit that there was some overlap between this history. So what I'm gonna do, based on the knowledge that I know and studying the NOI teaching, and being Moorish and having the history and the records of both, and knowing both of the teachings thoroughly, because I know the NOI teaching as thoroughly as I know my teaching and the Moorish teaching. And so, I learned all of that. Now I know for a reason, to bridge the gap. So what I have in my hand, because it was too much to try to print, I'm gonna read from this. It's an old document from the Million Man March, and it's given a timeline. And I just go to the back right here, give a whole bunch of information. They get a birth of Farad Muhammad. He's supposed to be the actual facts dealing with the chronological history of the N.O.I, the Nation of Islam. And this resource of references the brief history of the Nation of Islam by Minister Akbar Muhammad. And he speaks on first timeline date and event, February 26, 1877. Master Farad Muhammad was born in the holy city of Mecca. He studied in and around Mecca, and he also studied English for 42 years to prepare him for his mission. Among the lost found original black man in America, he speaks 20 languages and writes 16 languages. He was in and out of America for 20 years before he began his mission. And see, this is the very important and most crucial point that our people have to come into a clear conception of. That Master Farad Muhammad, was present, so to speak, in the Americas 20 years going back and forth before he actually revealed himself to those who are in the N.O.I. So having this knowledge and knowing that Master Farad Muhammad was on the scene that long, I mean, that in and of itself say a whole lot. And this lets you know why, it's been a grand misunderstanding, so to speak, and why a lot of our N.O.I. family don't have some of this history. Like I said, and it wouldn't make sense dealing with the events that had unfolded, some of the things that was taking place for the most honorable Elijah Muhammad to even go into certain things based upon the climate at that particular time. You see? Because it was a lot of, let's say our family was doing a lot of harmful things to each other, and there was a lot of things that they were doing in regards to dealing with law. I don't want to go all the way into the essence of everything tonight dealing with that, because we'll cover that at another time. But mainly they were doing things that were unwarranted. And a lot of this had to do with the decisions our beloved brother, the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, ended up making, far as removing the feds from the heads of the N.O.I. in 1935, and also basically turning away from the names that he was using. Not only did he turn away from using, acknowledging the name Moorish at the time. It's not that he didn't know who the Moors was. He knew who Noble Drew Ali was very well, but our beloved brother also changed the name of the Allah Temple of Islam because of the press that they had been getting as well. You see what I'm saying? So there was some negative press, that had been incurred as a result of what was going on. So also the brother was in conflict with some of his own brothers. He was running for his life, according to the history of the N.O.I. What I read, some of his own brothers wanted to take him off the count. You know what I mean? So that's another thing to be considered. But pay attention to this birth time period that we just gave, dealing with Farad. And we got some things we're going to show y'all in a minute in the slides, so you can get some grand drawings from that. Because the slides is going to have all my information in here in reference. And I try to put this stuff together so you can consume it better, so it can give you insight as to what was going on. One thing we have to know is if Farad Muhammad had been moving uh, through the Americas back and forth over 20 years, in and out before he began his mission, then it's only right to say that he had to have some overlap with a couple of people, a few people he had there, you know. So there would be certain things the Honorable Elijah Muhammad wouldn't know about that particular history of Master Farad Muhammad unless he actually told him in detail. Or if he did tell him, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad didn't feel it was need, you know, to be spoke on. You know, it wasn't relevant to his particular level of unfolding what he was bringing into the manifest. You see? So we want to keep that in mind. You know, and I've done a lot of research, family, in regards to dealing with a lot of these different situations. And all I can say is I found a good little bit of considerable circumstantial evidence in most cases, but I will allow people to come to whatever conclusion it is that they have based upon the information presented. You know, I'm going to just be clear about what I present, you know, and bring it forth to our family so that they can have some closure in regards to dealing with some of this information. And we must know, too, when we deal with what we call sources and source references, sources deal with, you know, the actual events that take place, and in most cases, the people that were there, you know, and they're also secondary sources, but the primary sources mostly deal with people that was on the scene. So we'll be showing you some of that, you know, with certain things that we have. We'll also be showing you other sources, which are also strong, which deal with certain newspaper articles. I got a lot of them, so I didn't want to overwhelm the people with the same thing being redundant. I actually showed some of these in our last measure dealing with the tribe of Shabazz. So some of the people that was already on that particular broadcast, you know, you already know what was stated there, but I just touch on certain things. But I do have other things as well, such as the investigations that was going on that would shed light as well on the connections and everything and allow you to connect the dots. But it's going to be pretty much easy by the time I'm done. So now that we know that Farad Muhammad was moving back and forth through the Americas over 20 years, according to the N.O.I.'s history, this is from the Brief Chronological History of the Nation of Islam, again by Brother Minister Akbar Muhammad. You know, and this is basically the pamphlet that was being passed out based on the Million Man March. You know, they got a good little bit of information in here. And so we know that we have history that has been told to us in regards to dealing with Farad Muhammad meeting Prophet Noble Drew Ali in Newark, New Jersey. A lot of people don't know that. So Prophet Noble Drew Ali and Master Farad Muhammad already knew each other prior to, you know, 1929. You know, they already had met in Newark, New Jersey. You see what I'm saying? Anybody that read the history, they already familiar with this. And it was said at that time that Farad had tested Prophet Noble Drew Ali, so to speak. But they say he was unsuccessful in his testing of him, you know. And I don't think he was testing him to the extent to try to overthrow, you know, him, so to speak. But I think it was more of a measuring of the wits, of trying to see where the people were along the way. And if in fact Prophet Noble Drew Ali was teaching, you know, Islamism back during that time period, you know, then it makes sense, you know, when we see the overlap. And it's nothing to be ashamed about when it comes to dealing with that as special measure either, because a lot of people, they think that is some conflict based upon that particular measure. For some reason, they think that, you know, saying that they had some relation is taking something from the N.O.I. This is the vibe I'm getting from our people. Some of them, they think as if, again, Prophet Noble Drew Ali, was, I guess it trumps Farad some type of way. I don't know how they thinking, but for some reason, a lot of them don't like to admit it. And a lot of this had been passed down through certain ministers as well that didn't want individuals to know that there was a connection. You see? So here's one right here. And you got everybody making these statements here. And this right here dealing with the encyclopedia of okay, here it is right here. Yeah, this is a measure where they were speaking of. Hold up, that wasn't the one. There was another one up here, not that one. That's the wrong one. Okay, and they actually get the same information right here too. We got a little timeline up here. And I can put that up here too, though. Okay, so this is actually dealing with Elijah Muhammad. And it's giving a chronology on here. And it just goes to showing the birth, saying the birth year is the same. Let me pull this up real quick. Okay, because this coincides with what I said already. So I just want to make sure y'all can get a little view of this as well. This is dealing with a chronology. And this is actually coming from, dealing with the history of Elijah. And like I said, right here, you have, the book is called Elijah Muhammad, actually. It says the birth of Wali Farad Muhammad Ali in Mecca, or Wali Farad Muhammad. That's actually another one of his names. I'm so used to saying it. Because he had many aliases. Wallace Farad Muhammad, Wali Farad Muhammad in Mecca. And his name really connects to, who he was. Now, if you go into this particular information here, going further, it goes into the birth of Prophet Noble Drew Ali as well. 1886. Then it goes into the birth of what they call Wallace D. Ford. So they're giving two different definitions. A lot of people like to tie these ones together, but two individuals can't be the same people. There's a lot of conflict when it comes to dealing with that, and we definitely want to stay away from the things that are not clear and cut. We're going to give you the way the N.O.I. teach it. So 1877 deal with the birth according to them. Then you got the, even though there is an alias by which Farad went under Wallace D. Ford, and that's why they end up tying other names in there. He would use names, based upon where he was. Professor Ford, Professor Ford, Prophet Ford, a whole bunch of different. And Elijah Muhammad did the same thing as well. This is also talking about the birth of Elijah Muhammad, which I have that also here in the 1897. What it states about him, October 7th, it says Elijah Muhammad was born Elijah Poole. You want to remember that. That's important. That's Elijah Poole in Sandlersville, Georgia. And he was the 7th of 13 children. His mother's name was Mary. I actually have a picture of his mother too. It ain't necessary to put him up. His mother and his father, it says, and his grandfather were ministers of the Christian religion. It says Honorable Elijah Muhammad only completed, third and 3.5 years of school. And they say in the third grade education, and then the 3 years that he studied with Farad Muhammad from 1930 to 1934, basically. That's what they're referring to here. And it said he had to stop school at the early age to help his mother and raise other children, right? This is in the document written by Minister Akbar Muhammad, you know. And so they're talking about Wallace D. Ford thought to have immigrated to the United States. But we know in this document it says Master Farad Muhammad had been coming back and forth in the United States for over 20 years in the N.O.I. document I got here. So in other words, 20 years, you know, from the time that he really manifested himself, you know. So when you go into the history of that and understanding by 1930 and you take 20 years off of that, that's 1910. So he had been coming to the United States from the time of 1910. Farad, according to the N.O.I., it's actually going to say it too right here. It says 1923, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad moved to Detroit with his family in search of work. And that's very important to be understood because there was Muslims over there in Detroit by that time. The Ahmadiyya movement was there, and they was over there in the area that was known as Hastings, Black Bottom, you know, in Detroit. Deuce Muhammad Ali, you know, had come up like 3 years behind that, and I'm gonna show that in a minute. But there was a Muslim community over there in Detroit at that particular time. Some people speculate that Farad had been amongst, you know, the people in Detroit, you know, as well. You see, now I have information in my own research that I have done, and I have found the Muslim community existing under one Fuad Mehmed Bey, you know, which is another alias that I have seen as well, because that's what I did. I traced the brother by his alias, you know. In fact, I showed some of it here. I showed Farad Muhammad right here on the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's fireplace. That's Farad Muhammad. This is Fuad Mehmed Bey, you know, right here. And you can see that's definitely the same individual. In this particular measure, black and white don't do the justice to a lot of these photos. But this is actually in 1923, and this would be pre-N.O.I. This is Fuad Mehmed Bey. See the date right there? May the 22nd, 1923. And this is the same individual. I actually cropped what I had, what I showed you earlier. And that's Fuad Mehmed Bey right there. Sitting under the portrait looked like Mustafa Kemal of Turkey. And if you look at the flags, and this is in Detroit, family. You know, this is actually a picture that was taken in Detroit here. This picture, on the other hand, down here was taken in Turkey. And I had this picture years ago. And what I did, I put a mustache on here before I found this picture with this particular information. And I ended up putting the mustache on here. And when I found this information dealing with the name Fuad Mehmed Bey in Detroit, Michigan, you know, in 1923, when I found this, I remembered I had created this like 5-6 years prior, because I was actually comparing this to the Fuad family, the Fuad, King Fuad, you know, of Egypt. And turns out that, you know, Fuad Muhammad actually has a connection, according to my information, to that. So I put this on here, and just so happened, I say, well, let me compare this picture here in the background to the picture I already had. And boy, oh boy, when I did that, you know, that was something else right there. That was something else right there. When I compared that and I looked at the ear, I say, oh man, the little temple fade. I say, oh boy. And it was actually saying in the bottom of the pictures where I got this from, you know, it mentioned the name Fuad Mehmed Bey. So the name Fuad can be changed to Farad. It can even be possible that that's what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was actually saying, Master Fuad. That's how he sounded to me, Master Fuad Muhammad. But it was spelled ultimately Farad with the F-A-R in the D. But he said it like Master Fuad Muhammad. He didn't say it with a hard emphasis on R. But I'm just saying, so there could be mistyping that was done, certain words that wasn't typed as they should be by earlier, secretaries or anything. But it could just be another use, interchangeable with the aliases. But I do know Fawad and Mehmed Bey together. If we say Farad, Mehmed is Muhammad. Same thing, just a Turkish way of saying it. That would be Farad, Muhammad, and then we will have Bey. And Bey means master, a governor. So this, if you were to put the Bey on the front instead of the end, it would be Master Fawad Mehmed, a Master Farad Muhammad. You see? But this and this, man, that's crazy. Like, I can't make this up. This is the N.O.I, the main portrait the N.O.I have. And I have portraits that the N.O.I didn't have as well. I showed that in the past. But I put that mustache on there. And like I said, I had already did this before I found this. And I really just blowed, this portion here was blowed up from here. So it's a picture of the Young Turks. And it ain't strange because the flag that the Young Turks have is actually freedom, justice, equality, and unity. That's the name of their flag, family. So flags pretty much tell where the people come from. But if you notice, the American flag here letting you know they over here. This ain't nowhere in the east nowhere. This is not Turkey. They actually had the flag that the N.O.I normally would have, because they had this before they had the freedom, justice, and equality. F, J and the I and all that they put in there was just this banner that they was using. So again, that's him right there, in the center. Fawad Mehmed Bey in Detroit. I'm going to show you this here. There you go again. And so all I did is took that and say, okay, well, let me compare this brother here. And I blew it up and tried to keep it tight as possible, not to lose the detail, to this boy here. With all due respect, I don't mean that to be crazy, but let me compare the two. So we see, still got that same mustache, no beard, same rounded off chin, look a little bit more sleeker in the face, but we know ain't nobody else gonna be up on the Honorable Elijah Muhammad fireplace with his wife, not being of that hue right there, other than the one that he called, Allah in person. We know that right there. That's his wife, that's him up there, and that's Farad right there. You can find this picture and look it up yourself, and you'll see that I ain't put that picture there. That's the picture that was there. All I'm doing is making the connection between what I found, and like you can't really get around it. You see? Now the guy on my thumbnail is questionable, but I ain't going to say that that one on my thumbnail is Fawad. I actually placed him there because he had the fez on that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad them have, and I can't actually give you the full background of that particular individual. So we don't want to be misleading, but a lot of people say, well, that's Fawad, and this is the one I'm talking about right here, the one that I have up there presently, that's on this channel. I just put that there to give a vibration. Where is that? This one right here. Right here. I just put that up there just for the thumbnail, so to speak. You see? So anyway, nevertheless, when it comes to dealing with that particular drawing, you can't deny, and this is an earlier picture too, by the way. This is actually an earlier picture than the other. This is like here, right, from 1908. This is a picture from 1908 of this guy, Fawad Mehmed Bey, right? And we can just say, let's say, being a real scientist, we want to say, okay, this could be somebody else. We can say that too, right? However, when I put that mustache on here and connected it there and just dealing with the name and the fact that this guy was in Detroit in 1923, this is before the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. No, remember, he met Farad Muhammad in Detroit. And this was a few years later, right? Actually 7 years after this particular picture was taken. So, like I said, a lot of our people ain't familiar. You think it's a game about let me see here. I should be able to pull this up. Let me see. I think it should give me a measure here. There's a connection to these images. They actually have some more pictures. I wish I could have got them. He's supposed to be the founder of, America's Society of the Muslims. They gave a date off in birth like almost 2 years or something like that. I'm trying to see if I can find him up in here because I ain't really went into this particular one here. I'm gonna go to the measure of what this guy at though. Let me see. They got a whole biography on this guy in here. Let me see here. Where is it at? The picture that go right to this man. Is it this one here? One of these pictures go down here and it gives where I end up getting those pictures from. Yeah, this it right here. See this here? Detroit, Dr. Fawad, 1923. This is the picture that I have right here, but mine clearer than this one. Same picture I have. You see? I wish I had the original site, either that or something ain't right with what they. But if you see it right here, only other person I know that would actually be there leading a group of Muslims in 1923 can be one individual family. You know what I mean? Yeah, go right there. You know what I mean? Yeah. They also use the Fuad Bay, and I also have a couple of more pictures in here. That's another picture of Dr. Fuad right there. Because there was a couple of people they showed in here in connection to this guy too. But that's him again, right there. Right? This is another picture right here with him in Detroit right here. You see him again. Look like he's sitting up on the hill again, up on the same picture actually. But you see the flag up there. Same way the N.O.I had a crescent turned, then you got the American flag up there. You see? This ain't even going. Here's another one here. That's him over there with the big little hat on. Then they still got the flag up. They got it turned a different way there. But these are all those who are of Turkish birth. So there's these are Ottoman Turks, Fawad Bey. Again, so it's out there, family. For those who want to know, how I found this information. You know what I mean? So I just went further. Once I find something and I find it, I go to digging. You see? And yeah, there, a lot of time when you deal with pictures, they have a little different look to them based upon the way they took. Some of them have a difference in the way that they were shot on the lighting, or some of them had to do with also whether it was turned into a black and white grayscale type of picture as opposed to a real picture. Just like some of the pictures with Prophet Noble Drew Ali. I can show you some pictures of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. He looked different in a lot of them. You know what I mean? Prime example right here. Watch this. So, that ain't a big deal to me. For example, we can see right here, Prophet Noble Drew Ali as he looked here, right? But then, same picture. Let me see right here. If you look at it here, he still look as he do, but just by the lighting over here, it give a different effect to his nose or whatever the case may be, right? But I'm gonna show you something else. Watch this. Now we come over here, we see Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Didn't mean to do that. There we go. Blow that up. He still looked like Prophet Noble Drew Ali, but his nose looked a little less aquiline here. You see what I'm saying? Upon it. You see? I'm going to show you another picture of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Same picture. That's a little distorted. You can't really see that one. Here it is right here, close up. Now look at Prophet Noble Drew Ali. He looked different in all them pictures based upon the condition of the picture itself. You still know that's him, but he looked different. And so that's the same thing. Then you also got to look at the age, that he was when these different pictures were took too. So that also have a different effect, based on how you look. You look a little different when you age sometimes, than you do at other times. And it's the same thing with them pictures I was just showing you. I'm just showing you where I got their pictures from, so you'll know exactly where they came from and what put me on that lead. But one thing that we can't deny, my brother, is what I was showing you right here. When you look at the uncanny connection here, and that, like I said, I had did this before I even got this picture here. It was just like my investigation, went deeper once I was able to say, okay, well, let me get that picture I had put that mustache on 5 years ago and connect it. And that's what sold it for me. But the name in and of itself was a whole nother level. And then when I looked up the flag of the Young Turks, watch this. And now this was from 1908, the Young Turks, right? Watch this. And I'm going to get further into my presentation in a minute. Like I say, this is all for individuals to go and do their own research. You know what I mean? It's all right if you disagree and have your own opinion. Nothing wrong with that. I'm just giving you the information as it is. Okay, here it is right here. This is the flag of the Young Turks. It actually say freedom, justice, equality, and unity. Sometimes it say freedom, justice, equality, and Allah. Let me see if they put it up there. See it up here? Okay. I'm trying to find out where they get it, because they'll run the information down on the flag. They should. They're just showing the picture of it. I want you to see the actual rundown on this. And we also see, the different measures up here on them wearing the fez during that time too. Let me see here. Where in the world is that flag? I had a site that goes specifically to the flag and it tell you what it represents. If you knew Arabic, I can show it to you. Okay, hold up. Okay, let me see. It may tell them. Now that's a book. Or better yet, let's see. Maybe I can do this here and it'll give it to me again. Because I see they got a whole bunch of them here. See, like this one right here is obvious. That's the Allah, but it's freedom, justice, and equality in Allah. That's what was wrote on their flag. Where's that flag? Oh, there it go right there. Here it is right here. This is one that's actually telling you what I'm talking about. See it right here, the flag of the Turk movement. See it? Adalet. Now that I have this pulled up, right? Adalet, which is justice. Hurriyet, which is freedom. And Musavit, which is equality. That's freedom, justice, and equality. And Uhuvet, which is brotherhood or unity. So some of them have freedom, justice, equality, and unity on them. And some of them have freedom, justice, equality, and Allah. But under the N.O.I, it became freedom, justice, equality, in Islam. So just for the fact of knowing that this flag come from this same group, that is seen right here. See 1908, which is the time that this portrait was taken that I just had here. And I just put it together in a closet and match it up. The same group here, fez wearing men, with the freedom, justice, and equality. Then you got Fawad Mehmed Bey, which originally is like Farad Muhammad and Master Farad Muhammad. And then you look at, the connection between the two. We connect the name Fawad Mehmed Bey, like I showed y'all, Dr. Fawad, also over here. Now, the N.O.I. teaching tell you that he was traveling the world, that he had been to India and a whole bunch of places, they say, right? In fact, right here in this book, I have with the N.O.I. says 1910 to 1930. That's the time, 20 years moving back and forth prior to meeting the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. So he wouldn't have knew none about what was going on unless Farad would have told him that. You see what I'm saying? Like we say, this is 7 years here before he met Elijah. You see? And then when we come down here into this book, it says Master Farad Muhammad taught at Berkeley University in California. Now, this man was moving under many different aliases. So I have another connection with a piece of information that I'm going to show you that's actually in the slides that I have. And this particular slide right here, which is the first one I get into outside of. Let me close that up so it don't. Let me make this a little smaller because I want to make sure y'all see the slides well. So let me show you right here. In my investigation in the newspapers, I came across, this particular portrait, and I was trying to find the brightest one of it possible. This is the only one it had. But it corresponded. See the mustache? He has a turban on with a feather. This individual known as Dr. Muhammad Allah. Dr. Muhammad Allah. And I want you to see the history because I was tracing it by name. A lot of this information, when I went into I got a whole bunch of newspaper clippings, based on the aliases I was tracing. I traced it by the aliases of Farad that were given through the history in different books. So in that, I found Muhammad Allah by default. So I darkened his name up to let it be known this is who I found right here. See it up under the bottom of the picture right there. This is the actual newspaper clipping. If you want to know where I got this from, newspaper.com. I got a lot of info, even dealing with Prophet Noble Drew Ali and the Moors, the Allah Temple. A lot of that information is over there, family. So anyway, I also researched the name Dr. Wali, which is the name they had on the screen, the one I was showing y'all earlier in the book, Abdul Fawad Muhammad Ali. I really started harping on that name. That's what helped me find the Fawad Mehmed Bey. You see what I'm saying? And Professor Farad and Prophet W.D. Fawad Muhammad, Master Farad Muhammad. So what I found under this Dr. Muhammad Allah in his activities, listen to what it says. Because the N.O.I. say he traveled through India and many different countries as well. This individual said to be in India at the time. It says his Dr. Muhammad Allah's activities and credentials. His father was a high priest of a tribe of priests. So I inserted the brackets 23 scientists. It says he also was present in Chicago. This dude, Dr. Muhammad Allah, right? It says he succeeded his father as a high priest and he rejected his upbringing after studying many cultures and religious teachings. This is what the N.O.I. say Farad Muhammad did. It said that he studied amongst the scientists and he got European education, traveled around the world, and then he basically ended up coming forth, rejected the mission they had and picked up his own mission, basically. So this is the dude, Dr. Muhammad Allah. And I'm going to show you something in a minute, dealing with this collage. But it says he taught that if you took the heads of Christians, you will achieve immortality too. This is what Dr. Muhammad Allah taught. Now that is the same thing that the N.O.I. was teaching, dealing with taking the 4 heads of the devil demonstration. Like, come on, bro. So this is like, I mean, let's go. He taught at Berkeley University in California. Same thing that I just read out of this Million Man March document dealing with the timeline. Again, it says 1910, 1930, Master Farad Muhammad taught at Berkeley University, California. Then it said he spoke 36 different languages. And then he returned to his own country. It says with all the education he learned around the world. And that's all I was able to find on this guy. But that alone, dealing with this fellow, Dr. Muhammad Allah, you know, then looking at the concept that Farad was called Allah in person and looking at his background and how well it meshed with the history of the N.O.I, bro. You know, like, come on, bro. You can't get around that unless Farad was using the history of Dr. Muhammad Allah and claiming that history. But this Dr. Muhammad Allah is pretty much spot on with some of the same history. Only difference, they say he spoke 36 different languages here. And I've seen the N.O.I document say he spoke more than 16 before too, based on who you're talking to. Now, what I'm showing is, and I'm going to show this picture later too. This is the actual picture where Elijah Muhammad and Farad Muhammad, you don't see the mustache, but he has the turban on here. You know, similar to the turban being given here. I wish this was a brighter picture, you know, because I was trying to find an actual picture of this. I've really been digging to try to find it, but I can't. But he has the same type of turban here on his head. Because this Farad right here in front of Elijah. And this is Prophet Noble Drew Ali out front. This is at the last convention of the Moors right here. You know, I'm going to get further into that in a minute. But one thing that we cannot get around, family, is, you know, if Farad traveled around the world, you know, like they say he did, you know, this Dr. Muhammad Allah that got all these credentials and was in Chicago with the same history that the N.O.I gave family teaching at Berkeley, California. I mean, goodness gracious. I don't know about nobody else, but if this was a conviction, they'll be hollering, book him, Dano, murder one. We got our guy. You know what I mean? Just on this aspect, you know, and we know how he moved when it comes to changing his aliases and so forth and so on. Like I say, a lot of this stuff right here is very powerful, family. Notice he got the mustache without the beard here. I wish I had a clearer picture, family, to get more clarity out of this demonstration. You know what I mean? But this is powerful. So let me check on my family real quick, because I want to see what my family's saying about this here. After seeing that, oh man. Okay, the brother say it's reaching. He say I'm reaching. No, I ain't reaching. I'm just giving you the information, good brother. I ain't reaching. I'm giving you the information. Now, what you do with it, that's on you. Like I said, when we deal with the N.O.I history, they tell you that that man, Farad Muhammad, traveled around the world. They said that he been many places in the world. But this individual that's Dr. Farad Muhammad, Dr. Muhammad Allah, that's spoken of in Chicago, you know, also talking about taking the heads of devils. Come on, bro. Is that N.O.I doctrine or not, family? I want somebody to tell me that's there in the chat. Is that N.O.I doctrine or not? Those who know that the history of the N.O.I, is that not N.O.I doctrine? I'm going to go back to it again. Dr. Muhammad Allah's activities, credentials. His father was a high priest of a tribe of priests. Like I say, I put 23 scientists there. You know what I mean? But the main stuff that's here was already there. I didn't have to deal with that. That's what came to me when I seen he was president in Chicago. He succeeded his father as a high priest and rejected his upbringing. After studying many different cultures and religious teaching, they say that he was taught by the best of teachers and he studied under the best of scientists. You see, this is what they tell you. It say he taught that if you took the heads of Christians, you would achieve immortality. This is what Farad Muhammad taught, family. According to Dr. Muhammad Allah, this is what Farad Muhammad taught. I know the teaching, family. You can't tell me what I don't know. He taught at Berkeley University, according to this. Right here in this information. Right here. You know what I'm gonna do? So you won't think I'm playing. I know I got something for you right now. What I'm finna do, I'm finna take a picture of this and I'm finna upload it to my whatchamacallit so y'all see that this is part of the N.O.I document. I ain't making this stuff up. I'm finna show it to you right now. Then I can move on with my presentation. Okay, here it is right here. Okay, that's one picture. That's the cover of it. Now let me go to the actual page dealing with the timeline. Okay. This N.O.I literature. Some of this N.O.I literature I got over here, I'm going to touch on too, family. Go all the way back to it comes from the 1930s. I got N.O.I literature that was recopied from the 1930s. And wait till I get into that history if you think it's a game. One thing about me, I ain't going to never put nothing out here just to be putting it out here. Like I said, it's on you to do your research. I guarantee you this, all the books that you ever read about people trying to figure out who Farad was, they ain't been as spot on as I am right now. They were speculating without what I'm bringing to the manifest. I'm bringing receipts over here. The man was so mysterious in the way that he moved. You know, that's why you find often conflict, you know, with who he is. Let me see here. Okay. Let me send them pictures to my, okay, that's one. Let me send the other one. And then I'm going to show it to you so y'all can see the history that I'm reading over here from this N.O.I document. Okay. Okay, so here we go right here. Let me send it to my email. Okay. We want you to see what we're doing in real time. Okay, so now that I sent it to my email, I'm going to go into my email real quick. Let me see here. I just showed y'all also the origin of the flag. We can't deny the freedom, justice, equality. You know what I mean? So the flag already let you know who it is and where they coming from. That's a whole nother measure. Okay, this is it right here. This is what I read now. That book you heard me turning pages in. Here it is right here. Dang, it took it kind of blurred, but it's still there though. Oh man, I took a picture wrong. Let me go back in here. That's a little further up. That's like 1934, 1942. Let me take this picture. That was kind of blurry anyway, so it's all right. It ain't gonna take me but a second to do this right here. I ain't gonna stop till I drive home that hammer repetition though. We ain't gonna never let you say I ain't bringing it to you like it's supposed to be brought. I ain't giving it to you. I'm gonna show you. That one thing about it, if you from the show me state, then I'm gonna show you. Okay, there it go right there. Okay, now I'm gonna send this one. Okay. Now I just send a reply to that message. And I reply with a picture, which is the picture that I just sent. And one thing I got to do, I got to turn the picture around before I do that. They turn that one sideways on me right there. So let me turn this picture in its right position so when I send it to you, it's like it's supposed to be. Or when I put it up here, it's like it's supposed to be. And then I'm going to show it to you the date that we was referring to. Remember, we talking about 20 years, family, prior to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad meeting Farad Muhammad. He was moving back and forth through the United States. But he had already did some traveling prior to coming to the United States too, according to the N.O.I. That's what they teach of Farad. Okay, so let me go here. Okay, I'm going to reply to this that I just sent again. And I'm going to send the picture to myself. Okay. Here it is right here. And then go in there and I can show y'all where I read that history from. Like I said, I got the book. Okay. Okay, let's see. There we go. All right, it says sent. Let me turn back to this page, the historical timeline, because I'm really just covering a certain portion out of this. And that's relevant to what we're talking about. So let me go back and let's see here. I'm finna go in here now. There we go. It still put the thing in there sideways. Goodness gracious. And I just turned it. Let me see. Will it let me rotate it in here? Hold up. Let's see. Come on, man. Well, hold up. I might be able to do it like this. Let me see something. They're talking about my storage. I ain't got enough storage. But well, come on, man. Okay. Let me do this again. I don't want to have y'all read nothing sideways, people. And it's turned up right, so okay. It's showing it up right in here though. Well, I tell you wrong, something else. I'm gonna do this real quick and see what happened if I go back into it, because it may show it up right. It's showing it up right in my phone, but it's not showing it up right here. Let me see here. Oh yeah, it did turn it up right. All right, there we go. Good thinking on myself. So anyway, this is it right here. See, the brief history of the Nation of Islam by Minister Akbar Muhammad. That's what I was reading. It tell you that here it says he speaks. Oh, now this makes sense. I didn't even think about this. He speaks 20 languages and write 16. But if you add that 20 to 16, you know, even though they're saying speaking and writing, you know, and connect that to what I was showing you over here. Well, where is that? Then I can see what the 36 different measures come in. Because even if he know 36 and he only spoke, he spoke 36, but he only wrote 16, you know, I can still see that as being in line with the history. I didn't even notice that at first. See what I'm saying? Wow. But anyway, it said that he studied English for 42 years and he was prepared for his mission. So we see another connecting in the dot right there that I didn't even see there. So anyway, let me go back down here. It tell you that Master Farad Muhammad taught at Berkeley University, family. This is N.O.I. history. And it coincides with the same history that I found dealing with this man, Muhammad Allah. He was also present in Chicago. He dealt with 36 languages. He took the heads, or he believed in taking the heads of Christians. You're going to achieve immortality. You know what I mean? Come on, bro. That's part and parcel. Don't make me pull up the N.O.I. lessons I got over here. You know what? I'm going to do it just for those who don't know. Let me see if they put it. A lot of time they do have it up here. I really don't even have to go over this. Like it's so plain right now with these connections. You know, either he was taking somebody else's history, and I don't want to accuse him of that. You know, taking somebody else's history. Either he was doing that, family, or you got to know that there's some connection here. Okay, here we go. Supreme wisdom. And I know a lot of this stuff right here straight off the head too. Load this up a little bit. Talk about studying 30 to 45 years. Talking about that scimitar being placed above his head. Why did Muhammad murder the devil? Here it is right here. Why did Muhammad, any Muslim, murder the devil? What is the duty of each Muslim in regards to four devils? What reward does the Muslim receive by presenting the four devils at one time? Because he's a 100% wicked and would not keep and obey the laws of Islam. His ways and actions are like a snake of the graphic type. So Muhammad learned that he could not reform the devil, so he had to be murdered. All Muslims will murder the devil, it says, and they know he is a snake. And also, if he be allowed to live, he would sting someone else. Each Muslim is required to bring four devils, and some people took that literally too. They say it's supposed to be symbolic. You know, and by bringing these ones, you know, these heads or whatever you want to call it, it says, and by bringing and presenting four at one time, his reward is a button to wear and a lapel pin on his coat, and also a free transportation in the holy city of Mecca. You see? See? Now let me see what my people say about this. So we see the connection right here. Commission can't make this stuff up right here, family. You know what I mean? So when we go into that and we see this dude, Muhammad Allah, right here, that they talk about and it's saying that he was there, his high priest tribe, you know, that was there, that's supposed to have his daddy being a part of, like Alfonso said to be a part of the original 12 scientists. It tell you that about him. And then him being present in Chicago, you know, and then him rejecting the history, you know, he didn't want the big name is what the N.O.I say. So he rejected that particular measure. Man, come on, bro. And the heads being taken, Berkeley, the languages, come on, man. And he returned to his country with all the education learned around the world. The N.O.I don't say that, but that's what it said about Muhammad Allah. We know that Farad Muhammad went missing. Honorable Elijah Muhammad say he watched him board the plane. He watched him leave. He did say that after he taught him. So he went somewhere. We do know that. You see? Now, I ain't gonna go into this other portion in the corner because that's actually the membership roles. And we're gonna get to that in a second. This is just the first slide right here, family. So you already see what's being said. We done made some connections, noteworthy connections. And us making these connections, you know, is just the foundation. Like I said, you do whatever you want to. I gave you the insight. You can do more research into this stuff, and you may even find stuff that I ain't found. I'm just showing you what I found. You see what I'm saying? And it is not, what I found is not any more outlandish than people that gave up all these different measures of saying he was here, he was there, but they ain't never gave you this evidence that I'm giving you with the aliases in the names. You know, that show you I did my due diligence before I start putting this stuff on the manifest. And I dropped it here and there, but I know what I'm talking about. I would never put it out there, you know, if I didn't find all this stuff. And this is years of research, family. But anyway, it goes on in the same document. It says, 1930, he started selling silk in door to door in Detroit, Michigan, teaching Islam in homes of his customers. I want y'all to remember that because that's going to come up. I'm going to go into the actual lessons that I have over here from 1930s, like 1934, actually. Some N.O.I. lessons I got. And it's going to get a history. It's actually dealing with the history of the tribe of Shabazz, but it tell you who he taught, who was studying under him, and all that right there during his time period. Now you got to remember, I'm really giving y'all previews into what happened later after Prophet Noble Drew Ali. But this is still pre-NOI information, meaning that the average NOI member wouldn't know this. Elijah Muhammad wouldn't know about this unless Farad Muhammad told him that Dr. Allah Muhammad or Muhammad Allah was one of his aliens. So of course, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad wouldn't say that's Farad Muhammad because he wouldn't know it. He didn't know him when he was demonstrating this stuff. He knew about the part of the Berkeley University. He told him that part. So we see that overlapping in here about the taking the heads, you know, of the Christians. We see all that, the sciences, we see that. A lot of that's there. But I'm talking about as far as some of the information, it's certain things that he possibly just didn't know. I can accept that. But it goes on also in 1930. Allah came in the person of Master Farad Muhammad, established the Nation of Islam in America. And then it says 1931, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad heard the teachings of Master Farad Muhammad for the first time and accepts Islam as the true nature and religion of the black man. Now remember, he had already met Noble Drew Ali in Newark, New Jersey. In the first of those 20 years, Honorable Elijah Muhammad wouldn't know that knowledge unless Farad Muhammad told him that. Keep that in mind. So that's why it wouldn't be a part of the NOI history. Then it says 1931 to 34. It says the Savior teaches the Honorable Elijah Muhammad intensely for 3.5 years, the theology of time, the knowledge of self and others, God's whose proper name is Allah, and the devil in the origin of life, and the creation of the universe, and the time and the rule of the white race, and the coming of Allah, and the resurrection and the judgment of Master Farad Muhammad gave the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, Maulana Muhammad, and Yusuf Ali translations of the Holy Quran to study. You know who translated Maulana Muhammad's version? Because that was the first one that was actually translated in the English, Maulana Muhammad. It was a Ahmadiyya version of the Quran. Maulana Muhammad was Ahmadiyya. You see? So that's where the Quran came from. And then it say he recommended 104 books for him to read out of the Library of Congress, and he helped prepare him for his mission. And I got the information in here too, because it talk about the 104 books. And that concept of 104 books actually come from the fact that Enoch was said to be given 104 books, you know, according to the Islamic teachings. So that's why the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was given 104 books by Master Farad Muhammad. 4 of those books was the Bible, you know, the Holy Quran, you know, basically all the books of the Bible, you know, the Gospel, the book of the Gospel, you know, the Injil, you know, the Old Testament, New Testament, you know, and basically the Holy Quran and the history of Muhammad. So it was like 4 books in all that he said was the most important out of all the 104 books that he was given. You know, some of the books, I got one of them over here. Let me see right there. Is that it's the history of mankind. I got it up there on my thing. It's a couple of like H.G. Wells books that he was given. I had a list of them one time, like the 104 books. But the main one, and he said the best one out of all of them that he read was the Holy Quran. And that's why you see the Honorable Elijah Muhammad holding up the Quran right here. You see what I'm saying? Because he felt that was the best out of all the books he was given. He say that in his teaching. If you know his teaching, you know what I'm talking about. Now I want to touch on something, because this just been recently. And I'm running down a situation that I came into. You know, and this is actually a post that I had put on Facebook after my experience. I say I just returned from the Soul Plane. When I was there in the company of the Elder Farrakhan, he visited my home. In other words, I had a dream that the minister Farrakhan visited my home as a guest. And it was me, him, and brother N.O.I Muhammad. Me and N.O.I had talked like on Facebook, like probably a few months before this. And he was like, yeah, man, we need to come together. He told me that his grandparents was part of the Moorish Science Temple. And as I was showing him some of the same stuff I'm showing now, he didn't deny it. He was basically like, what we need to basically use this information to bring our people together, is what the brother N.O.I Muhammad told me. And so I had this vision, this dream or whatever, that the minister came to my house and him and N.O.I was with him. And I don't dream very often like that, fam. I'm telling you, like once in a blue moon, I don't dream like that. But this came on the manifest. And it was very vivid. And so the elder was teaching Farrakhan. He was actually teaching Moorish science from the Exhuming of a Nation, which is authored by my chairman. Now, the chairman actually gave Farrakhan a copy of the Exhuming of a Nation when they was in Tennessee. The chairman actually gave Farrakhan a copy of this book. But in this dream or this vision, he was teaching, us from the Book of Fire, the same book that I got. And so basically, the unknown minister, it was an unknown minister that was there with us. And I can't make out who he was. It's almost, how you have a figure of knowing that somebody there, but they really ain't there, so to speak. But he was an unknown minister, as well, that was among us. And he would cut into the minister's message from time to time, like, teach, brother, teach, saying that type of stuff. And then the minister, after him doing that a couple of times, jumped up and he pulled the brother off to the side, at the further end of the table, at the far end, in isolation from the other end, right? Well, me and N.O.I was actually sitting. And so he stood behind the brother and put his hands on his shoulders. And he said to him, now I want you to look at this brother. And he was pointing at me when he said it to that particular minister. And so he was admonishing the brother, to me personally, to let the brother know that I was sitting there quietly, me and N.O.I. We ain't say one word. We just let him teach. That's what I took from it. You know what I mean? Like, you need to be having this type of discipline to listen like they listening to what I'm saying. And so then when he ended the meeting, when he was leaving, I approached him to give him honors for the message he was giving on his way. And I told him, I say, we demonstrate the degrees of 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9. I was telling him, like the 1 deal with teachings of the oneness of Allah, the 3 deal with the triune Allah, 5 dealing with the 5 highest principles known to man, 7 dealing with perfection, 9 dealing with re-entry, we the return of the ancient one. I was building on that with him. And so I went into the actual symbols of sacred geometry while I was talking to him before he was leaving. And I said, that corresponds actually with the, I was telling him that, the circle and the triangle, and the 3 and the 5. I went into all that stuff right there. The 3, what it represents, the 5-pointed star, the 7, and the 9. I went into all of that as he was getting into his vehicle. I told the minister, I said to him, I said, I've never been a member. I say, but I always stood in defense of my N.O.I family for years. And then he responded with a nod. And then that's when I woke up, basically. You know what I mean? That's when I woke up. I had that type of measure. So what I did, I also created this collage, dealing with, because when I have premonitions like that right there, it make me want to move on that. And so I created this collage because I know the knowledge, to show the unity. And so you see the hand clasp of unity. You see Marcus Garvey and the prophet here. You see also, the chairman here, the minister here, they met each other. So that's a symbol of the hand clasp of unity already. See, we here to bridge the gap, and then the brief contact in the, in the book, in that chat between me and the brother N.O.I, I put this measure on here. because he doing a good work over there. I'm doing the work here trying to build with our Moorish kin to unite our people. That's what I always been trying to do right there on Facebook. Even the Moors in general so we all trying to unite our people. So I put the messenger here, the prophet here, and then I put the temple over here, and then that same picture of the members of the Allah temple over there, and it said the uniting of Asiatic nations at hand. That's what inspired this. You got the eye of Allah, and the different rays of truth that shine down, and then I showed our flags, of each nation, because when we are able to come into the knowledge that will unite us as a whole, that's when we will become powerful as a people. So I'm just letting y'all know how this stuff unfolded. So I had created this years ago, unrelated to a lot of this stuff. This is just something I created to bring about unity. And it states, out of one came many. In other words, I was showing here, out of Prophet Noble Drew Ali, he established the Canaanite temple in 1913. Moorish Divine and National Movement, 1916. Moorish Zionist temple, came out of that, which is your Rabbi Mordecai Herman and, and so forth and so on. A lot of them was also followers of Marcus Garvey. But the Moorish Zionist temple came out of the Canaanite temple. Then you have the Fahimi temple of Islam, created by Paul Nathaniel Johnson. Now, I got a lot of this right here. I'm going to take you here so y'all can see this. The brother says it's a Masonic lodge. I don't know what you talk about. You got some people trying to practice what I call porch masonry. But no, the temple or the N.O.I, I don't look at them like Masonic lodges. They may have had Masons in some of them different groups, influenced by them, but I wouldn't say that they are Masonic lodges outright. That wouldn't be right, because the Honorable Elijah Muhammad got a whole book that I got over here where he was saying that Western Freemasonry ain't for our people. So anyway, this is in the Lost Tribes of Ali. This is brother P. Nathaniel Johnson that I just mentioned. And I get a history on him. A lot of his teachings, he give honors to Prophet Noble Drew Ali. He was a student of the Prophet, unbeknownst to many people. There were brothers who, matter of fact, the Cook Bay brothers that were affiliated with the Fahimi Temple. Brother I Cook Bay, one of my chairman teachers and adept teachers. And that most definitely was spin off from the fact that I Cook Bay already knew the brother. You know what I mean? So here it is right here where Nathaniel Johnson, Pete Nathaniel Johnson, he's looking at Prophet Noble Drew Ali as the reincarnation of Amun-Ra. All of them, like, he spoke on Asaph Lukeman, Cadmus, William Christian, Benjamin Banneker, William Crowdy. He looked at them as all being reincarnations of certain deities in Kemet. So this is one of the first brothers to actually teach the adept teachings of the Prophet openly. P. Nathaniel Johnson, who was also a member of the later the Ahmadiyya movement. He became known as Sheikh Ahmad Din under that particular, but he called himself Prophet of Amun-Ra. So he literally was teaching the adept teachings he learned from Prophet Noble Drew Ali, openly. You see, this is our government website right here. And that's why I said Brother Sheikh Ahmad Din, a.k.a. P. Nathaniel Johnson, is said to have been associated with the Canaanite Temple 1913. It is said he departed when the Prophet departed, and he founded the Fahimi Temple of Islam 1919. In fact, his Egyptian adept teachings are witness to this as well. Remember, during the years of the Canaanite Temple, Prophet Noble Drew Ali was known as Professor Drew, the Egyptian adept. In the Illinois newspaper clip here, you'll see that Brother I Cook Bay, was called the Grand Governor of the Fahimi Temple. You see, I say, though this could be a mistake, because they use the term Grand Governor, unless they had Grand Governors in there. Grand Governors mostly in the Moor Science Temple. But it shows a connection between them and the Fahimi. Brother I Cook Bay was a follower of Noble Drew Ali until his very demise. However, we can see in the article that the Fahimi and the Moorish community, it says, were close to each other. In his Fahimi Gospel book, Sheikh Ahmadine referred to Prophet Noble Drew Ali as one of the saints, Islamism. And that's what I was showing y'all just then, you know. So now, going under that, I also mentioned, you know, the brothers Rabbi Mordecai Herman, Josiah Ford. Same year, 1919, when the Fahmy Temple was established, the black Jews, there are a number of black Jews in the congregation New York City, elsewhere in the United States. The commandment keepers are said to be the oldest of these sects. It was organized by Rabbi W.M. Matthew of New York City in 1919. Some people were trying to make it look like the Moorish Zionists was from the 1800s. No, they were trying to connect it to other Israelites group, but the actual Moorish Zionist temple started in 1919, the same year as the Fahmy, not in the 1800s, with the commandment keepers. It says at the 15th anniversary in 1934, the founding of the commandment keepers, 9 rabbis were present. The commandment keepers, it says, according to Rabbi Matthews, was the forerunner of all sects. It says of Harlem, the group organized in 1919 received its papers incorporation. Following the year as commandment keepers, Rabbi Matthew was the first president, and to this day, the only one. 1923, it goes into the history of him dying. The Cushing congregation, it mentions that. All the way up to 1929, we can see, you know, what was going on here. But what I'm showing you is this same group in 1919 became known as the Moorish Zionist Temple. They had been exposed to the teachings of Prophet Noble Drew Ali as well. So we can say this is actually the origin of the Israelite teaching here. These are the elders of the Israelite. They come up out of the Moorish movement. So this is the bridge that unite the Moors and the Israelites, whether they know it or not. You see, some of them know this history and won't speak on it. I want to give shots out to the brother Mighty Hebrew, because he know this history right here. You know, and there's a couple of more people that know it. Like I said, you ain't going to get this information nowhere else, family. So watch this. Let's get on into our measure a little deeper now that we touched on that. Let me see. Is it one more measure that I want to read out of this dealing with the history? Because I really went over a certain portion. And it's really, I can go now into my measure now that I showed what I showed. Let me see. Is there something else relevant here that need to... Well, just say he appointed him in 1934. Farad appoints Elijah Muhammad as the head of the leader of the Nation of Islam. And see, this is really getting a little ahead of this information right here. You know, but I'm going to get into this in a minute. You know, I can actually probably use it as a guideline as I go through it. And shouts out to our brother Ronnie Dwight as well from checking in. So let me get into this thing so I can get this knocked out. But anyway, the Moorish Holy Temple of Science was established in 1922. And there was also a revamping of the Canaanite Temple. Noble Drew Ali had actually left, you know, Newark, New Jersey by that time due to the opposition. His opposition actually came from Masons. You know, Reverend Dixon and your boy that came back from Egypt with him, Dr. Suleiman, who was a co-founder of the 1913 Canaanite Temple. You know, we got the corporation papers where they reincorporated in 1923. So this is the one where Suleiman ended up getting it under his sway after the prophet left. But the prophet was the head of this in 1913. Suleiman was the co-founder of this. So people get it twisted talking about Suleiman founded the Canaanite Temple. No, Suleiman didn't. Suleiman was trying to teach Masonry. How do we know this? I'm the one that put all the information out there in the internet. You know, with a lot of the pictures that you see. Here it is right here. Suleiman was actually mentioned up the front. He was trying to teach Masonry, bro. See it right here? I'm the one that cropped this out of newspapers.com and put this out here when they had a blurry picture of Suleiman. See? He was saying he was a high Egyptian Mason, and that's what he was trying to teach, and that's how him and Prophet Noble Drew Ali fell out. That's why Prophet Noble Drew Ali said Masons and Christian preachers will fight me tooth and nail, but they cannot win. That's also why Prophet Noble Drew Ali said as well, he made the statement, he said, I came to take the cover off of all secret organizations. That's where they fell out at. That's why Prophet Noble Drew Ali left after being persecuted. You see? It says these posts are not to deny or cover up Suleiman's affiliation with the Moors. Yet it is to bring clarity to his role as co-founder. It is obvious that Dr. Suleiman had his own agenda as well. We must not forget that our holy prophet departed from the old Canaanite temple due to constant opposition and confusion, because many wanted to take the movement in another direction. It was this conflict which caused the prophet to convey his warnings in caveat emptor. It was this reason why he stated, "Don't let any of those foreign Muslims get on your rostrum." It was this reason he stated, "This is no social organization." It was this reason that he stated he took the cover off all secret organizations. Last but not least, it was for this reason he stated Asiatic preachers and Masons would be the last to come home. He said they will fight him tooth and claw, but they cannot win. He was a revealer and not a concealer of the light. He was a true Egyptian adept master. All them oral statements from the hadiths of Prophet Noble Ali, them statements he made, not me. So I said Abdul Hamid Suleiman Muhammad and his goal admonished Western Freemasonry from both the European as well as being the NBC, Negro, Black, and Colored Masons. He was saying that the Negro Masons wasn't real and the European Mason wasn't real, and he was trying to bring them under Muhammadan Masonry. You see, and they talking about Prophet Noble Ali was a Mason. No, he wouldn't have went against Suleiman. You know, this is actually who opposed him in Newark, New Jersey. Not Farad, like some people think. So it says, despite his intentions, this is where his goals came into conflict with the prophet and caused much confusion among the Moors in 1913, Newark, New Jersey, where Prophet Noble Ali was enforcing Act 6 of the Divine Constitution and Bylaws of Moorish America, which is actually teaching his people their nationality and divine creed. Suleiman wanted to teach Masonry. His intention was not to teach Masonry, the prophet. You know, it was to teach our people their nationality and divine creed. And the divine and national movement, be it Canaanite, Moabite, Moorish Science Temple, were not fraternal. They were all philanthropic in nature at every stage of their evolution into what you know to be the most the MSTA of a part itself. It says in this era and time, Islamism. So then I got all these clippings. Some of them I didn't give to the people. This one, it was already out there. You know, when they was talking about converts sought by Mohammedans, and it mentioned Suleiman right here. It talk about the Canaanite temple. It don't say he was the founder. It said he was going amongst different groups trying to get them to get into this masonry. See here, Egyptian high priest declared there is no Shriners among either colored or white Americans and asserts necessity the oath coming from Muhammad. So he wanted them to swear on the beard of Prophet Muhammad. That's what Suleiman was teaching, family. All you got to do is go to my government website and you'll see it. This is actually Suleiman here among the Harlem Masons, the Schomburg, Arthur Schomburg there, right there, that had established the Schomburg Library. And you see him there, and also Marcus Garvey's mentor, Deuce Muhammad, was at this meeting. So there's a connection here. This is a Masonic meeting right here. And Deuce Muhammad probably was a part of this particular order here, because Deuce Muhammad was also said to be a 96-degree Mason as well. So this guy was claiming he was a Mason from Mecca, you know, Egyptian. He was Sudanese of birth. He was a Sudanese birth. Keep that in mind. Here's another newspaper clipping where he went and he tried to go at Caesar R. Blake. But Caesar R. Blake, you know, being a Shriner under the, you know, the Negro Masonic Lodge, rejected, you know, this special offer of Suleiman for them to come up under. You know, he was saying he was from Mecca. They said, well, if you from Mecca, why your feds got English words on it then? You know, so all that information in it. He said he was from Khartoum and he came over here to teach them real Mason. You see what I'm saying? This is another picture of the meeting, you know, and so forth and so on. I got other newspaper clippings that I ain't even put out here yet. When I start seeing them people produce them books trying to attack Noble Drew Ali using the information that I done put out here. That's why I didn't put it out here. I'm going to put it out in my own book. You know what I mean? So, yeah, this is it right here, family. You know what I mean? I got the receipts over here. Just like I got all the rest, I got that too. And this is actually the picture with Farad and them I was showing y'all earlier. And Elijah standing there and Prophet Noble Drew at the last convention meeting. We're going to show you the clear version of it. This is Prophet Noble Drew Ali here, dealing with at his time, Oscar the priest. This is the political power, Lewis B. Anderson, that you read about in history. Right here with Prophet Noble Drew Ali, Aaron Payne, the attorney for Joe Louis. He was like the Johnny Cochran of his time, so to speak. A lot of these ones, man, that's up here had power. And this is how the prophet was able to have some say in the political machine. You see? So, watch this. Let's go further. Let's go on into this measure. Like I say, out of one came many now. So we see the Moorish Science Temple of 1925 was on the manifest. Then Moorish Temple 1928, Moorish Science Temple 1928. It was Moorish Temple of Science actually. Here then it became Moorish Science Temple. Then in this particular drawing, there was a group that came up, and this is very important, called the Mohammedan Temple. And this was actually established by Lomax Bey. We're going to get into that in a minute. Then you had the Moorish Science Temple 1929 also, which was another one that was established by your guy, the reincarnated John, what the brother name? I can't even think of it right now. John Gibbons Ale. That's who it was, John Gibbons Ale. So there were 229 temples, that was established. This one for the brother who actually had temple number 4. This is actually the temple that Farad and Elijah, attended dealing with the Moors during that time. We got receipts for this stuff right here, family. I'm going to show it to you on the membership road. I showed it to y'all on the Shabazz, Tribe of Shabazz measure. But we're going to show it to you again. So you had the Allah Temple of Islam that also came up in 1929. Then you had Muhammad's Temple of Islam, 1934, which is what Elijah Muhammad changed the N.O.I. name from because of them activities I was telling y'all that went on between the Moors and what happened in the Allah Temple of Islam. He dropped that name and started calling it Muhammad's Temple of Islam, 1934, and then the Lost Found Nation of Islam in 1935. And that's when it became known. And then when his body fell, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, resurrected it again as the Nation of Islam. You see? And that, I want to say that around 78 or somewhere, 77, when he did that. But that's another measure. So 2007, the Moorish American government come on the manifest. Out of one came many, only one can unite them. I'm saying the only thing going to unite all of our people is government and Moorish American government. And we're going to see the Honorable Elijah Muhammad spoke on that as well. And that's something that our N.O.I. family didn't take heed to. Building government. They talking about spiritual government. This brother was talking about building a real government just like Noble Drew Ali told him more. So all these groups, indirectly, some directly, come straight from Prophet Noble Drew Ali. It's very important that we know that. So now let's move on. Here's one of the newspaper clippings out of the many I got. It says, Muslims call themselves gods. The beginning of the Muslim/Muslim constituency in the United States among the so-called black community was founded by Noble Drew Ali of the Moorish Science Temple of America in 1913 in Newark. Noble Drew Ali was the mentor/teacher of Elijah Muhammad, known in the Moorish Science Temple of America as Brother Elijah Poole Bey. So he wasn't known in the Moorish teachings as Elijah Muhammad. He was known as Elijah Poole Bey, just like he wasn't known in the N.O.I. as Elijah Poole Bey. We actually call him Sheikh Elijah Poole Bey because he was a sheikh and an adept. You see? So that means he had to be amongst the Moors very well to become a sheikh and an adept. They wasn't just giving sheikh papers out and adept degrees out like that. But anyway, Father Divine, Farad Muhammad, Brother Ford Bey, also Congressman Oscar the Priest, who I showed you in the picture, were all once students and members of the Moorish Science Temple of America. It's just one of the many, and I got plenty of these clippings, family. I got the actual original clippings in here. You know, a lot of this stuff. You know, I just crop some out because it looked better like this here. But you know, sometimes I have to go dig them up because people be like, "Where you got that from?" You know, and they think that somebody trying to hide something from them. And we ain't trying to hide nothing from you. I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about when I say I got newspaper clippings down in here, fam. And this is just on this computer. On my other drive, I got hundreds of them. That's why my computer weighed down. I gotta get some of this stuff up off here, people. You know, I definitely gotta get some of this stuff up out my computer before it crash out on me and go blue screen on me. Okay, so let me go on a little bit more. I'm gonna just show you, you know, the clippings that I have. I ain't gonna go all the way trying to read them all. Some of this stuff in here just take up a whole lot of, okay, here they are right here. You see? Yeah. All these ain't nothing but newspaper clippings right here. And I got more on where they come from. You know, right here. Trying to go to that one I just had a few minutes ago. Where is that? Okay, not that one. Come on, man. Every time I try to blow it up, y'all closing me up. You usually let me stretch it out and blow it up a little bit. Come on, come on, come on. So I can keep it moving. Yeah, it's only let me blow it up so far. Yeah, it's only let me blow it up so far. I definitely got pictures of your boy up in here though. After I find him, see it right here, Fuad Bey. Another picture of him said, according to the Mohammedan religion, a man, may he still have many his wives, as it says Turkish men still do. Just giving the history, you know, saying he a minister of health and welfare, all types of stuff in there. You know, this is the guy that I was showing y'all. You know what I mean? So like, we can't make this stuff up, family. Let me see. I think this is somebody I was looking into. This is a different individual right here when I was doing my research. You know, it's crazy because they was saying they appointed this guy to be a minister to the United States. And it's crazy because in the history that we give, we say that Farad Muhammad was actually appointed by, you know, Ibn Saud, you know, to come as well. That's the history that we was given. So yes, a couple of more different things I got up in here, you know, with the N.O.I. history and the Allah Temple history, but I don't want to spend too much time there. But no, I got these clippings and I got the actual source to them and all that right there. So anyway, in this next clipping that I have here, and it says, founded by New Jersey expressmen in 1924, the Allah Temple of Islam, which seems to have supplied inspiration for the riot in colored coats in the woman's, well, it says in the woman's court on Tuesday, is one of the many Moorish Mohammedan groups in a dozen large American cities, all having sprung from common source. Investigation showed yesterday the original American prophet, who called himself Noble Drew Ali, was a colored expressman in Newark, New Jersey. In New Jersey, right? Preaching the Negroes are really Moors, and therefore it says, follow the Mohammedan God, Allah, and founded the code in 1924, has since spread over the country. Now they making it seem like Prophet Noble Drew Ali actually founded the Allah Temple of Islam. Is how they putting it here, you know. But I doubt that, you know. But I do know they, like, definitely, who knows, that maybe the Prophet did establish it. I got to see some evidence that maybe he did establish when he left, you know, around about 1923 in Newark, New Jersey. He went to Chicago and he did start establishing his temple there. Maybe he did establish it as the Allah Temple of Islam. I don't know. I won't say that. All I know is Farad was originally demonstrating that. Unless he took over that particular body, when they was over there, because he knew the Prophet from New Jersey. So we never know. That'll have to come up sometime down the line, or maybe in my deep digging, I may find some on it. But anyway, it goes on. It even says here the headquarters at the branch in Chicago, 3743 South State Street. They get a location of the temple in a large building, a yellow brick which displays several posters with the Turkish star and crescent, with the mottos as freedom, equality, justice, and Islam. Just what I was showing y'all earlier when I was showing y'all the flag of Turkey. You know what I mean? For the people that just got in here, we're going to show it to you right here. Where is that? I just had it up here. Here it is right here. See the flag? Adalet, justice, hurriyat, freedom, Musavit, equality, Huvet, brotherhood. Freedom, justice, equality, and unity. Ittihad. Our brotherhood, or Allah, sometimes they put it, or Islam. It's different flags. But they keep that freedom, justice, and equality up in there. You can believe that. They keep that there, family. So anyway, in the same article, it goes over here. Speaking of the Allah Temple, it says the head man of the temple in Chicago, it says, signs his name as Elijah Muhammad, but calls itself Farad Mahmud. It says, or more the former occasion, Prophet W.D. Fawad. So they acted like he was using the name Elijah Muhammad before he gave it to Elijah Muhammad. Is how they acting here. Maybe he was using the alias like that. I don't know. Was the messenger there at that time with him? I don't know. No, it wouldn't be right because the messenger met him in 1930. But anyway, it says that he is said to be a convincing, fluent speaker with an apparent knowledge of Arabic language. So this is definitely Farad right here. And it's saying that he was part and parcel of the same temple that they saying was supposed to be established by Noble Drew Ali. In this measure, like I say, I have my doubts about that because I always known Farad to be the founder of the Allah Temple, but you never know. You see what I'm saying? You never know. And it talked about, the Temple of Islam and so forth and so on here. Bunch of Europeans just really talking smack is what's going on right here. But anyway, its purpose is to create an industrial commission on Negro affairs, striking as such organization as the Temple of Islam, which gets its recruits from the most illiterate portion of the colored population. Boy, these people were crazy in the newspaper back then. They were talking their stuff, though. So here we go. This is a actual newspaper, and the Muhammad speaks at this time, and it's showing again all of them. And there's another better picture of this. One actually beneath this, and they was actually referring to Muhammad, Wallace Farad Muhammad at the time, Master Farad Muhammad. They actually was calling him Prophet Farad at one time. Though people deny that, this is right here. See it there, Prophet W.D. Ford. This is just another clipping of the newspaper. See him up there, and you see right up there beneath him. This is like 1934. The picture says from 1934. If you come right here, this picture, it date 1934. Let me do this real quick because I actually changed this, just so you can see. Let me take the soft edges off of it, and it should have it here. Was it that one or the other one I have? I got to pull that joke up. But anyway, it shows from August of 1934. I think it cropped it out on me. I can go dig it up in a second. That's all right. I'm going to do something though right now. Just give me 1 second. But anyway, this is from that particular time. And notice where the temple is at. It's on 4508 Hastings Street. That's in Detroit, Michigan. Down here, same picture. If you notice, where is that? Come on, man. That cropping out, it throw your little pictures off. But yeah, you can see them right here. There it is, right there. That's the date. See, 1934, August 18, actually, August 18, 1930. And they also use the term prophet forward here. Say prophet forward there, actually. See it right there? They received the okay of prophet forward, who hails from the holy city of Mecca. And that's his brother, Elijah Muhammad's brother, Khalat Muhammad, standing out front there. That's who was actually running that temple. There was actually a separation, and Khalat was said to be the one that was trying to kill the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, because he said the Honorable Elijah Muhammad changed the teaching after Farad left. But that's a whole nother measure. We ain't going into all that right now. But anyway, let me go back over here. So when we come back down here again, like I was showing you, you see them all phased up. This is what Muhammad, this is what Elijah Muhammad's son, Wardeen Muhammad, was talking about. He said they was all dressed like this. And for the sake of the record and letting the record reflect, we're going to let y'all see it. What the brother said right here. We're going to replay it. Okay. Let me see, is that? No, that's showing us. All right. And he referred to the same picture that I just showed you, family. Hold up. Uh-oh. My bad. Ain't even have it on there. I hate when that thing be doing that. I'm sharing the screen and it done kicked it off of there. Okay, here we go right here. Here it is right here. I ain't sharing the screen. Y'all can't see what's going on over here.
Yeah. All right. Period. For Islam among us, now we have to acknowledge that there was the Moorish American Science Temple existing a few years before Farad started his Temple of Islam under the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the Nation of Islam. That was the Moorish Science Temple. And when my father first gave lessons to the Fruit of Islam, called FOI by us, the FOI, Fruit of Islam, the military unit for men in the Nation of Islam. My father was put in a dress like the Moorish Americans wear. Farad's first influence on the way we dress gave us the Moorish American Science Temple dress. The men wore fezzes, wine-colored fezzes with black tassel. Now, I've told you all about this, but I'm fortunate today to have a gentleman in the audience wearing one. So I want you all to turn around and look at this gentleman. Would you please stand for me, brother? You see this headgear, the headpiece? That's exactly. We still got the pet portrait. We still got the group picture of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, the captain in those days, supreme captain, and the fruit. We still got the picture, and that's how they were dressed, just like that. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. So again, and he was actually referring to what I was actually showing earlier and thought I was sharing, but wasn't. He was actually referring to this picture. This is actually from the Muhammad Speaks. See, it says August, and one it says 18th, and maybe they put them at the different times. One says August the 8th, the picture, and then the actual one says 8th, and one says 18th. So this is Detroit, and you can see the Allah Temple of Islam right here. You can see them right there. You can see them also. You see Prophet Fard right here. See him up there. And I was showing the actual measure of a Turkish soldier. Wore that same style mustache that Fraud had in that other picture. But then right here, you see him there again. That's Khalat Muhammad, Elijah Muhammad's brother, who was actually the head of them particular ones, because it was two groups of Allah Temple of Islam. I think one was up under that brother they call, I want to say Abdul Muhammad, another brother by the name Abdul Muhammad, and the one that was under him. And they were trying to take Elijah Muhammad off the count because they say he changed the teaching. They say Farad never said he was Allah in person. And that's what they was beefing over. But his own brother, Elijah Muhammad, was running for his life. And that's what it talk about in this history right here. And this book dealing with the Million Man March that I was telling y'all about, it goes into that history. And it said that's when Elijah was studying the 104 books while he was on the run from his brothers. It got it right in here. So anyway, let me see that one part. I probably read it. Okay, it says, the Nation of Islam came to birth in America July the 4th, 1930. With the coming of Master Wallace Farad Muhammad, great Mahdi of the Muslim, Messiah of the Christians, exactly 154 years. Following the signing of the Declaration of Independence, July 1776, he came on the base of a square number in mathematics. He traveled from the east and from the holy city of Mecca, Arabia, traversed back and forth to America 20 years before making himself known in 1930. And we gave you some of that prehistory of what took place in that time frame. In fact, they'll tell you 1914 was the year he showed up and was supposed to be the end of America. Around that time is when he was meeting with Prophet Noble Drew Ali, even in Newark, New Jersey. Because he met Noble Drew Ali, I want to say in 1910, 1912, 1913, somewhere between that time. But he met him. And I'm quite sure he met a lot of other people as well. But it says, according to the divine teachings, as a matter of fact, it said Farad had studied with some Jehovah's Witnesses too. And that's where a lot of people believe he got the concept of America ending in 1914. He incorporated that in the 6,000-year rule of the devil. All that's pretty much certain aspects of the Jehovah's Witness doctrine. But anyway, because they believe the world would end in 1914. Some people would say in the N.O.I, well, that means because he taught your boy Rutherford, them that founded, that's what they would reason. But that's a whole nother measure. It's just like L. Ron Hubbard talked about the 70,000 years in the cycle. He talked about that too. Some people say, well, he taught L. Ron Hubbard, and that's why the Scientology them. But that's a whole nother measure. We ain't going there right now. But anyway, it says, according to the divine teaching of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, This great master met with President Herbert Hoover in 1930 for 3.5, nearly 4 years. He remained with us until the departure in May 1934, and in that period of time, he had prepared his chosen servant and disciple, Honorable Elijah Muhammad, to guide us into the light of the high divine wisdom. Within 1 year of the master's departure in 1935, Honorable Elijah Muhammad had to take flight from Detroit, Michigan to Chicago, Illinois, fleeing from the hypocrites who were seeking his life. And these hypocrites rose from amongst his own family and from amongst his inner circle of laborers. And these events occurred in the lifetime of Prophet Muhammad 1400 years earlier, but who would believe that the history will repeat itself again in the life of the ex-slaves of America under the great trial and tribulation of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad labored to complete the first phase of the divine mission, laid the foundation of the developing of a new Muslim nation in the midst of America. And it says, nation of Islam is all wise and does everything right and exact by the laws of mathematics and the science of everything of life. The footsteps of the master and those of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad can be read in the light of history. While he was on the run for 7 years, going up and down the East Coast, he spent several of those years in Washington, D.C., continuously preparing for his mission. Prior to the master's departure, he assigned to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad the reading of 104 books in the Library of Congress. This number of books is a multiple of 13 times 8, which equals 104. In the writing of our nation's history, our scientists take the measurement of the circumference of the earth is 24,896 miles, which is then rounded to 25,000 miles, giving us a scale of a year to every mile in the writing of the calendar history, which lasts 25,000 years. Now, I'm going to show you something here. There's something that's in this measure they didn't mention, but if you were to take 24,896 and you add 104 to that, that actually becomes 24,000. I always seen that way back then, 30 years ago, but I caught that. It's almost like, when one completed their knowledge, they completed a cycle, so to speak. So it says the difference between the 24,896 miles and the 25,000 miles is 104. There we go. These mathematical figures are of the utmost importance in understanding the present cycles of world history. It says the Honorable Elijah Muhammad informed us that most of these 104 books were dealing with Muhammad's history. But the greatest of all books he read was the Holy Quran in the highest order of Masonry, which leads to the mystic order of the Shriners. And their studies evolve almost exclusively around the study of Islam, the Holy Quran, and Muhammad's history. When the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was arrested in April 4th, 1942, and I got this information in my slides, by the FBI agents in Washington, D.C. for alleged draft dodging at the age of 45, which was 1 year over an actual age requirement, an executive order had been issued from the White House under President Franklin Delano Roosevelt for his arrest. This indictment was not for draft dodging, but to keep him from teaching Islam to his people while America was persecuting the war in the far Pacific. And not many of us know that President Roosevelt was a 32nd degree Mason and had been inducted into the Arabic Order of the Noble of the Mystic Shrine. The shrine is the Kaaba at the holy city of Mecca. So he goes into all that history right there, and runs it down, which really touch on some of the stuff I had already said, and so going on through these slides, this brings us now to the actual connection to the MSTA, and we showed you that this is the portrait right here. This is from the first annual convention, Unity Hall, 3140 Indiana Avenue, October the 15th all the way to the 28th. Noble Drew Ali, the founder, and it's got names of a lot of the people that attended here. Oscar the Priest, Republican candidate George Blackwell. All these was legend people in dealing with law. Lomax Bay, you can see his name up here. That's the temple that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad them came through on the Lomax Bay. You know, Temple number 4 in Detroit. He was the grand governor, one who also went against the prophet. But this is Elijah right here, standing next to the brother with the flag. Only person without a fez on. That's Farad right there in front of him. I got a better picture of this. And then that's the prophet right here, you know, out front. So it's almost like they put it in a line, like successorship to a certain degree, you know. But anyway, man, that was a lot of unity, man, back then. Got to give honors to prophet. No, that's why I be telling people, if you can't do what this man did, stop disrespecting him. He literally died for our people, man. You know what I mean? That's crazy. But anyway, let me go on over here. I ain't finna, you know. So anyway, what I did is I actually took it and blowed it up. And actually, that's that date I was looking for in the corner, even though it was already on the paper. You know, dating. See, it says that's 8/11/34, August 11. Oh, so that was August 11/34. That is right. Okay, so right here, again, y'all see them. I put all this in a collage, respectfully, you know, so our people can see what's going on right here. We got some more messages in here we're going to get into too. That's Elijah right there. I blowed it up as far as I can, you know, to try to get this demonstration on the manifest. Let me see this here. Yeah, so I put that demonstration on there, you know, as best as I could so that y'all can see it. That's definitely the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. That's Farad Muhammad right there. That's him. That's Elijah right there. We ain't even playing. You see, here's a better picture of it, clearer. You know what I mean? But that's still got a little distortion in it, but, you know, same thing. Elijah, Farad. You know, Elijah right here, Farad right there. The prophet right there. And then this is the actual membership roll in Detroit, Michigan. Now, this convention, if you look, let's go back to the date of the convention itself so that our people can see this. See the date right there, 1928. This was actually October the 15th of 1928, the first meeting right here, right? So now let's go over here back to the membership roll. That's October. And this particular measure here was actually in July the 3rd. So this was a few months, you know, before that meeting. And this is Temple number 4, Detroit, Michigan. This is the actual membership roll. This is Noble Drew Ali's signature. Noble Drew Ali Islam. This is the monthly report and the names of each of, you know, the people that was there. Dues and everything. So in this particular draw, you see Robert Poole Bay. That's Elijah Muhammad. Right there. Brother Robert Poole Bay. Adept. And I want to say that's $25 that he probably was given for his dues. But then Sister Clara Poole Bay, which would be Clara Muhammad. See the C Poole Bay? Right? 25. Brother John Poole Bay. You know, and a lot of time, you know that a lot of people say, well, that's Muhammad, John Muhammad. But then we see James Poole Bay, you know, whoever that may be. Add up 25, look like another relevant. Then we see Brother David Ford L, which is one of the aliases of Master Farad Muhammad. Dues paid. Sister Sally Ali or Lily Ali. Some people mix them names up, but that's Ugan Ali wife. All of them was in Detroit. This is where most of the membership of the Allah Temple of Islam came from. And you see right here, Brother James Lomax Bay. That's who the grand governor of this temple was. And it get deeper. Watch this. Wait till when I really get down into it. So again, you see, That's Elijah right there. That's definitely Elijah over there. That's definitely Farad right there. We got him in the membership role. The N.O.I wouldn't have this information. This is pre-Nation of Islam. They wouldn't have this. They don't have our membership role. This is our history. And one thing about the Moors, they keep records very well, family. They keep them records very well. Y'all think it's a game. The Moors know how to keep them records. That one thing if the MSTA ain't did nothing, boy, they do keep them records. Some of the records they ain't even released to the public. They like to keep them hid. So anyway, this is Lomax Bey, for those who don't know who Lomax Bey is. He the only one had a sash like the Prophet. The only person had a sash like Prophet Noble Drew Ali. This is Lomax Bey. We're going to show you what happened. We're going to see this the cross scimitars with the Quran. This is actually the Muslim Brotherhood, which exists right now. He ended up getting affiliated with this through him, Sadi Majid. This is the brother that went and got a fatwa against Prophet Noble Drew Ali like 3 months before Noble Drew Ali died. He got a whole fatwa because he said Noble Drew Ali wasn't teaching Islam like the Arabs teach it. He went and told all the sheikhs in Egypt, and they told him he couldn't come back to the United States of America. He couldn't even come back. They told him that he wasn't even a representative of Islam. He don't have the credentials to represent. So that didn't go well for Sadi Majid, did it? But by that time, Lomax Bey had already fled into Turkey with the money that he accused Prophet Noble Drew Ali of stealing. Because they throw Prophet Noble Drew Ali furniture out into the streets. You know, and he declared himself like he gonna be the leader. And so when they left, when Lomax Bey left that temple in Detroit, what basically happened, it left a vacuum. And that's how Elijah Muhammad and Farad Muhammad, you know, was able to take those particular individuals, and that temple was converted to Allah Temple of Islam. You see? And then this is actually Sheikh Dawood, the teacher of Malachi York. He was also one that was opposed to Noble Drew Ali teachings and Farad. He said he met both of them, but he was also tied in. He was Sudanese. And when he went to Egypt, he ended up linking up when Lomax Bey went to Egypt, because he left Turkey, you know, and went to Egypt and became a tour guide. And he changed his name to Muhammad Elzadin. We got this history right here, family. And then you had this guy corresponding with him, and they met up with each other, and we got actual letters in our archives where the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was writing these brothers as well. He was writing to these brothers. So, like, if that ain't no hard evidence, family, I don't know what to tell you. I got it. I got the receipts. So again, so Noble Drew Ali had, this is what, in his inner circle, this is who established the Muhammadan Temple of Islam. You see, he was connected to Elijah, so it ain't strange that Elijah called his first drawing the Muhammad's Temple of Islam. You know, like, come on, bro. We don't play over here with this research. You see? So, let me go on. This is another picture of Sheikh Dawood. See him with the scimitar and the star with the Shahada, you know, above it. That's the same thing, basically a different version of the same thing, the cross scimitar. So Prophet Noble Drew Ali had opposition. See it here? It's the Sadi Majid right here, you know, over in Egypt. You know, same thing, you know. So that's a symbol of the Muslim Brotherhood today. Matter of fact, them the ones that's over there going to war right now in Israel. Some of the ones that say they Hamas and all that, that's what they end up becoming later. But them the type of people that the Prophet was basically dealing with in his time. And this man went to get a fatwa. You know what a fatwa is? That's a ruling. And in cases sometimes they want to take you off the count for what you teaching. You see what I'm saying? If you can get the ruling from the people. But he already had went to Egypt, and then when things hit the fan, Prophet Noble Drew Ali ended up meeting his demise like 3 months later. Go figure. Ain't nobody never gave y'all this history like this here. You gonna get it today though. So also, around the same time, like I say, Deuce Muhammad Ali was in the same area. Remember I was telling y'all that there was Muslims already over there in 1923. We seen, Farad, them might have been Ahmadiyya Muslims that was in there when I showed y'all Dr. Fawad right up in the picture I was showing y'all earlier. Yeah, them they probably was Ahmadiyya Muslims. They call themselves the American Muslim Association. But anyway, it says 1926, a reporter in Detroit's news, Foreign Beat, it says that I first met Deuce Muhammad Ali Effendi. This is Marcus Garvey's mentor right here. This is who taught him. This is who inspired Marcus Garvey. This is where Marcus Garvey even got the red, black, and green from, because he was Sudanese too. He said he was a descendant of the Mahdi lineage of Sudan. So that red, black, and green, let me show you where they got it from real quick. We're going to make it plain for you today. This is the same flag that Malachi York ended up adopting for the N.O.I. Let me see. I got to put this in there, be more specific. We're going to make sure. See, it's the flag of Sudan. I got ancestry that go there, but, the Sudan. See, this is the flag that was later, the Nuwabians ended up taking that flag, because York was saying that he descend from the lineage of the Mahdi. I guess I do too, because I got Sudanese DNA, huh? But anyway, just to show y'all, but that's where the red, black, and green came from, for the people that don't know it. So everybody talking about red, black, and green, your flag was pan-Islamically inspired when you deal with the flag of Marcus Mosai Garvey. Just know that right there. Hold up, let me see right here. Okay, you can see it right there, but I'm going to put right here flag, make it more specific so they know what's going on. Think AI probably pick up on that. See it right here? That's what the Nuwabian flag was inspired by. Come up out of there, you see? So Marcus Garvey, red, black, and green. This is where it come from, family. We can't make this stuff up. It come from a Muslim flag, basically. You see? So, anyway, it went on to say, the Effendi attached to his name was the title of nobility. Ali was then the general secretary of the so-called American Association. It says whose program, so he was America Asia. So he was part of that same group that Fawad Mehmed Bey was a part of. Oh, now we tying it in now. We really connecting the dots. Whose program was expressed in its slogans, Kipling to the contrary, through east and west is west. Though east is east and west is west. It says, somehow the twain shall meet. And that really go back to some of the pictures where you would see on the N.O.I. paper, where you have two Africans reaching across the globe of Asia. That's what that made me think about. The meeting of the East and the West in Ali's tiny office could not have been auspicious. About a year later, I met Ali as the head of the Negro Mohammedan movement on Hastings Street. It says in what is now known as Paradise Valley, which was the main battlefield in this week's clashes. Sound like they was getting it in. But anyway, Ali in the same area, Hastings Street, where the same Allah Temple of Islam was set up. Here it go right here. We're going to take you right here back to it. Y'all think I be making this stuff up. You see it right there. Hastings Street. So they was in the vicinity of each other, and they was dealing with the same movement in that time right there. I'm just bridging the gap, family. So there was some Ahmadiyya overlap. We know that the Quran that he gave Elijah was an Ahmadiyya Quran. So, okay, everybody familiar with that. So let's go to the next slide. This is just a bonus right here. French to speak to the African unity Clayton T. French, ex-Senator, Attorney General for the state of New York, will deliver an address before the Native Union of America at the Unique Colony Circle, Studio 254 West 135th Street on Sunday afternoon, April the 14th, 3:30 p.m. Attorney French's subject will be the necessity for African unity. Deuce Muhammad Ali Effendi, Egyptian historian, because he got a book too, on Egypt. It says, will preside in the Beth B'nai Abraham Choir, directed by Rabbi A. Josiah Ford, same one that I was talking about being a part of the commandment keepers in the Moorish Zionist temple, will supply the musical program. So we done connected the Hebrew Israelites one more time. Let's go back here to the government website. All these people had some overlap with each other, people. We already showed you the connection of Suleiman, who helped Prophet Noble Drew Ali found, the temple. We see right here, Dr. Abdul, 96 Mason, degree Mason, Deuce Muhammad Ali at Antarctica Schomburg that created the Schomburg Library. They was in the same building here at this meeting. Here go your boy, Rabbi Josiah Ford, right up in here. See what I'm saying? They're telling you right here. See right here? Rabbi Josiah Ford, Beth B'nai, same group. You see what I'm saying? And I'm just collaborating that information with this little newspaper art. So they was pretty much in the midst with Deuce Muhammad, in New York. All that's really just confirming what I'm saying. Who gonna go against all this right here but a fool? Now, this is the lesson that I have that I tell y'all from 1930s. It's actually more than this. This is just one of the pages. I got a whole collection, like a big, thick book, 30 years old, family. This is what it is called, a book of lessons, right? And in this particular measure, this when it get good. This dealing with the history of the tribe of Shabazz, but they mention this in there. I cropped it out just for you. It says, okay, now where was we? Yes, Fard came back to the wilderness of North America, July the 4th, 1930, because they talk about how he had moved back and forth and came here 1910, 1914. That's in the book too. I just cropped out what's necessary, to go into this here. So I won't be real long. It says 1930 with the keys and crown for our father. Saying he came back with the keys for Elijah. He Fard came to the city of Detroit, Michigan as a silk peddler. Settling his wares in the heart of the black communities, he came to the rejected and downtrodden because he knew that the mighty God that he was in search of would be found among the despised and rejected. He would be at the very bottom of society. He sold his wares from door to door, telling the inhabitants that their foreparents were once a mighty people and that they used to wear robes of the finest silk and had reached one of the highest forms of civilization. This is what Farad was telling the people when he was going door to door. Jehovah's Witnesses taught him that. It says, then known to the world of man. As he continued to teach this strange new doctrine, he began to make converts from among Noble Drew Ali's followers. We just showed you what a converts was made. Temple number 4 in Detroit, after Lomax Bey fled and left the vacuum of leadership. They was the ones that was there. He even said it. Marcus Garvey tried. He couldn't. Noble Drew Ali tried. And they both gone now. We got them all to ourselves. That's what Farad Muhammad told Elijah. It says from Marcus Garvey's followers, and them in Elijah Muhammad's own words, that's what he said. From Marcus Garvey's followers and other disenchanted blacks. So most of the first resurrection of the Nation of Islam came from the Moors in Temple number 4, and also some of Marcus Garvey followers. You see? And it makes sense. So it says, but you must remember that he was only looking for one man. He knew that it was time for him to meet such a one, and the scriptures refer to this one as the Ancient of Days, the Alpha and Omega, the mighty one who had no equal. That's what he was looking at Elijah, as according to this particular document. You know what I mean? His long lost uncle, he say. Now here's the other measure here. Another piece of it dealing with the same history. I told you this history is from that time. I was lucky to have this in my possession. I even had a questionnaire that they had, like something like the Moorish questionnaire from the Law Temple. It was like, who are you, a Muslim brother? How do you ask? I act on the square. How am I know that you're on the square? Because I am the square. What is the square? And man, it went into, why are you traveling? To raise my dead brother. By whom was he slain? For his tongue, wisdom. No, by my, my brother. No, it said, by whom was he slain? It say by the devil, but then by why was he slain? For his tongue, wisdom. I can't remember all of it, but I used to know it all by heart. But that's some of their stuff, Anyway, it goes on, and you can hear the Masonic overtone in that questionnaire too. But anyway, it goes on. It says, during this time, Master Farad Muhammad had assembled officials, just to name a few. He said, Father Divine, Daddy Grace, Abdul Muhammad, and several others at this meet asked them to choose among themselves to see who would lead the nation of Islam in his absence. So Farad was asking them to choose who they think would lead. So they didn't even consider Elijah. It says Farad, Father Divine and Daddy Grace and a few others were better educated and more refined in their speech. It said, and what have you. And after they chose among themselves, Master Farad Muhammad then made his choice. He chose Elijah Muhammad, making him his supreme minister in the nation of Islam, and they had a fit. They said they wasn't following nobody like Elijah. They said he only had a third grade education and he wasn't elegant enough, but Master Farad Muhammad was not to change his mind. Once Allah makes his choice, the only thing to do is for that choice to do what he was chosen to do. Praise be to Allah and Muhammad. So this is right here telling you what went down. Now, Father Divine and Daddy Grace and a lot of these guys, even Abdul Muhammad, the N.O.I. even say that he was a Moor before he became N.O.I. So that's another Moor right there. But Father Divine, Daddy Grace, I just showed y'all up here, when it was talking about the prophet founding this here. They was followers of Prophet Noble Drew Ali before they was following Master Farad Muhammad. So this is the same group of people here that pretty much came into the Allah Temple of Islam. And there they go. Look. See it? Said the community was founded by Noble Drew Ali of the Moorish Science Temple of America, 1913, Newark, New Jersey. Noble Drew Ali was the mentor and teacher of Elijah Muhammad, known in the Moorish Science Temple of America as Brother Elijah Poole Bey. I showed that to you in the membership roll. Father Divine and Ford Muhammad, Brother Ford Bey. Yep, Rabbi, it sounds like Rabbi Ford, probably. Or it could be Farad. But it says, and Congressman Oscar the Priest were all once students of the members of the Moorish Science Temple of America. You see? All this information right here, family, with the N.O.I., because this N.O.I. history right here. This stuff I'm reading, this is actual N.O.I. lessons. This ain't nobody else. This is old N.O.I. lesson. I got another portion right here. It says, as he began to teach his new doctrine, he said, as he began to teach his new doctrine to the black man and the new religion of the black man in the name of Islam, things began to happen. The black man began to respond to this promise, of paradise and self-rule. He set up a meeting place, which was called the Temple of Islam. That's the Allah Temple of Islam, where the black man could come and learn and hear the truth. Pardon me, it wasn't until he met Elijah in 1931 in the city of Detroit that the real progress began to be made. When Elijah Muhammad, then known as Elijah Poole, met with Fard, he recognized Farad almost immediately. Elijah said, I know who you are. And Farad told him to be cool because no one else knew this knowledge. Elijah said that he had been expecting him. Praise be to Allah and Muhammad. This is the information from the 1930s. Family, I got more over there. I got all this information still in my archives, bro. This is a real archives of wisdom. Now here's another blowed up portion of Elijah. I tried to make it a little clearer. This was one version where I was trying to clear it up a little bit. It looked like it distorted a little bit more. But that's Farad right there in front of him. That's Elijah. Here it is over here, the original one before I did it. Blowed it up. That's Elijah Muhammad, family. And that's going right back to this convention that I showed y'all right here. I put this stuff in a chronological order to try to make sure it flows well. That way y'all can follow me with it. And I cropped that out from back here. See the star right there? Elijah, that's Farad. That's the prophet. Now I'm going to go back again. Okay, that's the same thing I was showing here. Farad, Elijah, point them out. They go to flag, you know, and as we come up further, I actually had a copy of the picture here as well. Well, I was actually going to read that portion. I read that portion already of the history, but, you know, that was it right there, same thing. And then behind that, the clippings I read, and then again, that's the picture of Elijah in the MSTA of A. We ain't got to we done showed you him on the membership rolls. We done showed you countless, we got a whole bunch of newspaper clipping talking about it, but we showed you enough. Well, that right there should put there. You know, that should end the argument by people thinking all you got to do is look at the brothers, the shape on his head. You know, you can see his shoulders and the stance. When Elijah's standing on that 45, that's his posture, family. That's Elijah Muhammad right there. And outside of this, if you don't want to believe this, he actually tell you in his own words. He tell you in his own words. I got it in this book, and I'm finna pull that up in a second. It's actually the Immortal Birth book, written by Allah Jihad. You may have this already in your possession, but Elijah tell you that he was going to the Moorish meetings. I'm gonna read that to you in a second. But I want to let you see this first. If you still ain't convinced that Elijah, you know, was going amongst the people, you know what? I'm gonna go and read this first. Then I'm gonna show you what's being said right there, because that's a conversation with a brother that was actually in the N.O.I. elder that reached out to me, brother Raheem Shamori, but he actually came into the Moorish paradigm too. And me and him had a great conversation, and he exposed some things that's very powerful, family. So in this book, on page 73, the Immortal Birth book, let me show you what book that is too, so y'all will know if you want to buy this book. Let me see here. This is by Ali Jihad. And that's one of my good brothers that actually come up under the same demonstration, we'll say youth organization that I came up under, you know, in the same branch that wrote this right here from Chicago. You know, honest to them brothers, because if it wasn't for them brothers that I was exposed to in my youth, you know, I wouldn't have came into the knowledge, because that's actually what led me to the prophet. But this is his book, honest to that good brother, if he ever see this video, you know. So gratitude from that drawing. And honest to the tribe of Shabazz. Okay. So anyway, let me come over here. Let me check on my family. Oh, we got some in here. Yeah, y'all watch this and really like, share, and subscribe, family. I'm telling y'all, these receipts, I'm telling you, ain't nobody got them like this here. They ain't bringing it like this here. I'm giving it to you. After this, we done removed all the doubt as to whether Elijah was a part. Now, you finna hear it in his own words right now. So let me go back over here, and I'm going to put it on the book so y'all know the book that I'm reading from, the Immortal Birth book. And now I'm going to read from it. And this is just an excerpt from Elijah Muhammad's work. He said theology of time, but I believe it was Our Savior Has Arrived. You know, or it may be Abbas Rasul's copy, because there's two different ones, two different theology of time. And also they got the science of time too. You're confused if you didn't know no better. So he say in the theology of time, Elijah Muhammad speaks about his experience and interaction with the Moorish Americans. Page 73. So it says a group, and this is Elijah Muhammad speaking. He said, a group of Muslims called Moorish Americans, they wrote me a letter not so long ago saying that they were coming over to join up with us. So this is around that time when they was going in from the, the MSTA to the Allah Temple. He said they waited so long that I wrote and I asked them to come on. He said, and then, they were welcome because I had known them a long time, right? These brothers out of the temple. He said, okay, in Baltimore, MD, they stopped me from coming to a temple of theirs. So he said he was in Baltimore, and that had to be during the time of, under the brother I Cook Bay and G Cook Bay them. I don't know. It might have been even, if it was around that time, the Prince of Peace was probably on the manifest. He was on the manifest at that time. I don't know who was sheiking it, but most likely I think it was I Cook Bay. Yep, I Cook Bay and G Cook Bay them with the sheiks there. But when Elijah went there, this is in his own word for the people say he never attended no, bro, Elijah tell you that he went there. And you're going to see why a lot of these new N.O.I. people don't know that he went there. He going to explain that too. Watch this. It says in Newark, New Jersey, they rejected me twice. So he went to a couple of them and he said he was rejected. He said they were so afraid and jealous of what Noble Drew Ali gave them that they thought that my strong teachings of God and Islam might put some of them out of office. In other words, they was thinking that somebody was going to try to make him a grand sheik. Now that sounds familiar now because we go through the same things on certain more that try to hide teaching and cover the truth up because they think they position in jeopardy. But anyway, it says one of their brothers followed me out there in Newark, and he said, I just wish I was the sheik. He said, I wish I was the sheik. He said, I would let you teach all night because you were telling us things we never heard. This is what some of the Moors telling Elijah now in the truth. He said, but our sheik is so narrow. But about it, he said that he doesn't want to hear you say anything. He said, but it was we who want to say something. It says, and one who knows more than we. And Elijah said, I said, that's the way it should be. He said, I went on for another year, and I happened to be in Hartford, Connecticut, when I ran up on some other Moorish Americans, and one brother took me to his house for dinner. He was a little more common than the other brother, and he could reason along with the truth better. After I had dinner with him, he went around and got some of his brothers. He went and got some more Moors. He said, and had them to come listen to me talk and teach Islam. He wanted me back the next night, and he said that he was going to have a greater number of people. So he went and got some more Moors. He said, so I went back, and the group that second night asked me to come down to the temple and let their sheik give me a chance to talk to the temple. So they asked their grand sheik to let Elijah speak at the temple. So we see that Elijah been to more than one Moorish science temple. For the people that's lying, they lying on the messenger. He telling you he went to the temple. Why y'all lying saying the man ain't never attended no meetings? Come on, man. We got to stop this. So anyway, it says, so I went back, and the group that second night asked me to come down to the temple and let their sheik give me a chance to talk to the temple. And I went there, and the sheik told me I could have something to say, but make it quick. They didn't want him up there on their rostrum, proselytizing. Hey, you can get up there, but, keep moving now. But anyway, it says, so I did just what he told me. I stood up, and I saw all those red fezzes. So that was my subject right away. So all that teaching that Elijah speak on about the fezzes, he taught it to the Moors that he was teaching them on. That's the same thing that Farrakhan teach that he got from Elijah. When he started teaching on the N.O.I. lesson on the feds, the first time he addressed the knowledge, to the Moors was at that particular time. And possibly this is most definitely knowledge that he had already gained with being with the prophet on the manifest. And this was actually during that time in some of these cases. I know it was here because he's going to say Farad gave him permission to speak. So I know it was during the time, where the prophet had just passed for him. So it says, I stood up and saw all those red fezzes. So that was my subject right away. And they all were real happy. One older brother sat there and cried because he was so happy for me to interpret the meaning of his fairs. This was Wednesday, and they invited me to come back on Sunday. So he went to the temple again. They'll say, oh yeah, this is because he was teaching the Moors. And okay, we getting that. But you say he ain't never been in there. He went there to teach. No, bro, we got more information showing he was on the membership rolls, and we're going to give it to you as to why you don't know that he was there. Because he going to say it in a minute. He said, I promised them that I would go. I would, and I would go. I did go back. He said the sheik had a brother down at the door to tell me that he had changed his mind. So when he went back, basically they turned Elijah away and said that he didn't want him in his meeting because he taught some strange teachings, some of that Egyptian wisdom, and his followers were not able to take that kind of teaching now. Basically, they were saying that Elijah was teaching some Kemetic science, and I can tell this was somebody thought they was an adept or something. And they basically like, no, we ain't teaching that openly. That's supposed to be taught in secret. That's basically what I'm getting out of that there. They ain't ready for that yet. So Elijah say, I went back home. Finally, two brothers came to the place where I was rooming and told me that the sheik had changed his mind, and again that I was welcome to come into the temple of Islam, wherever he is teaching. So now this kind of tied into that thing with this temple of Islam thing. You know, I don't know. They were trying to say the temple of Islam was founded in 1924 by the prophet, and Elijah and Farad came into it then. But now I see Elijah referring to the MSTA as temple of Islam. I'm going to dig deeper for that right there. I'm going to hold that thought right there. But anyway, it says, just like anyone else, he said, but I could not say anything. He can come in there, but he can't speak. Boy, the Moor was something else back then. He said, I went and sat down and listened to them like any other visitor. And when I went back to my room, some of his followers came. So them the Moor, they kept going to get Elijah. So he had them hooked base on the way he was teaching. It says they had learned where I was rooming, and they came in and asked me if I would come down to them at a brother's house. And I said yes, and did so. The brothers wanted me to come back the next night. So I went back to talk with them again, and they began to like me so well that the sheik, hearing that they were listening to me teach at the brother's house, sent a warning out to the brother. Oh boy. It says, I stayed around there and listened, and the brothers came over, and they would not accept his warning. They disobeyed their grand sheik. It says, I got the house of the brothers so full that they could not find standing room because they wanted to hear. One or two of the brothers said, if we had a sheik like him, we would get someplace. And I listened to him, and I knew that he was right. They were very nice to me. So he said, Allah, Master Farad Muhammad, they put it in parentheses, told me to go ahead and teach them whatever they wanted like that I teach them. So this was definitely during the time of the Allah Temple of Islam, when they was getting their conversions of the Moors. You know, and so they had already been a part of Temple number 4. They had already attended the meeting like months prior to Prophet Noble Drew Ali passing. You know what I mean? They on the membership roll. We got it up there, you know, when they was on the membership roll. So all that is established. You know, I really can stop right there, but we're going to keep going just so that we can give extra clarity. He said, I must say that this is why y'all don't know where Elijah Muhammad was and why he was there, because of this. Listen to what he says. He said, Allah, Master Farad Muhammad told me, go ahead and teach them whatever they would like that I teach them. I must say that I have had a lot of experiences among different groups of people, not only trying to teach Islam, but other teachings also. I wonder what the brother was teaching outside of Islam. He said, I would go around to see what was going on among these different groups. And I learned a lot about our people in these days. They did not know who I was. They did not know who I was. They did not know who I was. I told them my name was this, or my name was that. I carried in a little notebook around with me so that when I reached a city, I would remember what I told them my name was. And this is why many of the people don't know that he was among them, because they didn't know who he was, some people. And then he gave different aliases, just like Master Farad Muhammad did. You see? So that's Elijah Muhammad in his own words. So that killed that myth that he ain't never been among the Moors. You see, he went to various different meetings. He was being turned away from the meetings by the Moors in certain cases. And a lot of it, who knows? I know a lot of the Moors in the first resurrection and that Allah Temple of Islam come from the Prophet and Marcus Mosai Garvey followers, period. I mean, we done established that right there, family. You ain't never heard nobody give this particular history like this. Now watch this. Now let us get back to our good brother, our brother Raheem Shamori. This is me communicating with the brother a few years ago because he seen me doing the post. So what happened is, he said here, this is what the brother said. He said, many of our Oriental family members look very similar. Still, they cling to their nationality, customs, attire, historical facts. They are Asiatic people also. What is sad about our people is that we talk so much about religion. Just imagine what we could have acquired if we would have listened to Prophet Noble. Just an ex-N.O.I. brother that actually came into the Moorish teaching and still honor his N.O.I. ties. And he's up in the circle. It's an elder now. He said most of the early followers of Master Elijah Muhammad were Moors. We already established that. I ain't even got to show it to you. He said what some don't know is there were Japanese and others that supported the Moorish Science Temple of America in the early days of the Nation of Islam were very active. I know who he talking about. We got the history on that. If you read the history of the Nation of Islam, you know who he talking about. He said W.D. Muhammad was an acquaintance of many of us, shared with us in an off-camera meeting in Washington, D.C. Wilmington, North Carolina. And this is talking about Ward-Din Muhammad. He said, when my father died, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, it says how Ward-Din Muhammad said the messenger spelled his name. That's how he said it spelled. And it's crazy because the letter that I got where Elijah Muhammad was writing the Sadi Majid and Lomax Bey, that's exactly the way the name was spelled on the document. It says, when searching through his personal items, we found a charter from a Moorish Science Temple of America. Ward-Din Muhammad said this from the city of Detroit. I said, what? So the brother, Shamor is saying, he said, what? These words were stated in Wilmington. Ward-Din Muhammad said this to him. The Nation of Islam local minister was present also. Just a little history note. He also said Khalid Muhammad and John Muhammad was there. So they was cleaning up the Honorable Elijah Muhammad house and they found the charter to the temple. And guess what the temple was? Temple number 4. The same temple number 4 that's referred to up here on this document, family, where Elijah and them was on the membership roll. Temple number 4. See it right there, Detroit, Michigan. July the 3rd, 1928. Temple number 4 on the James Lomax Bey, family. That makes sense. Because when he left, he abandoned the temple. He abandoned the ship and ran to Turkey with the prophet money. Talking about he the sheik. He ain't listening. And so he took a couple of Moors with him. A couple of them went over there with him. He was working over there. He wasn't even working for Berdiem. Them Turks over there had him working. Talking about he got to work his way into citizenship. Because he was trying to become a temporary citizen. So he left there and went to Egypt and became a tour guide. But I'm going to show you who he became later, who Lomax later became. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad sent his earlier followers to this brother to learn Islam under him, which proves the connection that I just showed you. Watch this. Because he's gonna change his name when he go to Egypt. So that's the temple that the brother Rahim Shamori is referring to in this measure. He said Warthin Muhammad, Elijah Muhammad's son, said when he was going through his personal item, they found the charter from the Moorish Science Temple of America family. So if they was there and the vacuum of leadership left them there and they was able to get followers to establish the Allah Temple of Islam, it all makes sense. That explains how Elijah would have had the charter, unless he was a grand sheik. So anyway, he said, Commissioner Adept Hereford, I befriended the late minister John Muhammad, regional West Coast minister for Master Elijah Muhammad. You talking about John Muhammad. It says his brother, it says from Chicago and originally from South Carolina. He said, Brother Rahim, you need to come to Chicago with me. And he said, brother, when we decided to start the nation again, we were teaching Moorish Science Temple. So they saying when they started the Nation of Islam back up, not Farrakhan branch, but I think it was on the Brother John branch at first, but it may have been the minister's message. I know I wouldn't think it was Farrakhan, but he's saying that they was teaching Moorish Science Temple. He said, Brother John Muhammad told him this. He says, even Dr. Khalid said this also. And he responded, I said, you got to be kidding me. And this probably explained influence on why the brother ended up coming into the Moorish teaching. He be on from time to time. He's still alive. The brother's still around. He check in on me. But he's giving it to you right here. And this explains why John Muhammad, Elijah Muhammad brother, came up with that fez on that video he got and explained why Dr. Khalid Muhammad say I'm a Moor. And when I say I'm a Moor, I mean what I say. I wouldn't say it if I didn't mean it. I'm a Moor and I got sense enough to know that I'm a Moor. So all of this makes sense, being that these people actually dealt with certain actions and Khalid said what he said. We ain't reaching, family. This is the real deal. If you've seen the video, I'm going to show you some of it in a minute. I'm going to show you some of what Farrakhan said too in a minute. It said, I said, you have got to be kidding me. It says, bro, the problem here is so many young brothers and sisters think they know and they don't. Some of you hard-headed family that don't want to accept this history, with Elijah Muhammad even saying that he had been in these places, shame on you. All because you think that if people know that y'all were dealing with the Moor, you think they're going to want to become a Moor again. That's what it really boiled down to. They're reading books, gathering knowledge. That's great. Instead of reading these books, talk to the pioneers that were there. And I'm glad to come into this information. That's why I shared it. Many of them are no longer present. However, there are some that are. I've met Moors in Philadelphia, were there when the prophet was preaching there. He said, I'm sure the brother is past form now. So he's saying he had met some more that was still living from the time of the prophet. You know what I mean? So I was asking him who was the local minister at that time. And he said, I asked him about the charter, and he basically said that W.D. Muhammad stated they returned it. And he asked Imam Sharif Imam Sharif. I guess that's the brother that was, I guess he was the minister. Yeah, he was. I said, was Imam Sharif the minister at that time? And the brother said at that time, the minister, no, he said El Amin was the minister. El Amin, I asked him, is El Amin still active? And he said the brother is no longer the local minister. They're not playing a role in propagating Islam anymore. So the main thing is, I talked to this elder. This elder's still alive. You can look at his name and Google it, or go into the the actual Facebook and talk to him himself, and he'll tell you this. If you think I'm lying, this is somebody come up through the N.O.I. telling you they found the charter, the temple, number 4, and they also Khalid Muhammad and them brothers were teaching Moorish science. You know what I mean? Come on. So here's some more information right here dealing with because I'm trying to close it out at this point. So we're going to run through these, but also be mindful. So this is Ugan Ali. This was the first national secretary, of Farad Muhammad before he met Elijah Muhammad. But you see them both with the fez on their head. Allah Temple of Islam. So it says 500 march to protest cult leaders' arrest. Promise to visit the police daily as protest. Detroit, November the 24th. 500 members of the Negro Voodoo Muslim cult. And these Europeans used to be, they were dragging our people back then. Recently, revealed in Detroit, marched to the Central Police Station today to demand the release of their leaders, held for questioning as a result of the investigation growing out of a sacrificial slaying of James H. Smith last Sunday. This was said to be a Moor. They say the brother, I want to say his name was Kareem Harris, basically stabbed the brother. And they said it was because he wouldn't stop teaching Moorish science. That's what they say. It says Negroes were led by Lily Ali, and they mix this up with the term Sally Ali. Lily Ali, that's the wife of Ugan Ali. It says secretary of the cult, that's Ugan Ali. It says the marchers asked for the detectives who have been investigating the cult, but dispersed when the officer said the detectives were not there. And they promised a daily march on the police station until the prisoners were released. Those held are Ali, Wallace Farad, founder of the cult, and several other Negroes also are held for questioning about the cult. Robert Harris, who police say admitted to beating and stabbing Smith to death to appease to the cult's gods, has been held since last Sunday. He is to be arraigned tomorrow on a charge of murder. So this brother stabbed, the other brother, and he said he was trying to sacrifice him to Farad. That's what made Elijah, do things like take the fez off his head. Because that's what the Allah Temple, that's what the Moors were wearing. The Moors had killed Prophet Noble Ali at this time. So that's why he did that. He didn't want to be identified, with being misunderstood because there was a lot going on. He literally was there during the time all this was going on. Moors killing more, polices, they was killing polices. Moor was going to war with the police. It was crazy. It was real crazy back then. So if he was around that, I'm pretty sure he didn't want to talk about too much of that. Just like most people now, you done seen things and you ain't finna tell people about that. So that's another one of the reasons why they don't know, about why the brother, was affiliated. This is a picture I showed in my other presentation a few nights ago, and I showed the sisters also wearing turbans, just like the brothers wore the fezes. Sisters in the N.O.I. originally wore turbans. That's Elijah there. And this is in Detroit right here. And then we got a measure here I put here on the side of here. On Allah's Temple, sedition charges, 5 leaders of the Allah Temple of Islam. Southside Negro Organization, N.O.I. Pros Monday. It says Assistant Federal Prosecutor John D. Owen told Judge P. Barnes that 4 of them already are serving federal sentences. And the 5th, Miss Pauline Baer, it says, had only a passive part in the organization. The 4 men were Elijah Muhammad, spelt the same way that they said that Ward say he used to spell his name. Chicago National Leader Lynn Kareem, minister in Chicago, Church David Jones in Washington, and Sultan Muhammad, which was also a Moor. Sultan Muhammad was a Moor as well, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. But anyway, these are all, some of these people outright Moors. So now this is what we get into the records that was being kept by the FBI. When they had the Moors under surveillance. In the Allah Temple too. It says, according to, and I don't know which, that might have been Kirkman Bay, that could have been some other bay, but it was a Moor. According to this Moor, prior to 1930, I don't know why they blackened this out. I guess it was active investigation, so they didn't want to give us the names of who these people were. But it says prior to the 1930, this is, you can get this information too if you pull it up. Investigation the FBI into the MSTA files. And it says various temples held regular meetings for registration and organization purposes. However, since the 1930, no meetings have been held. It is, and that's why I was telling you, they let the original temple, pretty much go down, and they rebuilt the Udden up on the Kirkman Bay in 1934. This was around the same time when Elijah started the Nation of Islam again. It is present policy of the organization to hold no meetings, and their rank is supposed to be carried on individually. And any instructions or information concerning the organization are passed among the members by word of mouth. He advised that it was merely a matter of policy and that regular meetings had been discontinued. So the Moors had stopped meeting after the death of the prophet, but would not celebrate on the real reason for they wouldn't elaborate on the real reason for the discontinuance of such meetings. He stated at the time, and a lot of that had to do with, that going back and forth with Sheikh Miliel. That's why they really stopped the meeting, because Miliel was the one that shut it down, and told him he wasn't putting no more sheiks up there. He would deal with trustees and vestrymen and so forth and so on. The name that was under the corporation, But anyway, it says, it was stated that at the time the regular organization meeting was discontinued in 1930, the Moorish Science Temple of America had 32,000 enrolled members. He apparently has no record of these members, but assures that the membership is at present the same, since no new members are being taken in. So basically, this brother who was informing, whoever you, I don't even call him brother, he was informing. He was basically telling the membership why it had stopped as far as dealing with them recruiting and everything. Let's get deeper into this document. It says, following information is a summary of information appeared in various files and was compiled by the writer from the review of the files in connection with the investigation of W.D. Farad, and the information contained in this memo is relative to the founding of the organization known as the Nation of Islam. The Moorish Science Temple of America would be referred to hereafter as the MSTA. So they was investigating Farad Muhammad while they was investigating the MSTA basically. At Newark, New Jersey in 1913, an individual calling himself Noble Drew Ali, or Prophet Noble Drew Ali, founded an organization known as the MSTA. The person calling himself Noble Drew Ali was a Negro male, Timothy Drew, who was born January 8, 1886 in North Carolina. Little is known of Noble Drew Ali's history. He was reported to have been employed as an expressman in Newark, New Jersey, 1913, and was supposed to have been in Cuba at one time. We got the records of him being in Cuba, and Kirkman Bay was with it. It says there's little indication that Noble Drew Ali was successful in obtaining a large following at Newark, or at any large MSTA membership was formed on a national basis. It says in 1925, Noble Drew Ali appeared at Chicago, Illinois, and preached in empty lots and on street corners of Chicago's South Side. So this is 1925. He had left Newark, New Jersey for Chicago. It says Drew Ali is described as being a semi-literate person, although he possessed an eloquent tongue and persuasive manner and native shrewdness, which enabled him to sway the poor people who listened to him. Drew Ali always appeared wearing a flaming red fez, similar to those worn by the Turks. So this lets you know Prophet Noble Drew Ali wasn't wearing no black fez, right? So in the next measure here, it says 1943. Now this goes up into some of the measure they deal with the some of the investigation when Elijah Muhammad was dealing with the draft dodge and stuff. Yeah. It says the beginning of 1930, Charles Kirkman Bay was recognized as the leader, predominant section of the MSTA, which continued to attract membership teaching the philosophy of Noble Drew Ali. The organization attracted membership throughout the United States and did not begin to deal but declined into the World War II. It says the above information is a survey of information appearing in various files. The bibliography for the above information 6929162233253100 will look like 8458329. In the course of the Bureau's investigation of the MST of A, they blanked all that out. Somebody interviewed somebody on January the 6th, 1943. At that time, they advised that he was of the MST of A, Moor Science Temple of Portland, Michigan. According to some several years previously, an individual by the name of Farad, whom he believed to be Algerian. So he's saying that Farad Muhammad, he thought he was Algerian, was instrumental in having many members leave the MST of A and affiliate themselves with a group which he referred to as Muslims. It says, which was carefully pronounced the names, and it was spelled as to distinguish it from the word Muslim. So he's saying that Farad Muhammad had basically got some converts. We done seen the history. We seen the N.O.I. saying that most of their converts come from the MST of A, so this shouldn't shock us. This just confirming everything that we done said already. Y'all can't say commission lying about nothing. It says, in this connection, it should be noted that Farad Muhammad Ali lived in Detroit, Michigan from July 1930 to 1934 during the time, which time he was instrumental in founding the Nation of Islam. Report dated December 30, 1950 reflects that in 1930, a man calling himself W.D. Ford took over a group of Negroes, which had been organized by another Negro named Noble D. Ali. Noble Drew Ali. They saying Farad took over the group, and established the N.O.I. Come on, bro. W.D. Farad is reported to be the organizer of both the N.O.I. and an organization known as the Development of Our Own. We can't lie. We ain't making this stuff up. Then it goes on. Here's another dealing with another portion of the file. Alexander T. McCone, Colonel, GSC headquarters of the 5th Army, Chicago. Oh, okay, it says 660E, Hyde Park Boulevard, Chicago 12-1350, furnished to the Chicago office a summary of information dated 12-1250 on Muslims, Holy Temple of Science in Detroit branch. In 1930, a man calling himself W.D. Ford took over a group of Negroes that had been organized by another Negro named Noble Drew Ali as Muslim Islamite group, and this group practiced the Muslim religion. W.D. Farad claimed that he was the originator of the Development of Our Own and a Muslim Temple of Islam code, cited as a proof of the book that had been copyrighted by him in the United States Library. So they saying Farad had a book that actually had IBSC in them, titled The 5 Guiding Principles. He is possibly identical with what W.D. Farad, the police report, quoted in the above paragraph. It says 1934, W.D. Farad given police notice to get out of Detroit. And he left around the time of 1934, and he left. However, there were reports that he continued to make trips into Detroit to keep in touch with Muslim movement there. And it was said, Elijah did say he's seen him a couple of more times. And then he didn't see him no more. So this is another measure too, from the same files. The organization started up under the name of the Moorish Science Temple of America, known as the Science Temple of America and the Temple of Allah. So they're saying again that the MST of A was called the Temple of Allah. Man, this thing right here is becoming something else right here, because I never looked at it that way. Is there a possibility that, the MST of A at one time, because the prophet did change the name a couple of times, could be a possibility that, the Allah Temple was a temple of the MST of A, just called the Allah Temple. Who knows? But I know the Allah Temple is how the N.O.I. came to be. But it says some of the officers of the NAACP were very much against it, but others have been known to attend their meetings. The Detroit membership is very strong, and they are attempting to start up several other Negro groups under religious names. And look what that says. look like their meetings have been attended in Detroit very regularly, and they have had as many as 1,500 in a single meet. The membership in Detroit is claimed to be about 8,500, in Chicago over 12,000. This is the Allah Temple of Islam growing out of the MST of A. You know, here's information here. This is around the time when Elijah got arrested. They actually have, I put this up here because they actually have mechanical surveillance, family. You know, they got recordings. You know, see microphone surveillance in August 21st, 1942. I would love to find out what they were saying on some of that information. Moorish Science Temple of America, microphone surveillance, 1942. So they was pretty much investigating them in the Allah Temple of Islam at the same time. It's talking about, you know, I can't hardly see and make out what's being said there. It's talking about confidential informants and all that stuff there. We see that. Here's another portion of it. See what it says, Moorish Science Temple, and they got number 4 right there. Information from whose identity is known at the Bureau Reflection Report dated September the 3rd, 1942, September the 12th, 1942, that somebody, the Grand Sheikh, somebody was appointed as the Grand Sheikh of Temple number 8 in Detroit, and then Temple number 4 in Detroit, which is the one that Elijah them was dealing with, is located in Frederick Street of Hastings. Oh my God. Now we done linked them up to what Deuce Muhammad was. We done linked them up. See that right there? They said that this temple, the Allah Temple of Islam, the meeting place, this was the MST of A temple, temple number 4, all being located on Hastings Street. Oh man, I'm seeing stuff that I didn't even see before, family. Just bringing this out again. Look at here. This is N.O.I. information here now. And the FBI, in their investigation, they getting all them. You know, when they get their information, it's always a rat or somebody that's telling it. So when they took this picture right here, yeah, buddy. Oh man, you can't, come on, man. We can't deny all of this right here, family. You know, when you accept this right here, we're going to be able to unite. But if you keep fighting this right here, you know, and looking at us like we the enemy for bringing this information out, because some people, I done had some N.O.I. family literally get mad at me for bringing this information out, talking about we lying, you know, when it's right here. So anyway, Temple number 4 in Detroit, located on Frederick Street, west of Hastings, is also reflected in the 1447 Illinois look like place, and there's a meeting place of the Allah Temple of Islam also there, and somebody who was the leader of Temple number 4, and I believe they would probably put Lomax Bay, probably took his name out of there, and that might be Fort L. That's what it looked like a D right there. Might be David Ford L. But anyway, it says the leader of Temple number 4 in Detroit, from all indications and from informants, it is believed that the Islam temples above mentioned are connected with and are believed to be the same as the Moorish Science Temple of America. So in other words, the Allah Temple of Islam was considered by them the same. In their investigation, basically, they didn't see them no different. It basically turned into the Allah Temple. It was already referred to as Allah Temple. Nevertheless, there you go right there. You know, it talks about the Ford plant with all of them working there. You know, they was working there. That's what it said about some of the people like Elijah Muhammad them and Farad Muhammad them. In the early history of the Nation of Islam, they definitely was around that Ford plant. I even had some people suggest that the Ford name was connected to Farad because it was one of his aliases. Come on, family. Who gonna give it to y'all like this here? You can't get this nowhere else. Sultan Muhammad, again, was another Moor. It says he spoke on the numbers. It had about 50, 100 members. Elijah Muhammad, one of his aliases, Ghulam Bogan, which was Ghulam is actually an Ahmadiyya name too. You know, it's talking about said to be held for, this is when he was held for his military drafting, evasion of drafting. You know, this was the draft situation. He was arrested in May 1942 on charges of conspiracy. And, it talk about Sultan Muhammad and somebody named Willis Muhammad, head of the Detroit Temple, were apprehended in Washington, D.C. May the 14th and May the 16th, respectively. David Jones, another leader of the Washington Temple, was taken into custody on 19th and is being held for a section of the grand jury to charge them of failure to register. It says, and for counseling and aiding and abetting evasion of service. You know what I mean? So it's given that history. We talked about some of that. Now here's your boy who abandoned Temple number 4. That's Lomax Bey right there. But he changed his name to Elzadeen Muhammad. Muhammad Elzadeen. This is who the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was writing the letters to. Muhammad Elzadeen Muhammad. Lomax Bey. The same brother that was with Prophet Noble Drew Ali right here. That actually went against the Prophet and fled into Turkey and ended up becoming a tour guide. This is him when he was, and he the only person that wore a sash like the Prophet. That's when he was with the Prophet. Prophet passed for him in 1959. It is said that Elijah Muhammad sent a lot of his followers to study Islam under this brother, Orthodox Islam. Because when he came back, he still was trying to teach. You can see some of the Moors right there with him too. Look like Rabbi Ford right there. But you can see the Moors over here with him. A bunch of different people was right there with, this guy, Elzadeen Muhammad, a.k.a. Lomax Bey, the former head of Temple number 4. So this is what he was building on right here. After he came back, he built his group and got them to take the picture, just like the picture the Prophet had them Moors take in Chicago. I'm going to show the picture right here. All I got to do is pull this up. We almost done too, family. We doing this to make sure can't nobody lie to y'all no more. It's time to unite now. This is Lomax Bey standing out in front of the Moorish Science Temple with the Prophet. And that's his wife in between him. And she actually had a medallion on with the scimitar and the star there. Prophet Noble Drew Ali with the sash. And this was Lomax Bey. His name was written on the credentials. He was one of the ones that been with the Prophet for a long time. So his name was on some of the official documents. But he went against Prophet Noble. He was the head of Temple number 4 in Detroit. When Farad Muhammad them pretty much was demonstrating. This was around the same time too. They had that convention meet. It's around the same time they had that convention meet. That brother there looked like Rabbi Ford right there. But anyway, let me go to this old other measure so I can close this demonstration out. This is him, Lomax Bey. If you want to look up this information, let me go here to show you this here. And they got all these pictures, some of the pictures that many of y'all never seen. I'm pretty sure that's the one there, United Islamic Society. This is somebody that was also there, Professor Elzadeen. I got a brother speaking on him on my page too. I'll probably pull that up in a second. But this is another picture of the Muslims right here. See it right there? That's him right there. They got his face covered up a little bit. But that's him right there. See the flag with the scimitars? Same flag that the brother Sheikh Dawood, Malachi York teacher, was flying under. So this was after Noble Drew Ali dead. It's like 1950s. And this is who the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was sending his students to study on. The same brother that Elijah Muhammad was writing letters to when he was in Egypt. because he was in Egypt after he fled like around 1929 and 30, and he didn't come back, until the prophet had passed for him and so forth and so on, and then he came back with his new brand of Orthodox Islam. And this is actually the video. I actually got this video.
Assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi barakatuh, family. Alhamdulillah, inshallah. You guys can see this. Had to make some adjustments, but okay, alhamdulillah. So this video is going to be a short bio of Professor Muhammad Ezzeddin and the N.O.I Universal Arabic Association. So before I get into that, just a little bit about myself. Alhamdulillah, I am a researcher from Detroit. I've been researching Islam in America for about 17, 18 years. And alhamdulillah, this is just a part of some of the results of my research. Professor Ezzeddin was a very pivotal person in Islam, in America. And so that's what this is going to be about. It's going to be very brief. But I want from you guys, for those of you, if you can hear me well, click like, or if you really want to, do some hearts. Alhamdulillah. And also in the comment section, drop down and let me know which city you're from. You know what I'm saying? So I can try to see what reach we're getting, inshallah. So just type your name of your city, and also tag people who that might be interested in Islam in America, particularly indigenous Muslims. This is what this is about. Okay, so who was Professor Ezzeddin? Well, alhamdulillah, he was born in South Carolina in America in the late 1800s. He moved to Chicago around about 1920 or so. And while he was in Chicago, he met with Mr. Drew Ali, and he became a ranking member in the Moor Science Temple. He was one of the incorporators that's of record there. And so he worked there, and he helped build the organization there. And he was such a good teacher and giver and bringing people into the organization that they then moved him to Detroit in 1927. And then that year he incorporated the Moor Science Temple in Detroit, and he ran the temple there. His title at that time was the governor, and he originally set up in the area known as on the street called N.O.I, in the area of Lower East Side of Detroit, called the Black Bottom or Paradise Valley, depending on who you talk to. And so he was in that area amongst other Muslims, right? So in that area at the time, it wasn't uniformly African American or black. It was.
I noticed he say he was in Black Bottom, Paradise Valley. That's where that temple was located. I showed you Hastings and all of that. Same area where they say Farad was. So that right there automatically killed all the other speculation. We heard Elijah Muhammad say that he went to temples. We heard him say Farad told him he can teach the Moors. We heard him say they took members from the Moorish membership. Now we see that this was all in the same area. I mean, man, I should write a book on this.
Was other immigrants from other nations who were Muslim. You had Indian, Turkish people, well, mostly men, I should say, who were living in that area. And as he began to...
Let me stop it. Did you hear who they say was in that area? Didn't I tell y'all that Dr. Ford had already met there in that area? Right here, family. Turkish Muslims. in the area, Detroit. Come on, family, we can't make this up. I told y'all, Fawad Mehmed Bey, Farad Muhammad the Master, Master Bey mean master. Look at it, 1923, May the 22nd, Detroit, Michigan. We can't make this stuff up. You see the flags, American over here, these Turkish Americans, and there you go again. I keep telling y'all, we can't make this stuff up. Come on, man. Same cat right here that Elijah got right here on his fireplace with him and his wife. Can't make it up. We know he ain't gonna put nobody else up there that high, but Dr. Fawad Mehmed Bey, or Master Farad Muhammad, just another alias. And this was pre-N.O.I. Remember? Come on now. It's all making sense now, huh? You can't naysay on this, can you? Not with all that evidence. It would be crazy to do that. Let me go back up here again to the brother, let him finish, because he ain't got a lot, so I ain't gonna play the whole video. I just played
to,
you know where it's at.
Go out and recruit other African Americans. That particular temple grew to be one of the largest and most profitable, right? So he set up businesses, and this is very important to what his success was, in that he just wasn't a preacher of religion, but he was also about self-help for the people. And they built businesses, laundromats, restaurants, grocery stores, that type of thing. And so, but in that area, there were also Sunni Muslims who were living in Detroit at that time. They were students of Deuce Muhammad Ali, who was a very pivotal person in Pan-Islam and Pan-Africanism. He was one of the teachers of Marcus Garvey. So, and when he came to Detroit, Deuce Ali, he set up a masjid on Hastings Street as well. And he began to teach African Americans. And this was in 1926, 25, 27, and so forth.
Now, y'all remember.
And so
I showed y'all the newspaper clipping right here. Let's go back to that clipping real quick. I showed y'all when Deuce Muhammad was over there teaching in Paradise Valley, you know, in that particular time period right here. You notice he said 1926 and 27. See what it say in 1926 as a reporter on Detroit News, a foreign beat, that I first met Deuce Muhammad Ali Effendi. See, he phased up over there. See what it was? A Negro movement. They say he was the head of a Negro movement on Hastings Street in what is now known as Paradise Valley. So we got Fawad Muhammad, Elijah Muhammad, Deuce Muhammad. We got Lomax Bey, and all of them over there in Paradise Valley. We got the Ahmadiyya movement over there. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, goodness gracious. We done placed everybody on the scene, family. If this was a crime, everybody would be convicted. You know, that's crazy. Like, I mean, how much more that need to be proved after that? But we're going to keep doing it because we know it's still going to be some naysayers. We almost done, too, by the way.
Brother Lomax Bey at the time, he was in this environment, okay? And so, as it was, he began to interact more with these people, and he began to have a different and better understanding of Islam. Wanted to join him. And so what he did was he decided in early of 1929 to incorporate a masjid at the time. And so what he did was he won, okay? And so as it was, he began to interact more with these people, and he began to have a different and better understanding of Islam. And as a result of that, he wanted to switch the direction of the Moorish Science Temple in Detroit. And so there were a number of families that wanted to join him. And so what he did was he decided in early of 1929 to incorporate a masjid. At the time, this was, again, 1929. They didn't use like terms like masjid. They didn't use that. They didn't want to confuse the people with a lot of Arabic terms. So what he did was they would call them temples. And what he wanted to establish was called the Mohammedan Temple. This is what was supposed to have been the name at that time.
Remember I told y'all that? He wanted to establish the Mohammedan Temple. Now watch this. We almost done. Y'all see the slides almost ended. Remember I was showing you this right here? When I showed you how the one come many? And I showed you in 1929. See that Mohammedan Temple right there? That's Muhammad El-Zadeen. See? Elijah Muhammad's first temple was called Muhammad's Temple of Islam. They were both in Detroit. Elijah was writing to El-Zadeen Muhammad. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. Might have been one temple. They was in the same area. They affiliated. Elijah's son, his father, was to study with him when he came back from over there in Egypt to learn the Arab Islam, or learn the Quran from him at least. So, I don't know, family. You know, I have to find more information on that, but yeah.
And the government informed the offices of the Moorish Science Temple that this organization was being created, and this created a conflict. By that February, Mr. Drew Ali had came to Detroit. There was a big meeting and discussion, and in this discussion, basically, Professor Azizuddin at the time, his Lomax Bey, he said that basically he would lead the people, you know, and that he wasn't going to send any more money from their businesses that they had in Detroit back to Chicago. And so this created an even larger fissure amongst the brothers. And so, of course, the conflict ensued. And not to belabor and go into those details, but nevertheless, there was a conflict. And as a result of the conflict, Professor Azizuddin then left the organization.
He didn't leave. Prophet Noble Drew Ali removed him from office, family. It's on the record. Basically, he got into bed with the Arabs, and that's why Noble Drew Ali said in his or statements, don't let the foreign Muslim get up on your rostrum. You know, that's the reason why Prophet Noble Drew Ali said that.
There's some is where it's not clear, did he remain in Detroit for the duration, or did he immediately leave to New York? But alhamdulillah, what he did do is eventually by 1930, we know that he did go to New York. And in May of 1930, he set sail for Turkey. And his reasoning for going to Turkey is that he wanted to establish a land, a term, what Muslims called hijra, right? Hijra is to move and leave a land or area where you are oppressed as Muslims and move to somewhere else in an area that's controlled by Muslims. And this is what he attempted to do. So he went and attempted in May of 1930 to establish a land base in Turkey for all of those who wanted to follow him, right, and practice Islam, but without the oppression. And so at this time, Turkey was the Umayyad Caliphate, or what is normative in European languages, the Ottoman Empire, right? It was a Muslim land, but by the late 1920s, Turkey had moved away from that to a more secular society, right? They're moving to become more.
They couldn't even read the Quran over there at that time. They couldn't wear fez or none of that. So that's why he was being treated under enslavement. He ended up leaving Turkey and went to Egypt. And then he came back, and started teaching or whatever later and established the N.O.I community is what happened. But, you can go to the website. I don't want to waste a whole lot of time on this. I just wanted you to hear the history of him being in the temple, then him leaving the temple. And you can go and look into more about Professor Ezzeldine, whom Elijah used to send a lot of followers of the N.O.I to study under, whom Elijah was also writing when he was in Egypt. We definitely got all of that information, and he spelled his name the way Wardeen Muhammad say he spelled it, not the way you see it now, in the proper way they spell Muhammad, but he had it with the O. You know what I mean? So let me go back to the slide so I can close this thing out. Get to the last little slides here and run through them. That's where we at now. We done covered pretty much everything that need to be covered. We got a few more items that we'll cover briefly, but not nothing what we feel like we got to go into. Again, this is the Mortal Birth book, and I showed this also in our demonstration on the tribe of Shabazz. This is the father, Captain Joseph, who was the head of the fruit, used to be on Malcolm's security detail. Joseph, I forgot his ex, but basically he was Captain Yusuf Shah. This is his father. His father was a member of the Moorish Science Temple, and he was friends with Elijah Muhammad. He was actually in, let me see which one he was in over here. I think it was Baltimore. It was Baltimore that the brother, William Gravendale, Captain Yusuf's real name is Joseph Gravendale. So this is his father. His father was in the temple, and that's where him and Elijah actually knew each other from. So he went over there originally, but he was still trying to teach the prophet's teachings. And so Elijah and them just let him go on by the business because they didn't want to deal with that. See what I'm saying? The temple in the city, 10 members, the temple home of Arthur Gravendale. So they was in there doing their thing. Here is the excerpt from the Immortal book, son of Joseph Gravendale. It's supposed to be actually the other brother, but it says one of Elijah's old friends in the Moorish Science Temple before encountering the Nation of Islam. The younger Joseph was an alcoholic who couldn't hold a job in Detroit, and he was arrested for involuntary molestation of women after exposing himself to urinate on the street corner. This is before he became Captain Joseph. Fearing that Joseph would wind up dead in the gutter, his father, at the time leader of Detroit's Moorish Science Temple, sought help from Elijah. And the messenger told Joseph that he'd been spending 7 weeks with Malcolm X. And after 7 weeks, Elijah promised Joseph would be free to stay with the Muslims or go on his way. And Joseph did join the Nation of Islam, and Elijah kept him close to Malcolm by naming him the minister's bodyguard. Joseph later fathered Malcolm to Harlem, where Malcolm became minister of Temple Number 7, and Joseph was named captain of the fruit. 1956, Captain Joseph went to Elijah Muhammad with unfounded rumor that Malcolm had impregnated the apostles' teen secretaries. Malcolm demanded that Joseph be punished for spreading lies, but the captain had a direct link to Muslims and roots in Moorish science that could have caused a scandal if pushed too hard. Elijah named Joseph the head of the Fruit of Islam for the entire East Coast, putting him under only Supreme Captain Raymond Sharif and Elijah Muhammad Jr. So we ain't got to go into that history. It's some real heavy history behind them individuals there, especially when it comes to Malcolm. but we ain't gonna cover that here. But anyway, we showed the teachings of Master Farad Muhammad in contrast to the teachings of Noble Drew Ali, because it was actually found, that they was actually using the teachings, of the N.O.I. In one of the documents, actually in this newspaper clipping right here. In fact, I'll go over it first. In the Hunt for Islam, and this is Mahmoud, 626 Vernon Avenue, Prophet of Allah, Temple of Islam, same address, that's 617, Rose Avenue, Temple Minister. And Mahmoud is actually Elijah Muhammad, one of his aliases. He used to call himself Mahmoud, Ghulam Bogans, and a couple of more names. But anyway, it talk about them and the draft dodging, and they said that they had advocated direct allegiance to American Negroes, to the Japan. They talked about the Ethiopian Pacific movement, a couple of more movements. It was a couple of different groups that had linked up together, basically. Some people dealing with the NAACP was involved. They went to talking about God bless Hitler. They say they were saying that Tokyo would save America. That was actually one of them leaders, them Japanese leaders too. Tojo, I forgot his last name. But Negroes he gonna help them get rid of the white yoke. That's why in a lot of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad literature, it talks about, the mothership being over there in Japan and all that. You see what I'm saying? And that they were going to be the one that bring the war to the United States and all this here. They had been exposed to information talking about certain apparatuses or whatever. But it says speakers asserted that Muhammad killed over 600 million Christians and put 90,000 whiteheads in a hole, and that the nations of Islam have 36,000 or 30,000 trained soldiers who will follow Japan to world domination. So this is the type of rhetoric that made them come at the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. So they said typical of the propaganda that these extracts from a specially written Quran furnished to the members. So they found this basically on them. Who are Adam and Eve? They are the mothers and fathers of the human family, Asiatics and Muslims. Who is guarding the holy city of Mecca to keep the unbelievers away? Angels. What is the modern name for those angels? Asiatics. Are we, the Moorish Americans, any relation to these angels? Yes, we all have the same father and mother. The Asiatic nations of the New World were described by Mahmoud, which is Elijah, as Moorish Americans, and his name for Negroes. So too were dark-skinned millions of America, Central America, and the Caribbean islands. So they actually found, a copy of the questionnaire of them teaching from that. And this is Elijah teaching that the people were Moorish Americans, according to this measure. Allah Temple of Islam again. There it is right there. See what I'm saying? This is all the information right here. We can't play with it, but in connection to this here, about this is actually the 101. The 102. The 101s is what they was reading from in that plane, because the 102s is older than the 101s. In the 102s, it reads certain things a little different. They mostly the same, but a lot of this you can tell the N.O.I. drawed off of this. When it was talking about who were Adam and Eve, they was the ones who brought about a discord in the holy city of Mecca and was cast out. That's what Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught. Adam and Eve was the one that caused confusion in the Garden of Eden. And that was taught by the MSTA prior to that. Where they went in the year. What is the modern name given to their children? Romans. What is the shade of their skin? Pale. Who is guarding the holy city of Mecca to keep them from returning? Angels. See? Now when you come over here, and it say, why isn't the devil settled on the best part of the planet Earth? Because the earth belonged to the original black man, and knowing the devil was wicked, and there would not be any peace among them, he put him out on the worst part of the earth and kept the best part preserved for himself ever since he made it. The best part is in Arabia, the holy city of Mecca. Huh? Colored man or Caucasian is the devil. Why did we run Yaqub and his made devil from the roots of civilization over the hot desert into the caves of West Asia, as they now call it Europe? What is the meaning of you and rope? How long ago? What did the devil bring with him? What kind of life did he live? How long before Musa came to teach the devil a forgotten technology? It says, because they had started making trouble among the righteous people, telling lies, they accused the righteous people, causing them to fight and kill one another. Yaqub was an original man and was the father of the devil. He taught the devils to do this establishment. And Yaqub is nothing more than another way of saying Jacob. Yaqub means heel catcher. A lot of people don't know. In the book of Genesis, it said that the head of the seed, the woman the woman's seed heel would bruise the head of the serpent. So this heel catcher can either be the serpent striking at the heel of the seed, or the seed itself stomping the head of the serpent. Nevertheless, the word Yaqub means heel catcher. You see, so they tie that into the concept of Jacob, and they talk about the grafting of the cattle, and they get the Yaqub concept mixed in with a little scientific teaching and some L. Ron Hubbard doctrine back then too, because they were drawing from some of that too. So it says the root of civilization, and we don't say that to be funny. We saying Farad has studied among a lot of different people, family. Farrakhan even said that. The root of civilization is Arabian desert. We took from them everything except the language, and we made them walk every step of the way. It was 2,200 miles he went savage and lived in the caves of Europe. U means hillside, rope is the rope to bind in. It was 6,019 years ago, 100 years ago. And so, 19 years ago. So when they say they went into Europe and their children was Romans and they was pale, and that the angel was keeping them away, and the modern name of the angel was Arabian, and what is the shade of their skin? Olive, saying that they was dark, original Cushite Arabians. Are we the Moorish Americans in relation to those angels? Yes, we all had the same mother and father. Now, I just told you that Adam and Eve had descendants, and they was called those who went into Europe, the Romans, the pale skin. And then they asked the question down here in the 102s, give 5 names that are given to the descendants of Adam and Eve: Lucifer, Satan, devil, dragon, and beast. So now we get the understanding on why they was referring to, these one that went into Europe as the devil. You see what I'm saying? It was taught like this in the original 102s. What is the devil sometimes called the lower self? That would really be a representation of what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad called the brown germ. Name the 2 selves. There are 2, the higher self and the lower self. So the higher self would represent the original germ, and the lower self would represent the grafted germ. How do I know this? Because I studied their teaching well. It said, what people represent the higher self? The angels who protect the holy city of Mecca. What people represent the lower self? Those who were cast out of the holy city and those who accept their teaching. I'm telling you, family, we cannot make this stuff up. I ain't got no bomb to drop, but this is hard evidence right here, family. And in closing, we also have a comparison between the MSTA and the Nation of Islam. In the MSTA, God is Allah in the Nation of Islam. Prophet Noble Drew Ali is the prophet. In the MSTA, Prophet Fard, I showed you they were referring to him at one time before he was called Allah in person. Prophet is a manifestation of Allah, MSTA. In the Nation of Islam, Prophet is a manifestation of Allah. Prophet is the founder of the MSTA. Prophet is the founder of Allah's temple. Prophet saves blacks from wrath. Prophet saved blacks from wrath in the MSTA and the N.O.I. Members are Asiatics and Moors. Members are Asiatics under the Nation of Islam. Members are Muslims. Members are Muslims under the Nation of Islam. Religion is Islam. Religion is Islam. Adopt Moorish names. Adopt Muslim names. Women wear head coverings. Their turbans. Women wear their head coverings as well. They used to wear turbans over there. They got the hijab type of thing they wear in their little hat with the Muslim girls. The MGT. It says flag is red with a 5-pointed star. Flag is red with a 5-pointed star. Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Freedom, justice, and equality. Islam. Native Americans are Asiatics. Native Americans are Asiatics. We seen them teachers. Holy day is Friday. Holy day is Friday. Services on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Services on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. 3 standing prayers per day. 3 standing prayers per day. Pray to the east. Pray to the east. segregation of sexes, racial endogamy, monogamous, divorce is taboo, patriarchal, dancing is prohibited, halal food taboos, diet is vegan, diet is ideally vegetarian. So, these are certain things where you have comparisons being made between the two. That brings us to this point. Where should the Moors and the N.O.I meet in the road? But message to the black man was a wake-up message for our MSTA family. This would have been the first degree, of them coming into a state of consciousness. As Noble Drew Ali said, the year 2000, the Moors were coming to their own. And he said if Moors wasn't careful, their own brothers would lead them back into slavery. He said if we weren't careful, we would know, he was here 50 to 60 years after he was born. So anything that took place in between the time of 1929 and the year 2000 is preparation to us coming into our own. Our own government is what we're talking about. So message to the black man would be the first degree, of initiation of the consciousness of the people through the Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaching. The theology of time would be the next phase, and it would have prepared them properly, our N.O.I family, to come on into the exhuming of a nation and come together under the same government, that we under now, and bring our people into oneness. But they still thinking on the religious aspect. I met some N.O.I people that's scared of the theology of time. They talk about cycle ages. They talk about other stuff, that a lot of them don't want to deal with because they don't feel like they can confirm and verify it. And that's why I say I studied these things thoroughly. I know it. I got these books. You see what I'm saying? So in the theology of time, for example, some of the stuff that's been looked over. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, the job he has been given is not enough for one. It will take 7 angels or 7 scientists to get it done. So he acknowledged that he wasn't the only man that had a job to do. A lot of people don't know that. Let the N.O.I tell it, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was the end all be all, but he didn't teach like that in the theology of time. See what he said right here? He said each one has to do a certain job. Like you read it from the Bible, that one scientist went out and his job was to send a plague of wind, or send a plague of storms, or send a plague of fire, something like that. These are the type of men I'm speaking of. I know them, and they know me. And every one of them has a job to do. It's 7 of them. Allah says that the job is not enough for one, but 7 of them will be ordered to do it. Who these 7 angels is, the brother talking about, the 7 scientists. And think it over. He say, think over it. These are not spooks, they are men. Last of all is that dreadful angel, which places one foot on the land and the other one on the sea. Now, Prophet Noble Drew Ali in his questionnaire always had 1 foot on the land and 1 foot in the sea, because he represents the 7th angel. You see? So anyway, it says, list of all that is dreadful, that dreadful angel places 1 foot on the land and 1 on the sea. That's the dreadful one. That's the 7th one. The book says, and Allah affirmed that he lifted up his right hand and his left hand to the heavens. And this is the way that the Muslims pray. Now that remind me of our Adab prayer. You know what I mean? How we stand, with our hands exalted. Matter of fact, the chairman going to demonstrate it in a minute. I want to say he got it. But y'all know what I'm talking about. So that 7 is very special. That's the Prophet lapel pin with 7 on, coming from the Pan American Conference in Havana, Cuba. That's the original Moorish Holy Quran, where our seal come from in the Moorish American government. You can see this was during the time the chairman was in the MSTA. They was toting that same seal back then. The circle 7, a symbol of the 7 scientists. And so here I basically honored all of those who were great, amongst our people. I went into the Kemetic language and then found the root to the word Mahi, which they talk about the rightly guided one of the Mahdi, and the word Mahi, which means to direct and supervise. And you can find this Egyptian word actually over here in some of the hadith of Orthodox Islam. And it talks about the name of Allah's messenger narrated by Jabir bin Mutim. Allah's messenger said, I have 5 names. I am Muhammad and Ahmad. I am Al-Mahi. They didn't say Mahdi, it said Mahi, through whom Allah will eliminate the kufr, disbelief, and infidelity. I am Al-Hashir, who will be the first to be resurrected. And says the people being resurrected thereafter. And I am also Al-Aqib. There will be no prophet after me, right? To the Arabs. So anyway, the Mahdi is the one that's coming for the last days. Muhammad himself said the Mahdi was going to come from a people of the latter days, because the Arabs asked him, is he going to come? No, he ain't going to be born in your time. He going to be born in the last days. That's when the Mahdi was going to come. And he would not be of the Arab stock, is what he told him. So I went here in the Quran where it says Al-Hadi. That's one of the attributes of Allah. That's where Mahdi come from. Himself says, indeed, it is Allah, God of those who have believed in the straight path. The word used there is Al-Hadi. And thus have we made for every prophet an enemy from among the criminals. But sufficient is your Lord as a guide and a helper. Surah 25, ayat 31. Same word, when it say guide, that's come from the Arabic word Mahdi. So what I'm showing is all of these brothers were rightly guided by the great God and their ancestors, and can be called Mahdis in their own right when it comes to dealing with their people. Prophet N.O.I Ali would have been the first, because Farad and Elijah came behind him. What his name was a forerunner, Marcus Garvey, so he was for paving the way. A forerunner paved the way for somebody. We call him John the Baptist, that prepared the coming of our prophet. So, you had Malcolm. He represented the Mahdi of his time. Some would say the minister, Clarence 13X, Khalid Muhammad, all of them come in that spirit. My chairman, you know what I mean? All of them represent different expressions of what, a Mahdi is, to direct, to supervise, to guide in this last day of time. So we ain't got to try to make it seem like one man is greater than the next. Do like the Quran say, and stop pitting them against each other and see the oneness. So it says, there is always risen a rightly guided one. This is me right here. Born from amongst us, as Allah is still making his love thoughts manifest. You can't stop Allah from thinking. A prophet is a thought of Allah manifested in the flesh. So to stop prophets from coming, you got to stop Allah from thinking. It says, this is the uniting of the Asiatic states, that we may unite the Asiatic nations. Allah is our guide, and it is he whom is leading on, and victory is sure. Note, it was the translator's choice to annotate, there will be no prophet after me. You see, not Prophet Muhammad. We must watch out for this. And I'm speaking of in this particular measure here. See, they put, there will be no prophet after me. See, it's in brackets. That means it was added. It wasn't originally in the original language. You got to look at that. So, also in the breath, giving honors to those amongst our people. We told you about where this flag came from. It actually come from the Mahdiist regime in ancient Egypt. And Deuce Muhammad Ali is who introduced our brother Marcus Garvey to these colors, which came from the flag of Egypt. So it's an Islamically inspired flag. We just have the star in the center, dealing with Pan-Africanism, so forth and so on. And honest to all of these good brothers here, Dr. Clark, Dr. Ben, everybody, on the manifest. These brothers was together, honest to Dr. Khalid. You know what I mean? All of them was dealing with that red, black, and green banner. It was the Moors who, came forth and brought our people into the consciousness and the unity. Our brother Marcus Garvey said, one God, one aim, one destiny. And Prophet N.O.I Ali answered by saying, basically, salvation, our God, and unity. Honorable Elijah Muhammad came behind that saying freedom, justice, and equality. You see what I'm saying? So if our family was on point, they'd have well studied the message to the black man. Well, he used the term so-called Negro, so-called color. He told you in message to the black man that our people was dead, in need of resurrection, but they get offended when they hear the Moors saying that. So let's come to a compromise, because Prophet Noble Drew Ali also say death is not an enemy to a man, but a friend. So let's look at that. Not only that, but when we go into the essence of it from a deeper standpoint as well, okay, you accept black as your description, but can you accept Moor as your nationality? Because that's two different things. And all of us don't look dark as Chaco. We come in different hues. You see? Honorable Elijah Muhammad even tell you, I got a lesson where he tell you black is not your nationality. You see? He tell you, your true, nature is that of God. It ain't got nothing to do with your land mass or the color of your skin. I got a lesson where Elijah teach that. But people don't teach that. So these are actually, the compilation of the books that I have been reading from. I was telling y'all the lessons. I still got them. Honors to my first teacher, Brother Kasim, for giving me these. If he ever see this video, brother, he was a 5%er too. That's who I got all my, my supreme mathematics and all that from, that brother. He was related, to the brother Brad Nubian them and Grand Pooba them. Honors to that good brother, and welcome home, brother, if you ever see this video. That's who named me Brother Shaheed, by the way. I still got them lessons he gave me. So anyway, this is another measure here where I give it into the theology of time. And also I use the title to one of the books of Elijah Muhammad, which is This Is the One You Need Not Look for Another. And in this particular measure, you see where Elijah spoke in the theology of time. He said, a man spoken of in the beginning of the book, spoken of as straightening up the old path and making a way for God to come to the people. He makes a path, then your Lord, your God, whom you wish to see, will come suddenly after Elijah makes a path for it. The path is too crooked for God to come on. Elijah must come in and make some followers. It says this is how, what they call a pathway. It says he's got to have something of his own to come after. All he wants you to do is just give him your chance, a chance to claim you, so he can fight the enemy that has held you in bondage of sin. So the book teaches us that Elijah must come and make a way for his God to come and get his people. Now we know the Nation of Islam don't believe in spookism. So who is this God coming behind Elijah? We know Farad was said to be the God that came in person in his time. And the N.O.I tell you nobody never come back from death physically. So we know Farad ain't the one coming behind Elijah. So who is this God man that's coming behind Elijah? Huh? Elijah just make a few people so that God could have and claim the old. So Elijah's foundation, he said that he brought a wake-up message. He was just laying a foundation. But a God man coming behind him is what you don't hear our people talk about. Don't try to act like a spook coming behind him now, like Farad Muhammad got another body he working through, because Honorable Elijah Muhammad never taught that. It got to be a God man this time, and his mission got to be the same thing of what Elijah said it was. This is a wonderful. It said Elijah straightens out the world of his people with just a few. Immediately, here comes the owner of all, coming behind him. You think that's talking about a spook, or is it talking about a man? I'll let you figure that out. So this is the chairman from the Exhuming of a Nation. He said a nation of Moorish Americans founded by their holy prophet Noble Drew Ali is actually the proverbial rejected cornerstone, the lost tribe of Shabazz, the lost found nation of the West, and the return of the ancient ones, the Ishmaelite, the tribe of Ali, the 144,000 etc. Martin Luther King referred to them as we the people would get to the promised land. This nation is properly revealed as the lost found tribes of Ali. This name is exact because the holy prophet Drew Ali is the only one that found them, right? Gave them, pardon self, their true free national name and claimed them. Naturally, he had to break the Roman seals in order to redeem his people hidden therein. Notice it say he claimed them. What did the Honorable Elijah Muhammad say right here? Said Elijah straightened out the world of his people with just a few, and immediately there comes the owner of all. You see? And so Elijah makes a few people so God can have claim on the whole. and claim on the whole is all of us coming together under one free national name, coming into our Moorish American government. You think that Elijah wasn't talking about government? Watch this. And we finishing up right now. Watch what Elijah say here. So he gonna get into your mind. That's why I say they don't read the theology of time. A lot of them just throw that one on the shelf. It says the will of God is that you and me do his will, do his bidding, so he can bless us for good work and not our evil work. We have arrived at a time, it says, that whether you believe it or not, the will of God will be done now. The will of Satan has been done for the last 6,000 years. His time is now up, and the will of him whom is prophesied will come after him is now building a kingdom of peace and righteousness. It's here at work now. I am what some of them call a forerunner. So Elijah said he was a forerunner, meaning he's seeing somebody coming behind him. He said, I am he that called myself the last messenger from God to direct you in the path that will lead you to him, not a spook. He said, you will be saved from the destruction that is out there knocking at the door. And you're going to have a terrible time getting out of the way of this enemy of yours. Right? He went on, also from the theology of time. He said, I want Christian preachers to listen. He said, to all that I have to say. He said, then you ask me anything that I don't make clear to you, to make it clear. Since you are a student and preachers of the scripture, then you ought to know me, because the Bible prophesies Elijah coming to you, and I am Elijah. This man prophesies in the Bible teaches that he must first come. And then he first come, meaning he must come before God to make a way for God to come. Is he talking about a spook or a man? If that man has to come first and not God come first, but he must send this man first, then he comes after this man. What is this man? It says, and why is he so important that he must go ahead of God? He must prepare the way. Why doesn't God prepare the way? Why should he send Elijah to prepare the way? Because he prepared Elijah to prepare the way. And this is done by governments and nations. They say all over the world, but I was stopping it at that period. So he's saying God's demonstrate this right here in regards to sending people as a representative of governments. So I say if the Honorable Elijah Muhammad stated that he was preparing the way for God and God would come after him, who is the God man that will come after him? Also to my N.O.I family, do you know the difference between the coming of God and the presence of God? Because he said God came in the person of Master Farad Muhammad. That would have represented the presence of God, okay, during that time period. But now we in this new era in time, then who is this one coming after Muhammad? Is he a spook or is he a man? Huh? So he said, he went on, he said, I'm a messenger. I have a message to deliver you from the Lord of the world. We need professional people, he said, to get going. You're going to find out who these professional people is in a minute. Get going on what? To get going on building us a world of our own. He said, we want a world of our own. He talking about self-determination. We need professional people to get started with that world. I no longer want the world that I was born in. I want my own world. I don't want you to be so absorbed and immersed in the world that you can't get out of it to build one of your own. So he understood that his movement wasn't the end all and be all, and he was trying to build a world of his own. Now watch this. He's going to get clear on this. One thing I must remind you of, I cannot accept you working for me unless you want to be right. If you don't want to be right, you won't be working for me. I'll be working against you. I want you to know these things, professional people, that I am here to lay the foundation for a new world, a new government. And we can't follow the old world in this government, which we have known. So when we hear our brother minister, and I love the brother, you know, nothing against him. I told you he inspired me in the vision. But when we hear him say United States government, our government, United States flag, and he referred to it as our flag, that tell me that he wasn't the one that was cut out to do this job, to build this government. I even have a measure where I was sitting on a panel with the minister, and he was asking the people on that panel, you know, what type of government it is that they want to build. You know, his job was to interpret the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's teachings, and he did a good job with that. But his job wasn't to build that government. That's the job for another man, to build a government. So it says we're going to build a new government, and the government is the government of righteousness. The hereafter means after the destruction of the wicked and their wicked government. That's what we mean when we say hereafter. The hereafter is coming soon for America. She is the first to be destroyed because she has mistreated us so terribly wrong, until God is tired of waiting on us to make up our minds to leave evil and come over to righteousness. So who is building the government? Who is the God man? Because our family feel good in being up under that 501c3. They can't teach government under there because they'll take their funding from them. So they can't talk government like that. It says the sun is going down in the west, and this teaching will raise a powerful son in spirit of truth from this part. So here he is again, talking about somebody coming behind him. Of the planet of ours, it says, from whom God has raised. He talking about somebody being raised up. No more will you look to the east after this for a light of truth to come. That light of truth which the scientists of the east were not able to give you will come from the west. Son of Islam, and the truth rising in the west. That will change the disposition of worship. You won't look to the west, nor to the east, north and south for wisdom. Everywhere you go, you will find it. The Bible says and prophesies of the truth in that day, and it says, you shall no more go out to Jerusalem, the temple, or there at Jerusalem seeking God, but wherever you may be, you will be a temple in yourself, the temple of perfected man. Therefore, it won't be necessary to go out to no certain place, pointing out a house with truth in it. You will be the truth. That's what we teach, family. That's what we teach in the Moorish American government. You the truth. You the temple of perfected man. You ain't got to face no direction to worship the great God Allah. Face yourself. Face your consciousness. The God man within. But Elijah said that this truth was going to rise up after him, and the spirit was going to be raised up on this part of the planet by us. Listen to what he said. He said, a man, you call him whatever you want to, given a job as I have been given, can't take the material things of this world and bring it as a foundation for another world. These things here in books that I have read will not do for building a new world. We must have new teachings. We already know when it comes to our brother Elijah Muhammad, them 104 books that he was given, he's saying we need new books and have new teachings. This is what the brother said. This is what he said. Now watch this. He said, you notice that the whole universe is egg-shaped. The planets in the universe, it said, are egg-shaped, pardon self, and they are not perfectly round spheres. Well, this is leaving a little work for some wise man. That is, that which I am not able to perfect. Then someone must perfect that thing. This is the way we look at wisdom. He's expecting somebody to come behind him and do what it was that he won't be able to do. Just like Prophet Noble Drew Ali said the same thing. It says, this is the way in which we look at wisdom. When scholars are arguing with each other, they take one word most of the time. They don't take a whole book. One word is sufficient for them to argue on. If that is not perfect, then all right, he challenges you to prove your work. These are scientists. I don't say I'm one, but I can entertain them. So he's talking about the scientist that's coming behind him. He took his portion from the book, and he's saying that the scientists coming behind them got to take their portion from the book and fulfill their portion. That's why he said, I'm the Elijah of your Bible and the Muhammad of your Quran. He was something else with that exegesis. Now we got to give it to the elder. You know, and so again, you know, we went in over this one so we don't have to read that one again. This is another measure from Message to the Black Man I excerpted. We must have a new ruler and a new government where the people can enjoy freedom, justice, and equality. Let the so-called Negroes rejoice, for Allah has prepared for them what the eye is not seen, the ear is not heard, the heart has not been able to conceive. They haven't been able to conceive it. They ain't seen it. Even when he was telling it to them, they didn't understand. He wasn't trying to keep you as a religious corporation, my N.O.I. brothers. He wanted y'all to start building government. But you have to be in line with the God man that will come building government. So we need to know who from the N.O.I. came with a doctrine to build government. Even the brother Melchizedek Shabazz said that's the only thing the N.O.I. hadn't did. They ain't building government. That ain't no shot at our family. That's the truth. You can't get mad about the truth. But there is a government on the manifest. It says the enemy knows this to be true and is now doing everything to prevent the so-called Negroes from seeing the hereafter, being in your own government. Here's Our Savior Has Arrived, chapter 15, the days of Allah. I told you I know these teachings now. You know what I mean? It says we are living in the days of Allah God. This means that Allah God is present and he's laying a foundation for a new government, a government of peace and security for the righteous, a government that will not be left to scholars and scientists of this wicked world. At least the scholars and scientists of this world try to build the same thing they have already built, for they do not have the knowledge to build anything. That's why we talk about you can't build nothing with bogus building materials. What they have left is bogus building materials. That's why the brother say the knowledge in the books that he was given to read, they can't be used to build a new world. We got to have new teachings. And them new teachings on the manifest. I want to give a shout out to my good brother, Fez Wan, brother Mustafa, our brother Elamin, Elamin Muhammad. You know what I mean? Give honors to that brother because he loved Prophet Noble Drew Ali. He loved his teachers, but he want to see us come together in oneness. So I'm giving that brother, because we did a bill too. You can go and look at it between me and this beautiful bill dealing with the N.O.I. and so forth and so on. This brother right here got it. He basically me from the N.O.I. standpoint, and I'm him from that aspect. We both trying to unite the Moors and the N.O.I. and show them the oneness. After this right here, shouldn't be no more doubt. Hopefully this video will contribute to a better understanding instead of people trying to think that one is trying to attack, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad or the teaching of the N.O.I. And so I had it here and I put the little tassel on the headdress with our seal, just being a little humorous. And I say low-key Farrakhan be like signs and symbols of a conscious mind. And you see him with his hand on his heart like the prophet, Then I showed Farrakhan flag that they raised in the N.O.I. And then you can see the silhouette of the 5-pointed star, the Moors and our scimitar and all that right there and there, all to demonstrate unity. So it says he and the messenger knows that there will be one that will complete his flag by adding the 4 quadrants and a scimitar, 5-pointed open green star. Because if you really look at that red flag and you were to fill it in with what we got, it will manifest as the Moorish flag. But that's a whole nother measure, So that's the prophet over there saying, basically, be like, Noble Drew Ali be like, brother, tell my Moors the truth. You know what I mean? And our brother Mustafa, our brother Elamin Muhammad definitely be telling the truth. He be telling the Moors and the N.O.I. the truth. So this is that God man that came to build government. All that's been said. It's a new era in time now. He the first to ever come forth making that claim. Marcus Mosai Garvey L say we have many organizations, but basically we should be trying to build government as well, to paraphrase it. So under the MSTA, our chairman left a grand governor. He had been a sheik, still having the Charter to Temple 13 in his possession, from the adepts. He came out of a state of a member into citizenship. My grand national chairman. I'm going to give flowers to him, as long as I'm on the manifest. Man was on the front line 40 years. He was a student of the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad at one time. The Black Panther Party, all of that. His history on here. The age of preparation is what we call this when he was in the MSTA. You see it. You see what he got around his neck. Can't nobody deny that. We gave you the history the other night and showed you that he was chosen as a sheik by his teacher, R. German Bay, he unfolded from that into this. That's the flag. The prophet inspired the elder to do what he did. And that's the age of fulfillment, family. This is where the Moors come in. The Moors got to get it together and understand we ain't meant just to stay a lawfully chartered organization and that's it. We supposed to be building government and bringing the temples up under the Moorish American government. And the chairman been doing this for a long time, family. 1974, Swift Angel #1 in the Baltimore mayor's chair with his babies. Honorable Mayor William Schaefer, first signing a Charm City Proclamation, Moorish American Week to be honored annually from January 8th through the 15th. The chairman was the one that set that trend of a Moorish American Week being brought on the manifest under the auspices of the Prince of Peace. You see him right there, how he dressed down, all white with that fez on, got the babies right there with him. See it right there? The mayor's honored guest special agent of the Moor Science Temple, Brother N. Pleasant Bay, sitting in the mayor's seat with his son and daughter on each side, fulfilling the prophecies of Prophet Noble Drew Ali, which was his birthday celebrated in Washington, D.C. And so everybody that's dealing with proclamations and all that being accepted now, the chairman was the one that started that trend. Just know that. This is my chairman right here. You know, look at him adepts. That's him standing right there. That's the Prince of Peace, R. German Bay, sitting right there. Been on the front line forever doing this. You know, that's the chairman right there. You see his swagger, you know the chairman when you see him. You know. Also, this is another picture. It kind of cut this one off. But it's actually showing the Moors there too. That's another picture of him. That's the chairman behind that's another thing. Chairman, one of the first chaplains, Islamic chaplains, to come on the manifest, teaching behind the walls. You know, Graham Bay right there, Dent Bay. Some of these people that's teaching the Moors now, they studied up under my chairman. Come on, man. We can't make this stuff up. This is the chairman right here with Sister Austin Bay. See, she got her adept jewel on. And this is actually R. German Bay's wife. You know, that's the chairman right there. Sister Graham Bay. You know what I mean? Come on, man. Like, we can't make this stuff up. This is the history dealing with the chairman. See right there? Pleasant Bay. 69 to 81. So he was a divine minister in 69. And it goes into the history right here. This is when he was in the temple. None of us desire to be misled. I will bear witness to this fact. However, your attendance should be supported by where it says supported by the above genealogies, or you may be on the right track, just headed in the wrong direction. Further read Act 1 of our divine constitution and bylaws, and you will see even the Grand Sheik and Chairman of the Moor Science Temple of America can only make and enforce law with the assistance of the prophet, state of the law, in the grand body. The grand body is your board of directors, compiled by convening of all grand governors and grand sheiks from all the states and temples throughout the United States. It has been intact with the doors open since 1928, the incorporating of the Moorish Science Temple of America. It said it works similar to the United States Congress. It says in the president. In short, the prophet Noble Drew Ali, being divinely prepared, left the Moorish Science Temple of America, Inc., in the hands of a government formed by sheiks, not just the Grand Sheik and the chairman, and definitely not a single man, a single person, or reincarnated prophet. No one man can uplift this pure and clean nation. He did say the movement would go down so low. He said that it would be as the eyes, well, he said it was the vanish from the earth, and that then it will rise. It said, and be as far as the eyes can see. We will see red fezzes and turbans, you know. So let's go over here. This is also the record right here. You know, it's showing Love L and all of them, 71. You know, this goes back to Cook Bay. who was basically made adept by the prophet. One of the instructors of the chairman, that's G. Cook Bay. I. Cook Bay was along with that too in 1927. That's when they came. German Bay came into the movement. But he came in 27 too, but he was made a divine minister in 1930. In 69, the chairman picked up behind him. You also had Johnson Bay, but the chairman came up here. See, E. Pleasant Bay, 69 to 81, and up to the present. So the chairman definitely is who he's supposed to be. So the thing we have to remember for our temple family, Prophet Noble Ali made this statement, and this was given to all governors and grand sheiks at that time. This was the order of the prophet, speaking on the age of preparation and age of fulfillment. Salvation, our God, unity. The prophet was salvation. Our God is the great God who's working through us. And unity, is the result of us being a nation. That's the grand seal of the Moorish American nation. We have unfolded from the general laws into the supreme laws on our own nation, called self-determination, people. MSTA Moorish membership, MAG Moorish citizenship. So the prophet said this. He said, the Moorish Science Temple of America was organized to play a useful, defined part in the advancement of the sacred obligation of American citizenship. He says the Moorish Divine National Movement, distinguishing it from the temple, was founded for a uniting of the Asiatic states of North America. May 1st, 1916. That's the first time he ever used Moorish when he said Moorish Divine and National Movement was one of the first Moorish titles to the organization he established. So I say the prophet being due east is filled a vacant seat as our sovereign Godhead and Sultan, supreme grand ruler of the executive rulers of the government of the world. So Prophet Noble Drew Ali is the supreme ruler. He's ruling from the plane of soul, the executive rulers in the Moorish American government. That's why they say, the adept chamber of the executive rulers of the Moor Science Temple of America. When you deal with that, who do you think the executive rulers are? The government. We the government. We the executive rulers of the MSTA and any other lawfully chartered organization that come from up under us. You see? So here is our declaration proclamation of status and jurisdiction that was actually stamped at the United Nations. And they said this proclamation of Moorish American nation includes everything needed at the United Nations in order for you to be recognized as an indigenous people member state. And we have been expecting your coming for nearly 60 years. Now go formulate a government amongst yourselves and return back to us, the UN, with a tally and census of Moorish citizenry. Here's another quote from the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Theology of time. We must have a new ruler, a new government, new ruler. Remember he said we got to have new teachings and a new teacher. Now he talked about this God man coming behind it. If he's speaking of a new ruler, a teacher, you think he's talking about somebody spooky? If he's talking about a new government, and he said a new government, since it is not patterned after the old or the order of the old government world, as the God of truth and justice and righteousness, Allah is going to be the ruler or creator of the new government. We say Allah is spirit clothed with soul made in the form of Allah. Higher self is spirit clothed with soul made in the form of Allah. Higher self is referred to as Allah. So Allah speaks to man through man. So who is this God man that Allah is using a vessel if it ain't my chairman? You got to show me somebody else that's building government out there. Now, not talking about a spiritual government, but a real government. Then by no means can he carry any of the old world into his new kingdom. Elijah say we need new teachings. The teachings he had wasn't going to work. So it need new teachings to bring this new government in and this new world in. Elijah said that. Justice, equality, and peace, he said we must have a new government and new people. It says to operate the new government. You see what I'm saying? Then he quoted, the book of Ezra 18:31. And so I was just quoting him right there. That government is on the manifest, family. You know what I mean? All I said is to lead us up into where we at now. Unity. not just because it's under us, but government is the only concept that can unite our people coming from all walks of life, fam. They can come up under one umbrella. How you gonna say you the N.O.I. and then somebody trying to take you out the Roman government, but you don't want to leave it? How you gonna say you're a Panther, but you still up under that and you don't want to build your own? How you gonna say you 5% and you against what the devil doing and how they treat you, but you don't want to come in your own? How you gonna have to say you MSTA, but you still want to be under the confines of Rome? Huh? Ain't nothing got to do with going up there challenging nobody's jurisdiction. You ain't doing nothing wrong. You got a right to declare self-determination because they don't want us anyway. You don't see it. They don't want you anyway. So what do you have to lose but your chains? What you scared of? We getting killed and shot down anyway. That ain't nothing new. You scared they're going to do something to you because you break out the bill you own. If you got that type of cowardice in you, then you ain't cut out for it anyway. Ain't no fear finna stop me from being free or freeing my people. Period. I don't even think like that. Ain't nothing gonna happen to me that Allah ain't ordained. And if that's what it is, then everything that I did, and hard as I've been teaching, then I planted a seed and I left it for somebody that's behind me to pick up where I left off at. See, that's how you got to think. But if you get caught up in the selfish self, you thinking about self-preservation, and you don't know how to deal with being selfless. So let me close this demonstration out with these last little slides here. The chairman showed a diagram, which a lot of people tried to steal, in the exhuming of a nation. He showed how the prophet had set up the temple under his constitution. It was right there in line with the way the United States had set up their body. So he had already set the shell of a government up under the general laws, but it was for us to unfold into it under the supreme law. That's why he said he's going to lead a European here long enough to teach the Moors how to run a government. Not saying we had to go to Harvard or Oxford, somewhere in London in order to study. He's saying under the way that we were treated, we would learn how to run a government. That's what he was referring to. So you see president, attorney general, you see Constitution of the United States with amendments, see the prophet's constitution with bylaws. Grand Sheik, chairman. The Grand Sheik is equivalent to president. Chairman is equivalent to the attorney general. Vice president in the United States, assistant Grand Sheik. You see? So the prophet knew what he was doing. But this is why some of them thinking they done took what the chairman say, try to put their spin and say the temple is the government. No, that's a lawfully chartered organization under Robert's rules and orders. The prophet founded that for the purpose of teaching the people. Government is what we've been demonstrating. You can't demonstrate government as no religious corporation, family. I don't say that to be mean. I'm just telling you the truth. I'm educating you. If you don't want to accept that and you think that's attacking you, then something is wrong with you. So anyway, the Congress and the Senate and the House of Representatives is synonymous with the grand body and the governors, grand governors and sheiks. You see? United States of America, local leaders, mayors, councilmen, judges, delegates of law, citizen, Moorish American nations, subordinate temple, sheik boards, assistant grand sheiks, chairman, treasurer, heads of businesses, all outreach agencies. So the prophet had prepared a table for us in the very presence of the adversary under the religious law in order that we would unfold into it in due time. So here's a copy of the chairman from the Exhuming of a Nation. This illustration is submitted to a grand body of the Moors in 1995. Clearly shows that Noble Drew Ali formed the divine constitution of an independent Moorish American government. He prepared a table before the Moors in the very presence of their enemy. See the proclamation declaration, the one I just showed y'all. It says, during the past 75 millions have suffered needlessly under the fiend applications of Negro, black, and color, not knowing they could have formed themselves under their own government using their own divine constitution. Yet, when the light is before them, they comprehend it not. Yehoshua, you're right, Chairman. I get it. They don't get it, though. So we have a Moorish consortium of executive rulers where we have invited a couple of different brothers in the temple who said they believed these things was good. We didn't have no action behind it, but honest to everybody that acknowledged this consortium, because the consortium is where we begin to unite our people. Wherever you may be, no matter what group you're a part of, if you are looking forward to come into the Moorish Consortium and bring your body under this to make us strong as a nation as a whole, not just the Moors, but whoever you may be, then come on home, the door. We even came forth with our dress. Praise be to the great God Allah. Our grand sheik is the one that gave me permission to bring it forth. And it ain't strange because the day he was telling me we need to create the uniform for our people. And I actually used the inspiration from what the chairman had on in the mayor's seat, along with what we already had from our ancestors. And praise be to Allah, I was able to bring that forth. You Moors that don't have your uniform in the government need to get your stuff. To the one that already bought it, praise be to Allah, all is well. But this is what Moorish magistrates look like in this new era in time. You know what I mean? Honest to our good brother, assistant chairman, and our brother of, the consul general of the Iowa territory, Marvin Nathaniel Evans Bay. You know what I mean? So last but not least, you see the executive ruler. We still being guided, under the auspices of the ancestor, the prophet, and we on the manifest. We here. Started from the bottom, now we here. Started from the bottom, now we here. We here, family. So at the end of the day, this is the unity. Come home, people. We already done been accepted as a nation and a government. What you waiting on? What you waiting on? So in my closing, this is what I'm going to do in my closing, because I had these videos here, and they small snippets dealing with this information. We already showed you Brother Ward Dean Muhammad, but let's listen to some of the clips from the other brothers, that y'all respect, so forth and so on. If y'all don't want to hear it from me, this is Brother John Muhammad, the brother of Elijah Muhammad.
This hat here is the one that we wore at the first beginning of Muslims in the city of Detroit when Master Farad Muhammad was here, and his representative at that time, and one of the times, the first one that I seen was named Abdul Muhammad. He wore one of these too. The messenger of Allah, he wore one, and you might see this picture sitting out there with it on. He had on one just like this, only the torso was longer. Now I'm going to give you some hints. Some you might see don't have a tarsal on it, right? What is the meaning of the tarsal? What is the meaning of it? Hanging down. Well, I tell you, it means the same thing that it means when you are graduating from school. That means knowledge. This here means knowledge. Same as school, when you graduate from school. I don't know if the devil ever told a lot of our people, so many black people now is graduating, they don't tell them everything, they just let them get on out of here. Yeah, you all right, yeah, here's your diploma. And then when you come out, what nationality are you? Oh, I'm a nigger, I'm a Negro, I'm Afro-American. You still dumb as hell. Excuse the expression, but that's true, But you got the tarsal on.
Rising power to the brother John Muhammad. Gave him a quick nationality lesson. Uncut. That's the brother of Elijah Muhammad as well, family. And he goes on further to say that, he speaks a whole lot, but let me go.
This great city ended in 1913. Brother Noble Drew Ali set up the Canaanite temple in Newark. And it's very, very important because 1914 ended the time of the devil. according to what Allah revealed to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. His time was up to rule us. We are now in our time. And he's in our time. It's very important because Noble Drew Ali was the prime predecessor of Master Fard Muhammad, bringing Islam to the black man of America. While Mr. Garvey would not teach religion, though a Muslim influenced him, he did not feel it was his place to teach religion. And Mr. Garvey struck more success with the common man by a
honest to our brother Braden Bay and brother Roy Bay too, you know, because they reached out to us. And if you ever see this brother Roy Bay, it's still love and unity to you, brother. Thank you for reaching out in unity.
By a more nationalistic Pan-African approach, which had something to do with access to land and freedom. But Noble Drew Ali had the same thought, but he came in a religious vein. And even though Noble Drew Ali had passed, and many of the former followers of Noble Drew Ali came to join the nation. We write a letter to get an X, but he never, ever touched the names that Noble Drew Ali gave to his followers. They already had a righteous name. They already were out from under the enemy. One of the first lections that I ever heard after the Savior's Day address that brought me into the nation, Elijah Muhammad gave that address in New York City under Brother Malcolm, in the same hall where Marcus Garvey used to hold his meetings. And I had just come in the nation, and I was in New York, and Elijah Muhammad came, and that day he ordered us to always show honor and respect to Noble Drew Ali and Marcus Mosiah Garvey. And that stands to this very hour.
Okay, so you see what the minister said there, and that was, you know, a couple of his last measures. You know, he made statements similar to that. You know, he know what it is. The chairman gave him a copy of the Book of Fire, so Farrakhan know the teaching, and I heard him teaching some of the teaching out of the Book of Fire. Y'all won't know it if you don't know about the Book of Fire, you know, but he definitely was teaching from it.
The fez that the Shriners wear is the fez of the Moors. And the tassel on its top is tied down. It was not allowed to swing a full 360 degrees because they only had 33.
Y'all here. You know, you only got a piece of the pie, brothers. Y'all got to come home to our shrine in Masonic, brothers. Time to build.
Look at what he said. The Moors were enslaved by reducing their mentality to that of Negroes, blacks, and colored people. As a man thinketh, so is he. Moors sleep too much. Wake up and see the 7 bridges crossing in the sky. Can you see that you are a people? Not an organization. We are a people. We are a nation.
There you go. That's what he said. Not an organization, people. We talking about government. Keep that in mind. That's what we talking about now. You know, that's what's going to bring us together, family. I'm telling you, this the olive branch.
I see my Moorish brothers here. In the early days, it was the Moors fighting the police. We came after them. Noble Drew Ali was one of the greatest men to come among us, so teaches the Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
So there it is again, the minister co-signing. So what y'all waiting on? Brother did the work he was supposed to do. Now y'all need to get back to work of trying to build a nation. Check him out.
I could say that self-knowledge is in both the Bible and the Quran, but you need a teacher that will enable you to break down the symbols of the Bible and the Quran that you may find self in those symbols. See, and that's the value of Noble Drew Ali. See, Noble Drew Ali, brother, and I must say we deeply honor and respect him. There's no follower of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad that doesn't love Noble Drew Ali, because he was the first black man from among us to bring Islam to us. You see? And for that reason, he's honored and respected. And if you notice, the success that Noble Drew Ali had in the late 20s and early 30s was due to the fact that he was giving us self-knowledge. Noble Drew Ali, to my knowledge, was the first man to publicly teach that we were Asiatics. Is that right, brother? Now, that's self-knowledge. And the reason, may I just use the board a minute? The reason that Noble Drew Ali said that the black man was Asiatic is because Noble Drew Ali knew and understood that the whole earth at one time was called Asia. Europe used to be called Eurasia. Africa used to be called East Asia. This part over here used to be called West Asia, and the original inhabitants of the earth were called Asiatics. And they were black people. So when Noble Drew Ali called us Moors and Asiatics, see, Moor is an Arab name that means black. It actually means black. From the word Moor, you get the Spanish word moreno, which means dark. So instead of Honorable Elijah Muhammad using the word Moor, he used the word black, but he also used the word Asiatic. And Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us that Noble Drew Ali was a forerunner to the work that he had come to complete. So, brother, you and I got to hook up, because we got to get this work on the road. So that self-knowledge is in the Bible, it's in the Quran, but were it not for men like Noble Drew Ali, were it not for men like Marcus Garvey, and were it not for men like the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, we would never be able to break the symbols down to find that self-knowledge in these books. Now you have many great black historians who have researched our history.
See what I'm saying? So you heard him say we got to get together, get this thing going. Huh?
That a man will say that Marcus Garvey and Noble Drew Ali
blazed a trail and were forerunners.
Islam to all the Moors. And let us take a moment to say that we did reach a watershed moment at Savior's Day, 2014. Did you see that speech?
No, I didn't.
It's a speech worth watching because the Moors have been kicking up a lot of dust.
Mm-hmm.
Now let's look at Noble Drew Ali. Here's a man that died a young man. Noble Drew Ali. He lived from 1886 to 1929. I salute my brother. He's the first man to bring Islam to us in the way he tried to bring it. And I thank him, thank Allah for him.
Mm-hmm. So now with the internet and Facebook and social network, here come back the Moors and their teachings and all of that. So this Sunday, a couple Sundays ago, Minister Farrakhan, he did something that had never been done by a Nation of Islam leader. He put Noble Drew Ali's picture up on a big mural of all the great black leaders, and he gave him credit as being the man that is teaching Islam in America before anybody else. That's Minister Farrakhan said this. He said it, and it say in words, to paraphrase it, that this man was teaching Islam here ahead of everybody else. That means ahead of Master Farad Muhammad and Elijah Muhammad, of which in the Nation of Islam, you are taught under the strict religious blinder or binder that no Islam was here before Farad and Elijah. No knowledge was here before Farad and Elijah. No disrespect, because I love me some Master Farad Muhammad, but there was some knowledge and some organizing here before Master Farad Muhammad and Elijah. And the Honorable Minister Farrakhan acknowledged that and affirmed that and praised Nation of Islam leader Minister Farrakhan, praised Noble Drew Ali, and praised the Moorish movement.
So you see it, family. You know, you hear it from Malik Shabazz, you hear it from the minister. You know, it just goes on where our people should be right now. You know, when we talking about building government, you know, that's what we got to be on, family. If we ain't talking about self-determination, you know, we burn up from the start. You know, this has been a most definitely grand draw in here. Y'all see, I told you I'll be up 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning. And I want to give up honors to our family, you know, who stayed here watching this because it was worth the watch, you know, and we got a lot more to bring toward our family, but, you know, we definitely trying to bridge the gap and bring our people into oneness and unite our people. You know, that's what it's really boiling down to, family. You know, we got to keep teaching our people until they get the concept of unity. You know, we got to keep teaching them until they get that concept of unity. Because if we don't never come to the concept of unity, then we will surely be wiped out. You know, if we don't start coming together and using all this wisdom, knowledge, and understanding that we have, you know, to come forth to really educate our people and uplift our people out of the condition that we have found ourselves in. You see what I'm saying? So like that's where we at right now. You know, we just trying to get our people to wake up, you know, give them the history to show the oneness, and then let them make the decision. You know, nobody trying to lead our people, mislead our people, so to speak. You know, that's the problem. Most of our people, they think they too grown to learn now. Most of our people, they don't want to come into any type of measure where they feel like they got to follow instructions. And that same behavior is what's led to our demise. You know, that same mindset has led to why we continue to suffer as a people. Because we refuse to come together. We refuse to begin to try to set up a future for ourselves. And then we end up singing the same old song, you know, crying, you know, bloody murder, so to speak, you know, whatever the case may be. And nobody gonna protect us like us, family. That's the main thing. Nobody gonna protect us like us. If we don't do it, I promise you ain't nobody else. Don't nobody else care, family. Don't nobody care about us like us. And so we got to put aside all of the conflict, all of the confusion, and really come into some unity. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about right now. No matter what it is you say you stand on, we got to meet somewhere, and come up with some unity. If we don't, again, the worst is yet to come. And I promise you that right there. So what I want to do, I actually got a little reading I want to bring forth here as I close out from the Book of Fire. Again, it's an honor to all of y'all who have stayed the course. Make sure if you ain't subscribed already, subscribe, like, and share this information because our people got to get it. It's mandatory that our people get this information. It's mandatory that we educate our people, because some of our people constantly are still dying for a lack of knowledge. And really, the lack of knowledge has to do with a lack of the truth, because there's plenty of knowledge and information out there, but our people, they don't like to read. They say if you want to hide something from our people, y'all already know. They say, well, put it in a book. If you put it in a book, they definitely won't. You got them, basically. So that's what we got to wake ourselves up. We got to start studying more. We got to apply ourselves, apply the knowledge. That's another thing, too. We ain't here to just amass a whole bunch of information and not put it to use. If you learning what you learn, it's your duty and your obligation to speak the truth, family. It's your duty to wake your people up. If you don't do it, then who gonna do it? If we don't do it, then who gonna do it? That's real talk. So that's the grand draw and that's the grand measure. As long as we sit back and wait, though, time wait on no man. So as long as we sit back and wait, we giving the adversary a one up on us, basically. There'll always be a step ahead of us, and we'll always be lagging behind and pretty much getting what we always got. Nothing. You know how it go. Same thing, same treatment, same whip. So that we can actually say a different whip, but nevertheless, we're going to constantly be going through these same situations and passing this same karma on to our people to where they themselves will also have to go through the same thing over and over again. So if we love our people, we want to bring them out of that condition. So let me read this from the Book of Fire real quick, and we're going to close out. Thank you again for your attention, family. It's an honor to all of y'all just checking in. Islam, peace and love. And let me share this with y'all real quick. And this is pretty much the end of our measure as we close out. And so this will be coming from the Book of Fire, page 219. Let me get there. 219. Okay, let's see. Make sure I ain't went over. Okay. A little bit more. Okay, we almost there. 219. Here we go. Right here. Our chairman wrote very well here. And he stated, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, image courtesy of the Library of Congress. As a member of the Moor Science Temple of America, MSTA Sheikh Divine Minister Elijah Poole Bey first donned the fez, the divine and national headdress to the Moorish men of the shores of Northwest and Southwest Africa for the first time. From 1931 to 35, among his many attempts to distinguish himself and his members apart from those Moors, Elijah exchanged his bay for Muhammad and added the first quarter moon and star to his fez and asserted the word black as a verb with Asiatics. Notice the Holy Quran in the above phone. Let me make sure too that this is being seen. Okay, yeah, it's there. Okay, so it says, notice the Holy Quran in the above photo, pardon self. Elijah Muhammad also wanted to teach his members from this book, the Holy Quran, right? It says, without the mandatory know thyself preparatory observance of the Holy Quran of the MSTA, as instructed by Prophet Noble Drew Ali. The Holy Prophet also said, without going through the book of the seven seals, the ex-slaves will be lost in the great Quran of Mecca. And if you Moors aren't careful, your own brother will enslave you again. By the end of 1935, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, the messenger, had exclusively forbidden the wearing of the fez by his followers. In honor of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, the great works being carried on by his nation of Islam, I extend the following with love. There is nothing within this book intended to discredit the laborers or the harvesting performed by the N.O.I. or Wallenstein Muhammad. It should be noted that all MSTA records show as an officer, Sheikh Elijah Poole Bey left in good standing and did not owe anything to any more. From the author's research, Elijah did his membership a favor because many Moors, still dazed from the setting maul of Jubellum and blinded by marvelous light of Noble Drew Ali, had not found their right minds. Worse still, they were in no hurry to find the minds that they had lost. Meanwhile, with his own organization, Elijah Muhammad created the only version of Islam as a black man's religion ever known in history. Nevertheless, today's world can comprehend very little of the works of the infinite wisdom being performed in the land, it says, and directed by finite minds. Indeed, Brother Elijah Poole Bey, Sheikh Farad Muhammad, and Brother Marcus Mosai Garvey Bey were all members of Drew Ali's Moorish Science Temple. Needful to say, the Holy Prophet taught them all he met that our people were Asiatics and Muslims, that they were not Negro, black, colored, and white. He brought these truths after he returned to the States from Africa and Arabia. Still they each heard well the lofty teachings from the day star from on high and obeyed. All who learned from Noble Drew Ali were the first to know the ex-slaves were one nation, Moorish Americans, one God, Allah, and one destiny, perfection. A carnal man who wishes to remain away from the light of redemption does not see all this band of angels is doing the work of Allah. See, he was talking about that band of angels. He talking about all them brothers that taught. He said, it is true that Noble Drew Ali, the Savior, brought everything we needed to save a nation. It is both mean and unjust for anyone to put them in the European arena of competition of who did not or did do what first, or for whom. This foolish thinking is vanity at its heights and blinds the hearts to Allah's grace, love, and mercy, and so long prayed for by our grand Moors during the Ma'afa. Some say, so why did Elijah Muhammad reverse the teachings of Noble Drew Ali and call the people black, and reverse the symbol of Islam, and remove the slave names, etc.? The Honorable Elijah Muhammad did not reverse anything brought by Noble Drew Ali. Being a master doing the work of Allah, it should be noted, it was the people who had been reversed from Allah. He presented the lofty teachings to the wretched consciousness of men. At that time, Allah's love had come in the form, it says, which even a dead man would accept. See Appendix MSTA and the signs and symbols. For example, would you, the reader, have understood the works of this book 70 years ago? An honest answer would likely be no. Noble Drew Ali returned the ancient sciences to the Moors. He brought them their true identity and the religion of their ancient forefathers, plus principles, all they will ever need to save themselves. But it was too pure and far too bright for the finite minds to comprehend. So all Elijah Muhammad did was put some of these truths in a parbulum form, which could be understood from a finite black perspective. Any conscious person can clearly see how the N.O.I has evolved, nearly full circle, from the white man being the devil into the plant substance of divine character. As a few examples of how the messenger planted his followers in a soil in which they could grow from the finite to the infinite are: Elijah Muhammad evolved from Noble Drew Ali. Black identity evolved into Moorish nationals. Nation of Islam evolved into a clean and pure nation. Crescent moon first quarter evolved into a crescent moon last quarter. Five-pointed star tilted evolved into a five-pointed star upright. John 2X, no name, evolved into John L, divine creator, tribal name. John 3X evolved from John Bay, divine governor, tribal name. White man evolved from pale skin. It says Islam evolved into Islamism, the first religious creed. So the chairman pointed that out right there and was dealing with a grand drawing in the instruction that he gave. He spoke on another page here that I would like to bring up in 491. Let's see here. This is the last portion of the book, and we're going to shut it down. I will see if somebody want to make any comments, because some people just waking up, some still up like me, getting this good information. That's going to bring our people into some unity instead of dividing them. Only one that's hate-filled and don't want to see our people one will go against this video and try to make it other than what it is. This is the olive branch to our family. We giving you again a lot of history that you hadn't had no knowledge of, because this is in our records. The N.O.I don't have the records of the MSTA, the Moors, Moorish American government. We giving you what we have in our archives. And this is actual historical mentions. Not only that, the messenger himself, along with Farrakhan, pretty much, they pretty much put it out there. On top of that, I just showed y'all the videos. For those who think we just coming up with something and saying it. Okay, hold up right here real quick. Come on. I'm trying not to go past the page. What I'm going to do, I'm going to pull it down and see how far I can get. Let's see, what is that? Okay, I got a little bit more right here. Okay, let's see where we at. I went a little far, but that's all right. I can go back up here. Okay, uh-oh. Don't want to do that. Okay, yeah, we close to it right here. Okay. A little bit more. Let's get there. Okay. It's 491. Here we are. Okay. 493. Okay, there we go. That's where we want to be at. Here it is right here. Moor on Epool Bay. It says, by the 1940s, Brother Elijah Pool Bay, now guided by his Islamic attributes of Elijah Muhammad, had publicly denounced all association and connection with the MSTA. Internally, he had also outlawed the wearing of the fezzes and turbans by his members in the Nation of Islam. We told you why he did that. It says, according to his own admission, Muhammad did not want his members confused with members of the MSTA. That's what we told you earlier. There have been numerous dirty Moors whom have committed wrongdoings and deceptions by diverting the truth from their rays of Noble Drew Ali's teachings. They have formed simulated MSTAs, joined lodges, and even founded churches. While it may also be true that these weaker members derive from internal inconsistencies, they ultimately cause the prophet to suffer due to public misunderstandings. And these simply were not true Moors. The will of a true Moor would never allow him to disobey the laws and teachings of the noble comforter. Fleecing the sheep of their black wool of ignorance is not the forte of a conscious and free national being, for they know that that is not the true divine way. In this light, and in defense of Master Farad Muhammad, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and any other successors of the Nation of Islam, N.O.I, being accused of being disciples of Prophet Noble Drew Ali, he said there's just no fruit for harmonious resolution to support 70-year-old theory, and I'm the only one to bring forth the hardcore information with the messenger's words and what I presented, to speak on that. You know what I mean? And put that out here. So we laid the argument to rest by overthrowing the theory, because there was nobody prior to this information that I brought forth have ever brought this forth. And we give honors to our chairman, for the measure he gave. But anyway, it says, plus there are a host of lofty reasons to show that the illustration of the N.O.I.'s denial of association with Noble Drew Ali. He telling you a reason why the N.O.I. denies their association. Among these are Farad Muhammad was born in Arabia, Arabian Sunni Muslim, and therefore could not have been a prophet, messenger, angel, redeemed the fall West African Moors enslaved in America. In fact, it was these Arab Muslims that not only sold to European slave traders, but also withheld our true identity for 500 years. The Holy Bible and Holy Testaments clearly declare they will be born from among the exact people in the need of resurrection, never outside of that special nation. Hence, according to Allah's immutable plan for redeeming the nation, Farad was never a Moorish American, and he could never have been a true founding savior of the lost tribe of Ali. It says, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches a message to the black man. Noble Drew Ali taught his people their nationality and divine creed, but not Negroes, colored folks, nor black people. Those, it says, who are bestowed with the truth are also ordained to set the people free with the truth. When a true prophet comes from among the people, our people, he would not sustain them in the same black state of mind where he found them, because Allah is love. And so we'll stop right there. And the chairman did a good job on this right here. And I'm just doing my job in supporting our family. I brought forth the evidence. I brought forth everything that's necessary for you to see the oneness and the unity and the connection. I did not fail in what I set out to bring forth. And at this particular time, I'm finna close this demonstration out. And before I do that, though, I'm going to do this here just in case it's somebody that may want to give their portion. I meant to drop this thing earlier, but, I get the rolling, family. I get the rolling. So that's my the link. If anybody want to come up in here, be cool. Even if you disagree, I'm cool with that. All I say is disagree respectfully if you want to come in here. But in the meantime, I'm going to look for this song so we can close this demonstration out. And we're going to take this demonstration to the next degree of unfoldment. So let me go over here and find this track real quick. And honest to you, family. Again, I want to give honest to y'all too before I go looking for this song. Again, Idris Amir, Yakub, Gamma Bay, Bay Brothers. Honest to y'all, man. Let the people know we here, bro. I'm going to give y'all some more history. I'm going to give y'all some history on, Suleiman. I'm going to run that history down. I'm going to run history down on Deuce Ali. I'm going to just go through the history of all these people, certain people, and go into it, because our people need to know the right aspect. And I promise you, I'm going to always give it to you like it's meant to be given. You feel me? So, again, here we go again. Let me pull this song up real quick. Since I don't see none of our family, maybe somebody might pop up while I'm looking for this. If not, we closing it out. And another grand bill, family. We're going to try to get our people on here one day, though. Just call, various individuals on here and just have an open conversation. Even if it has to do with going back into this information. So let me get this here, get y'all a Moorish track for y'all go down. Y'all already know we got to bring this demonstration to the manifest right here. Okay, here we go. That's what we're looking for right there. Okay. There we go. Let me click this here. Okay, now I hope they don't run. Oh, there they go. Watch these people right here run you crazy with these ads. I guess that's all a part of the process, though. I guess I can get paid off of it, huh? Let me get this something. Okay. Let's see how many they going. Okay. They running another ad. This should be the last one right here, family. But yeah, be sure to hit that like, that share, that subscribe, and also make sure y'all let the people know we here. I'm telling you, we doing some big things, man. Y'all want to come into the consortium, start nation building, man. Try to get some land, around, the areas or whatever, man. It's time for us to do that. It's time for us to have our own business, to start employing each other, and sharing the knowledge that we have as well with each other. You know, it's time for us to start doing that. And nobody gonna do it for us, family. We got to do it for ourselves. I'm telling you, these people trying to wipe us off the planet. If you leave it to them. And don't nobody care that this is going on. Ain't nobody saying, y'all stop doing them like that. Please don't hurt them, y'all. Ain't nobody saying that. These people is getting away with everything it is they doing. How you gonna get killed and be the bad guy at the same time? How you gonna get killed and be blamed for being took off the country? That's what I want to know. How you gonna have genocide being exercised on you, and you the problem, you the reason why genocidal acts is being demonstrated against you? Make it make sense now. This ain't got nothing to do with hate no European being in opposition. This is truth. You see what I'm saying? This is the truth, family. So yeah, we got to do it. We got to stand as one unit. Goodness gracious, these people, something else. Okay, there we go. Okay, we ready now. We ready now. About time. All that madness they got going on there. Okay, we got a brother in here too. Before we even play it, we ain't finna close nothing out yet. We got a brother in here, the original man. Peace and love, family, freedom, justice, and equality, brother.
Hey, peace and love, my brother. How you doing this morning?
Hey, man, I'm just as Moorish as ever, man. You see it, man, overnight shift.
I see, man. You getting it in, my brother. You getting it in.
Yes, sir, man. I love my people, brother. This is the
Yeah, I
price
see.
we have to pay.
I see. So yeah, your bill was a great bill, and yes, you're correct. Some of the people from the N.O.I. or 5%ers or New World Nation Islam, and they may take some of the information the wrong way. I think some of the ones that's more experienced, they can probably see your angle, and your purpose. But I have a couple questions, with
Yes,
me studying both of the teachings, it is I see a drastic difference. And what most people look at it initially is the demonstration, the manifestation of the works, you know, and one of the missing elements of uh, the Moorish Science Temple of America was the military part, you know, um, the military part, as far as being the protectors of Noble Drew Ali himself and the brothers actually being out and being foot soldiers first, you know. That's kind of why I made a little post as far as, the Nation of Islam. One thing I give them a little credit with, you basically have to be a student, um, a neophyte, so to say. And that's the first lesson, is the student enrollment, an initiate. You have to be that for 35 to 50 years to represent as a minister or anything on that nature there. Most definitely, you got to put in that time and put in that work before you can put on that fast, which represent the 360 degrees of knowledge. And that's the difference with the two. But my quick question to you is, one of the drastic teachings with, Elijah, and Noble Drew Ali was the Moorish science, the Holy Quran teaches about the origin of coming from the land of Canaan and Canaanites and Moabites, whereas Elijah Muhammad speaks about the tribe of Shabazz. So one of my first questions is, give me the historical evidence. I mean, your historical measurement or breakdown of the blacks in America, or whatever you want to call us, Moors in America, being Moabites and Canaanites. Now, I'm gonna say this: I do agree with stolen legacy. I do agree that the custodians of the ancient wisdom of Kemet were the MRs, the Moors. I agree with that 100%. Now, but my understanding is limited with this Canaanite. Noble Drew Ali in the Moorish Quran taught about the Canaanites and the Moabites. So yeah, what's your take on that, my brother?
Yes, sir. That's a grand drawing. And I wanted to say too, I say, we definitely, our Moorish kin dropped the ball. We have a Mufti Corps. The Moorish Mufti Corps is the military branch, so to speak. We call them defenders of the nation. And we have one as well. But to go into your other questions about Canaan, Canaan was actually, if you go into our 101s, Canaan was actually one of the names referred to as the holy city of Mecca. And we're talking about Kanana. Kanana was actually mentioned by the Egyptians. That's what it's called in Egypt. It's called Kanana. In that particular region of what we call Canaan, was inhabited by what we call the original Cushites of Arabia. I actually did this in my last bill last week, talking about the tribe of Shabazz. Because the tribe of Shabazz originated out of the Arabian Peninsula, according to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, which is what we call Canaan. Came out of the holy city of Mecca. This is what he taught. So when we say Canaan, we really just using a term, that's been understood as representing what they would have called now the Arabian Peninsula. Not dealing with the concept of Canaan, as being the man, cursed and all of that type of thing. Because if you tied in there, you'll be burnt up from the start. The same region that's known as Canaan, which extends into Mecca, and this is like literal historical proof, is the same area where Moses was said to have received his 10 commandments. Mount Sinai and all that right there, it's a part of the same region that extends into that Canaanite region. So there was a Egyptian colony that went into that particular area. That's why you see a lot of places in what they call Sarabat al-Qadim that have actual tablets with Egyptian inscriptions on them right there in that same land. Remember when Moses took the Israelites across, they crossed over into the land of Canaan. When we go into some of my history dealing with DNA, they show an outward migration of the L3, which I got Sudanic blood, but they show an outward migration of the L3 going all the way into West Africa, but they came out through the Libeu, the Meswesh, or what they call Libyans in this modern terminology. I'm giving you Egyptian terminology and modern terminology. So they migrated all the way across the west, and like you said, these were the Moors, the MR, which come out of Kemet. But there is proof and truth of, old markers from that particular area, brother. Noble Drew Ali pointed that out because biblically, that's what our people understood as the Garden of Eden. And so that's how the Canaan measured. But he said they came out of Canaan. And he said, old man Cush, there was a settling of old man Cush in northwest and southwest, northeast and southeast Africa on the bank of the Nile. His father Ham went into West Africa. And this is where he said the land of demarcation was established at. So in other words, the Cushites settled on the Nile Valley, just like Elijah said. These people known as the tribe of Shabazz come out that same region. Shabazz is actually another name for the, if you went in the biblical text, they say Cush, Seba, and I got all this in a slide that I just did, where I can show that to you, but I don't want to be too far drawn out. And then that particular tribe, brother, Cushites, and the Hamites are really what you call Camites originally. So these are the one that set up in Northwest and Southwest Africa. So once you understand that, you can see that you're really talking about the same people, but different branches, of the people during different time periods. For example, we say, what is the modern name, for a Mexim? And we say, well, the modern name for a Mexim is Africa. You see what I'm saying? We say, well, what? So you got to know the difference. What's the modern name for Moabites? Moors. And actually, Moabite being in the same area of Canaan, because this is where language also originated. I don't know if you're familiar with language, but certain alphabets that they call Hebrew is called Proto-Canaanite. And if you ever seen the Moabite stone, it's connected to all of that. So these Moabites were also our people, known as the Mu'aba in the Kemetic language. And it was these that migrated in that same measure across North Africa that were also known as the Moabites. So Moabites and Moabites are the same people coming from that same area, my brother. And I can give a whole presentation just on that, but I studied it thoroughly. And trust me, everything I'm saying is right and exact. I just don't want to PowerPoint you to death, and pull all that out. But I could.
Okay. Right. So, okay. So with and like I said, I would like to, maybe next time pull out the Moorish Holy Quran. But in the Moorish Holy Quran with Noble Drew Ali, he distinctly states that the Moabites or Canaanites got permission from the pharaohs of Egypt to kind of right.
That's
so within that part there, that strikes a distinct difference, right? So with the teachings of Elijah Muhammad, right? It goes back to the 66 trillion years of history that, this great civilization of Mu or Atlantis or Anunnaki or whatever, that was destroyed 66 trillion years ago. And the place that the tribe of Shabazz, dating back 66 trillion years ago, was the rich Nile Valley of Egypt, or the present seat of Mecca, And Dr. Wesley Muhammad, he kind of did a great job in demonstrating that the Nile Valley culture and civilization of basically Mecca and of Kemet is basically one of the same. So that aspect is a very distinct difference with the teachings. You know what I mean? Like Elijah Muhammad, when I first started studying that, this brother said that the moon was a part of the earth. Noble Drew Ali never taught anything close to similar to that, and that once that part was separated, the ones that survived discovered what is known as the area of Kemet. This is a message to the black man. So Elijah Muhammad is actually placing the tribe Shabazz with the Nile Valley civilization, like directly.
You got to go back to the history. Them documents I was reading on earlier when I was telling you about Elijah giving the history on Farad. They get a history on Shabazz. Like, trust me, I used to teach my children this. I know the history of Shabazz very well, and the calendar history. So basically, Elijah say that they started in Arabia and they migrated into the jungles of Africa. You see what I'm saying? They crossed over and went into the jungles. That's the real history of the tribe of Shabazz. So they were in the Arabian Peninsula, then they went to the Nile Valley. But that was 50,000 years ago. Go ahead, brother.
Okay, what does it say that? Now I can, if you,
I'm gonna show it to you. I'm gonna show it to you right now.
Right.
It's necessary. It's necessary that I pull that up for you.
Right. So let me give you the history of that. Let me give you the history of that, if you don't mind.
Go ahead, bro.
All right.
I've been studying this for 30 years too. Not to put that up like it mean anything. But
yeah.
Just know that
maybe,
I ain't just talking. Go ahead.
All right. So you may be missing a part of it. You know what I mean? And a lot of people that, like I said, I've been studying this for almost 35 years, brother. A lot of people don't understand there's two histories of the tribe of Shabazz, right? The one history that you're talking about is the 50,000 year history, right? That's the history that you're going to pull up, dealing with why
I know the full history, good brother.
Right. So
Trust me,
okay.
78 trillion years is when the history was recorded. 72 trillion years is when the star constellations came forth. 66 trillion years is when the moon was separated from the earth. And
Okay.
72, see, I noticed, like I said, bro, this is my favorite subject right here of the teaching. I
Right.
know
Right.
it well. I can teach it off of my head. So I'm letting you know I'm with you. Not going
Right.
against you. I'm letting you know I'm with you. Your
Okay. So
brother
let me.
with you. Go
Okay.
ahead,
So let
good
me ask
brother.
you a question, right, about the 66
I'm gonna
trillion years
tell you where
history.
that come from too. The real
Right.
the source of that history. Go ahead.
Okay. So you say you're familiar with the 66 trillion years of history, right? Correct.
Oh yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So give me a breakdown of that. Where did these people come from? Where did they go? And what was the establishment around the 66 trillion years of
The
history?
theology of time, the brother tell you because he go more into detail there than he do in Message to the Black Man. And our Savior has arrived. He go into it too. What he
So
tells you is
I'm
that
asking you, what's the history of it?
yeah,
Like,
I'm finna give it to you right now, but I'm just showing. I'm quoting sources so you'll know where I'm coming from. So when we deal with the concept of what we call the tribe of Shabazz and their origin, he first say that life came out of the darkness of space spinning on its own timetable 76 trillion years ago. This is when he say that the tribe of Shabazz actually came with the earth. You see, because there was an origin of the tribe of Shabazz that go back to the beginning with God himself. That's why they was called the God tribe. Now, he says that they were also those who dwelled on Mars, is what he say in the theology of time. So the tribe of Shabazz in their original form, and I'm gonna connect this to modern day science, will be similar to what they, you know what panspermia is in the scientific concept.
right, but you ain't touching on none of the 66 trillion years of history, brother.
I'm getting to that. I'm getting to that. So basically, I just told you about the 76 trillion years. Because you got to remember, these are 6 trillion year cycles, my brother. And so the 66 trillion year cycle come, right behind the 72 trillion year cycle. You see, which when the stars and everything was put in the national. So 6 trillion years, check it out. When they came into being, those 66 trillion years, dealing with the tribe of Shabazz, that's when the moon was separated from the earth. He said that there was a drilling into the earth, one of our gods who wanted to basically destroy us to bring about a new people. This is what he said. He said, and they drilled into the earth, with basically a bomb, an explosive drill that caused the separation of the planet. And that's what caused us to come into the manifest as we are. These are only Elijah Muhammad word. Now I'm gonna pull it up and show it to you.
No,
So you
no,
know. Now I
we
want
just
to
building.
show it just in case you oh, so
No,
you get it then. So you know I'm
right.
saying it
So,
right.
okay,
You
right.
know,
So,
okay. I just want to make sure because I will show it to you if I have to. I'm
right.
just telling you off the head.
Right, but you're
Go ahead.
touching on subjects. So I'm trying to home in on one particular
Okay,
part.
go ahead. But you asked me about the 66. That's why I went there.
Yeah. You was building on the 78 and
Go ahead.
all the other stuff.
Yeah,
And
because you got to put it together to show the true origin. If I'm gonna touch on it, go ahead, good brother.
right. And I just want to make sure we're on the same frequency.
Yeah, I
So
got
the people of the 66 trillion years, what civilization was that? And where did they go? Like
you.
what
Now this is where I know, good brother, that you depended more on what our brother Wesley Muhammad said, and nothing wrong with that. But some of the stuff that Wesley Muhammad is speaking of, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad don't touch on at all. Honorable Elijah Muhammad in none of his literature ever speak on Lemuria. Though Wesley Muhammad, I know is correct, but we teach on Lemuria in the Moorish paradigm. We teach on Atlantis, all that. Noble Drew Ali taught on that. But what I'm saying is, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad never mentioned the civilization as being Lemuria. He said the civilization was established on the Nile Valley, 50,000 years ago. And that's when you hear them being reported in Egypt. He never
right,
mentioned Lemuria. He never mentioned Atlantis. Elijah don't mention that. Wesley is going into that aspect, and I agree with Wesley because I know what Wesley know, and Wesley pretty much know what I know. You see what I'm saying? Because it's deeper history behind that. So we
right.
got to know what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, and then also our interpretation. Go ahead, brother. Good brother.
Yeah, I'm dealing nothing with I'm
Mhm.
not from Wesley Muhammad. It's strictly Elijah Muhammad. So
Yeah, but
So
he never mentioned Lemuria, good brother. I
I
read
never
all his books.
I never said that, brother. I never
Well,
said
you
that. I'm
said earlier that he was talking about the Lemurian civilization and the Atlanteans, and that the Moors didn't talk about that. You got to go back and look, and you'll see it. But I ain't gonna pinpoint that. Just go ahead and come forth, brother. Because like I said, I'm not here to try to debate. I'm just telling you what I know, because I love this information. Like, I
right,
studied the cosmology, the mythology, but I can
right,
tell
right.
you what if was taught at outside of Elijah. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I feel you. And and the
Mhm.
core is showing the drastic difference in what was taught by Noble Drew Ali, the great brother Noble Drew Ali, and what was taught with the teachings of Elijah Muhammad. Of course, we can find small details that's similar, but when you go into the major aspects of the teachings, and I'm trying to pinpoint you in dealing with the Canaanites, the Moabites, which that aspect of the history, I don't necessarily agree with. I do agree with the history of the Moors being the custodians of the wisdom of ancient Kemet. I do agree with the stolen legacy, that aspect, but dealing with the tribe of Shabazz, I'm just trying to show a drastic difference from the teachings. And you was getting into the 50,000 year history when, the scientists took the family to the, East Asia, or the jungles of Africa. I'm taking you back beyond the 50,000 years. I'm taking you back to the 66 trillion years. So the
when you
66
get
trillion
into
years,
when you get into pardon the body, when you get into the 66 trillion years, good brother, you going beyond, of what we call in modern civilization. You dealing with what most people call a extraterrestrial type measure. When you're dealing with that, anything dealing with the 66 trillion year knowledge is dealing with extraterrestrial aspects of the teaching. It goes beyond, the terra astral, what we're dealing with now on earth. So that's why I was giving you the 50,000, because that's the most closest aspect, and that's really dealing with the cycle. I was just saying that's when the civilization was set up, but what does that really connect to in modern history? Because first you
okay,
got to prove that the tribe of Shabazz exists. And if you go
yes,
look
yes,
at my video, I did a whole video last week on the tribe of Shabazz, a
yes, and I was
whole presentation.
right. And what I'm trying to say is, brother, that
Mhm.
part, the ones that's just getting to the teachings, and I ain't saying you just getting to the teachings, but the ones that don't know that aspect dealing with the 66 trillion years, they're
Mhm.
gonna only they're gonna only combine the tribe of Shabazz with the 50,000 years. So the root
Yeah,
of the tribe of Shabazz is dealing with the 66 trillion years of history. Now, once again, the blacks in America, man, once we get into the Olmec calendar, the Olmec history, when we get to the Kuku Khan and all of that, their calendar goes back to quintillions of years, brother, not not trillions of years. The 66 trillion years, it goes by quintillions of years. So, but that's a whole different topic, and we don't have to go there. But I'm just
yeah,
showing you that, of course, the white man or the Caucasoid or the devil, or whatever you want to call him, his history is limited. Yes, his history is bottled up through a 6,000 year cycle. He's
right.
the man of the six, right? But the point out,
That's
getting
right.
back to the that we driven off, the 66 trillion years of history dealing with the tribe of Shabazz, um, we got to get an understanding of what Elijah taught, right? He taught of a greater civilization that was destroyed, and then the survivors of that destruction rediscovered or resettled in the land of Kemet approximately 66 trillion years ago. And he considered those individuals as the tribe of Shabazz. So what I'm saying is, when you deal with that time frame and you deal with that level of teachings, it's totally drastic, totally different from the teachings of Noble Drew Ali. So when you get on that level, another thing that I can use is the actual facts. You know, in the book of Habakkuk, it says that the one that will come at the end it basically will measure the earth. This how we know that the earth is 196,940,000 square miles. The land is 57,255,000 square miles. The water is 139,685,000 square miles. The weight of the earth is 616 tons. The unit followed by 21 ciphers. So the thing is, those teachings, brothers, are totally drastic. And with me, I give credit to both Noble Drew Ali and both the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. But when I hear individuals that try to put this comparison of both, it's you know, these are my questions. So when you're dealing with that level of the teachings and level of the knowledge, Noble Drew Ali wasn't teaching that. You know what I mean? And what he brought was great. What the brother brought was great. But it's a major difference between the teachings of Noble Drew Ali and the Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
Well,
I'm
good
giving you
brother,
one.
this is what I would say to that.
Mm.
When it comes to dealing with what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught and Noble Drew Ali taught, Noble Drew Ali had his particular measure he brought forth, and we teach time never was when man was not. You know what that means?
Yes, I know that.
To you, what does that mean? Time never was when man was not.
It means exactly that. Meaning, listen, it's nowhere in recorded history. It's nowhere in recorded history that it was a time recorded that there wasn't a man, in particular, the original man, in particular.
Now, let me
That's
ask you a
why.
question. We're going to stop right there real quick. Like you say, we're going to go step by step. So if
Okay.
there's no record of the original man, and if Noble Drew Ali taught time never was when man was not, who taught that first? Was it the Honorable Elijah Muhammad or was it Noble Drew Ali that taught it first?
Today, who taught it first?
Yeah, because you was comparing the doctrine. So who taught that
Well,
time never was when man was not? A man didn't have a birth record. Who taught that
right,
first? Was it
right,
Noble Drew Ali or Elijah? And like I said, this is not a combatic measure. This is
right,
just trying to get you to see something. I'm showing
right.
you similarities. Remember, I'm bridging the gap.
Right. Well, that's my purpose also, to bridge the gap. So you're doing the comparisons again, right?
No,
So
I
I'm
wasn't trying to do a comparison, but since you came there, I say let me show the brother that there is a oneness between the teaching. That's all.
right. So
That's all I did.
your question is who taught that in particular
Who
first?
taught it first?
Time never was without a man was not.
That's right. There's no birth record, is the way the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said it, but it's the same
I
thing.
I would say both of them got the information on that in particular from
No, but
different.
I'm saying which ones taught it first? Was it Noble Drew Ali or Elijah Muhammad?
I would say Noble Drew Ali.
Okay, that's all. Because Farrakhan tell you that he was the first to teach. So if he taught that,
Right.
you know, and then he tells us man measures time by cycle ages,
Mm-hmm.
then who taught about the cycle ages first? Noble Drew Ali say man measure time by cycle ages.
Right. But
Was it Elijah or was it Noble Drew Ali that taught it first?
let me explain something to you, bro. Okay, let me ask you a
Yes,
question.
sir.
Right.
Yes, sir. Go
So
ahead, good bro.
with mathematics, right?
Mm-hmm.
If
Mm-hmm.
I can say 1 + 1 = 2,
That's
I'm
right.
giving arithmetic, and you advance that information, and you come back and you're teaching geometry and algebra and trigonometry, right? Both of us are teaching math, right? But if you're coming with an advanced form of mathematics, I can't necessarily say I taught what you taught because I taught the basics, which is 1 + 1 = 2. So what I'm trying to say is, brother, it's sad when we put the ancestor, which is Noble Drew Ali, in that arena, putting him in the ring with Elijah, because Elijah, when we look at the teachings, he taught a more advanced form of mathematics than Noble Drew Ali. And it's sad to even go to that point because both of them was great. You know what I mean? And now, brothers like myself and you, we have more access to information and technology. So we can say that we're teaching them a higher level of mathematics than Elijah, you know. But the point is, it's almost like when people compare Michael Jordan with LeBron James. Michael Jordan played in a different era. Dr. J played in a different era, and both of those brothers was great in their time frame. So Noble Drew Ali was great in his time frame, the greatest in his time frame. And Elijah Muhammad, that brother came and spit some fire in his time frame.
Yes, sir.
So,
And
so
listen
yeah,
to me.
I'm just saying. So all I'm trying to say is, when the videos you're putting is great, But to compare the two brothers in a manner that's basically saying one got his teachings from the other
Good
and stuff
brother,
like that
listen to me, good
is a
brother. I
difference
think
to brothers.
listen to me, good brother,
Okay.
because again, this is not a measure of comparing. I'm
Hmm.
not doing the comparing. I'm
Right.
showing
Trying
you
to bring
that the teachings are one. I'm
right.
showing you
Right.
that basically what has been taught in various different degrees. It's like, for example, we know the Moors were the ones who translated the documents that we call algebra, for example, right?
Mhm.
But just because they translated the documents and the European came along later and built things with them, does that make the Moors of less significant? No, it
Oh
wouldn't
no.
make them less significant because
Right.
without them translating them documents, they wouldn't have been able to deal with algebra. But where did the Moors get it from? If the
Mhm.
Moors didn't go back to Kemet when you deal with the Rhine mathematical paper, you know
Mhm.
what I mean? Then
Right.
we wouldn't know, so it's various degrees. So I'm not making a comparison there. I'm into solely bridging the gap. And I love my N.O.I family like I love my Moorish family. And I studied these teaching thoroughly. My last name is Shabazz.
Can I ask you a quick question?
So for me having that name, brother, I had to know the definition of everything about it.
All
And
right.
I
Can I ask?
proved that the tribe of Shabazz exists outside of the N.O.I doctrine. How many people you seen do that? Just like I can prove the prophet's teaching outside of the Moorish doctrine. You see what I'm saying? Because people will say, well, the tribe of Shabazz really don't exist. And if you ain't knowledgeable, they'll knock you off your pivot. But they can't do that with me because I know who the tribe of Shabazz is. And you see what I'm saying? They
Yeah.
can't do that.
Yeah.
But
And the
it's
people
all
that would
based
say
on,
that, the people
yeah,
that
go
would
ahead.
say that, they're elementary in their studies, you know.
Yeah,
But my
I would
question
agree. I would agree.
is when it comes to unity,
Mhm.
um,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
they always say, man, the gods should, must show forth their power,
That's right.
and an inferior god must submit to superior god. Doesn't make uh, the
That's a
superior.
Eurocentric concept, though.
Well,
Conquering.
well, well. When it comes to unity, if we playing basketball and
Mm-hmm.
MJ is on the court, bro, you know what I mean. He's going to be the team leader. He's going to be that dude. He
Mm-hmm.
just from his skills. So
Mm-hmm.
the point I'm trying to make is what we have today. And even when it comes to Farrakhan, I'm not a major fan of Farrakhan. I come in the spirit of
But you
Dr.
the God.
I'm sorry.
You the God.
No. Well, let me break it off. Right. Let me
No,
break it
I'm talking
off.
about you the God right now
Well, let me break it off.
that
Yes.
I'm speaking
All,
to. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, good
all
brother.
of us are I self Lord and masters. All of us are gods, right?
Mm-hmm.
But historically, right, it's
Mm-hmm.
always one in the midst. It's always one in the midst that's supreme in knowledge, wisdom, understanding, and we consider that as Allah, right? The Allah, the supreme download of the higher self, as Noble Drew Ali may call it, right? So back to Farrakhan, and when it comes to unity, sometimes, brother, like me, I don't have everything great to say about Farrakhan, right?
Me
But
neither. Me
right,
neither.
but putting
That's
it
my
on,
brother, though. That's my
putting it on,
brother.
putting it on the scale, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right now, today is nobody touching him, brother. Nobody. It's nobody even light years close to touching Farrakhan with what he has established and the foundation that he's had. So I think as a people, man, we have to find a way that all of us want to be gods, and then at some point, all of us want to be big ass scientists and reinvent the wheel. And I get it, man. When an individual get a little knowledge, we want to reinvent the wheel, and everybody want to get fame and notoriety and things of that nature there. But when it comes to dealing with the beast that we're dealing with, now you know who I'm
Mm-hmm.
talking about when I say the beast.
Yeah, I know where you're coming from.
This is not the time for us to reinvent the wheel. The time and what must be done, brother. We must come together under the strongest leadership we have and deal with this beast. And once we deal with the beast and we have our government, we have our land, we have our military, then we sort out the differences. Then we get a comb and fine tooth comb through all of the subjects and issues. But we as a people, man, we got to start reinventing the wheel. And reinventing the wheel is everybody wants to be a big ass scientist. Everybody want to be that dude. Everybody want to be MJ. But hey, man, if someone is designed to be that MJ, let's see what you got. Let's see what we
That's
got
right.
now. So
And
if you're speaking of a government, and you have the military, you have the foundation. Hey, brother, we'll consider what you have going on, but if that's not the case, right? And we're just, and no offense to nobody that's on YouTube, but we're just on YouTube, and not saying nobody's doing this for clout or whatever.
yeah, go
But
ahead,
we're
good
trying
brother.
to reinvent the wheel over and over and over. And in the process of reinventing the wheel, we're actually disunifying our people. Because let's say I jump up and I want to do the same thing, and and the wheel goes on and on and on. Because at the end of the day, all of us are leaders and gods with our families, you know. So we're the ministers, we're the all those things, we're the supreme grand potentate. You know what I mean? We're the supreme master international grand imperial potentate of our family, you know. But as a people, man, we have to deal with the gods that's showing forth the power that has a foundation, and ride that boat. And once we take care of what we need to take care of the people, then we look at the fine tune situation. What's your thoughts on that?
Okay, now let me give you some insight and reference. So me personally, I don't put the greats against the greats. That's what this whole measure was about tonight. You know, not putting the greats against the greats, but showing what we have in common, right? Okay. So, in reference to, you know, the LeBron and the MJ measure, I hear you on that right there. You know what I mean? Everybody got their time. But if you listen to the end of the measure, I was showing you where Elijah himself was saying that one was coming behind him. Now, if he said that one was coming behind him to build a government, then that's what that one should be doing. But if one is not building government, we should be looking for somebody else. The other question we have to ask is, who is Elijah saying he is the forerunner from in the theology of time? A forerunner comes before somebody. So if he say God is not a spook but a man, then we must be looking for one to come behind him. I don't claim to be that one, nor am I trying to be that one. I'm showing who the one is. The one is my chairman. That's the guy. You see what I'm saying? He don't like taking that type of credit, but he the only one that came and literally tried to build government based off the teaching, and he took flack from the MSTA because they want to be a religion. And he came to build government. We accepted. United Nations had already accepted us. They just told us to go get our men, women, and children and formulate ourselves a government. So we already a government. Problem is, our duty is to inform our people that we have been accepted so they can come into this union. That's the only thing gonna unite all the belief systems. Government. They got to come up on the one centralized system, you know, of a divine will. Outside of the reinventing of the wheel, we getting in line with what's supposed to be going on. So when you look at it from that standpoint, I ask you this question: if you're dealing with cancer, right? Will you try to cure cancer in its end stage and cut it out? And if you acknowledge it there, or would you try to get it earlier, you know, before it even get to the point of the end stage? Because the end stage is pretty much over. You cut it, it's going to spread everywhere. Gonna tear you down. You know what I mean? So when it come down to dealing with that, that's how I'm asking you that. Because I know you're saying we can do this here and then do that later. But no, brother, if we sit there and we let this cancer grow and it fester, it's gonna keep destroying us and tearing us down, just like free radicals do to the physical body. You know, when you have a bad diet. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, let me ask you
So our
this.
people have to be educated first on what self-determination is, what it means to break away and start your own government, build a nation. We already had the teachers. The God is in you. That's why I said that earlier. I say you the God.
Right.
You know, because we teach in the Moorish teaching, Allah speaks to man through man. So that means your God powers combined with my God power, and we combine our God power with everybody else's God power in like mind. That's when we manifest up. That's the ancient teachings of our ancestors in Africa, known as the Sirah. They come together with their God power and your power combined, like Captain Planet, and then you can get some things done.
All
Go
right.
ahead.
Well,
call that slaving power, by the way.
Okay, so this is what I mean again about the teachings. Say the time of what must be done, and you say you're familiar with the teaching of Elijah Muhammad, right?
Very familiar, yes, sir.
You've read what he taught about the fall of America, right?
All of that. And
Okay,
that's why it's a need for
brother,
government. I quoted from the fall of America. You didn't see
so
that quote
brother,
I put in there?
if you're striving to build, right, and the teachings, the ancient writings of the teachings saying that one would come and destroy the Kukulkan Khan, right? The Kukulkan Khan,
It didn't
or
say
all.
that, good brother. I hear you, but it didn't say
Right,
cuckoo
let
con,
me
bro.
deal with you though. Let me
That's
deal with
your
you.
addition.
So,
I got to correct
all
you.
of the
Go ahead.
ancient teachings are speaking about one will come and destroy, right? So my question to you, brother, you on building the government building this and that. How aligned are you with the understanding of the ancient teachings when the ancients are saying that they're coming to destroy? They're coming to destroy, brother. Like,
Very well aligned with it. We the
so
return of the ancient ones. Go
right.
ahead,
So
good brother.
the thing is,
Mm-hmm.
it's the sequence. It's almost like doing construction. You come across a building and the foundation is cracked and the windows are cracked, the walls are cracked, everything else. You got to knock it down, brother.
Yeah,
You
you
got
got to renovate. You got to
right.
renovate. So we
Yeah,
ain't talking about building. Now, I ain't talking about building on no ruins of a burning down house. I'm talking about
right,
complete separation, like Elijah said. Go ahead,
right.
good brother.
But the process is this that a lot
Mm-hmm.
of our people don't want to face.
They
Right?
scared. They
They
scared.
they have to
They
be
comfortable. They comfortable. That's the better
they have
word.
to become warriors first. Okay. Everybody want to be big head scientists.
You can't
Everybody
teach
just
some people to,
do this,
but you
but
can't teach.
the
But see, you
government.
can't teach people, some people, if it ain't in their nature to swing the scimitar, bro, you got to use them for what they is. You got
Right,
to put the scimitar swingers on the front line and let them swing the scimitar and let the
right,
big head scientist be the big head scientist.
right.
Stay in
So
your
my
lane.
brother,
Go ahead, good brother.
how old are you, my brother? It don't
I'm
really matter.
40. I'm 44, good brother.
Okay, good brother. So I'm a little older than you know what I mean? But
That's all
and
right. That's all right.
it doesn't matter. But the thing is, brother, before we build a government, this has to be what we're in now. This whatever we're in now, it has to be destroyed, right? So sometimes when you're saying, when I listen to you about the government and all that,
Yes, sir.
you're putting the cart before the horse, meaning one thing has to happen first before the second can ever take place. So if
Who told you that, good brother?
I'm coming from your demonstration, good brother.
No, listen to me. I'm asking you, who told you that you have to destroy a government in order to build your own government?
Okay, well, let me say this. We on the line. We're being recorded, right? So
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying that, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, you all right. I'm just saying because I
Right.
heard you saying, basically you saying we got to get the opposition out of the way in order for us to thrive. I know
Well,
what you're
no,
saying.
I'm just speaking. I'm just speaking on ancient teachings, right?
Yeah, looking at time. I know the art
Okay,
of
let
war.
me ask you a question. I'm gonna ask you the question, right?
Go
So
ahead.
the second coming of the Messiah, the second coming of the Mahdi, the second coming of the Kukulkan Khan, right? The second, you like that, right? The second coming of
Yeah,
Seth,
all right. Wakanda
right?
forever. I got you.
So all those individuals that's supposed to come, and when you get into the history of Kukulkan Khan, you're a sharp brother, right? You get into that name Farrakhan, right? The name Farad, and the Khan. And I know you probably already know the history of the Kukulkan Khan, right? But the thing is, all of those individuals, they're coming for the same purpose. Supposedly, according to the script. And it's not what I'm saying. This is according to the scriptures and according to the writings. So I'm saying if we're aligning ourselves with the stars and we're aligning ourselves with the ancient writings, we have to be in tune with what's going on. And I'm just making sure that what you're saying is in tune with the ancient writings.
Of course. One
Okay.
thing about me, brother, if you never really got a chance, because I can tell you don't really, you might have seen me recently, but you don't really know me. Because I'm known in the conscious community, right, for always bringing the receipts. And so everything I say, even if I don't show them, I'm a speak it coming from a knowledge, not just what's being made up or what somebody told me. This is my research. So when you speak of Kukulkan, right, and we go to the movie Black Panther,
Mm-hmm.
Wakanda, was the civilization that was on the manifest. But in the end, if you look at Wakanda Forever, they end up having to come together, didn't it? So it wasn't Kukulkan by itself, but it was Wakanda, that was really the center, of attention, so to speak. So what I'm saying is when we look at it from that aspect and put it in line with the history, we can look at, the Moors as Wakanda. It's actually a Moorish connection to Wakanda too in real life, but that's a whole nother measure. So Wakanda is there, the Kukulkan you speaking of, dealing with those who came after, still don't negate what was there already. And so they have to work together. And that's what this whole measure is about. That's why I say the pre-N.O.I. history and MSTA of a connection of the Allah Temple of Islam. That's the subject that I was dealing with. So I'm looking more where we can unite at. And being that I studied both doctrines, I see the unity, and that's why I'm giving the measures to bridge the gap. All the history I gave was just to show that we were connected at one time, organizationally. As far as dealing with the way that the doctrines diverge, these are but different schools of thought in the way we teach. You see, what we teach as Moors, though, is self-mastery, good brother. That's what we need to learn before we can be at the head or lead anything. That's what we call being an adept, coming out of that neophyte state and coming into the adept state. Understanding that your adept chamber is above your neck. That's the nearest place you can meet your God. That's why we say the higher self is spirit clothed with soul made in the form of Allah. Allah speaks to man through man. That's you. That's me.
Yeah,
So
brother.
we have a job to do. We can't just put it all on Farrakhan. We can't just put it all on Elijah. I can't even put it all on my chairman. I got to do my part. You got to do your part. We want to see some saving power coming from you. I need to demonstrate my saving power. And then them powers combined, there you go. Go ahead, brother.
I graduated from those about 15, 20 years ago, brother. From those teachings, right? But
what teaching you graduated from?
I'm about to tell you, brother. Mm-hmm. So as far as with yourself, I've been following you for a while, brother. I was one of them in the chat that was really trying to. I see you as a great mind. Somebody great minds.
I see you as a great mind too, brother.
What I mean by that is, the brothers Young Pharaohs, the brother Polites, all of them brothers get steered off course because of the lack of discipline.
They weren't built like that.
A couple years ago, I was sending you DM messages for the alignment. And what I mean by alignment is brothers like 19 Keys, for example.
Good brother.
Farrakhan is at the end of he's on decline. Okay. So the next God is lining up. And I think you gave a demonstration about black.
That's right.
How the prophet said that we're not colored black or whatever. See, the brother, the reason he said that at that time, he was dealing with the census, brother. He was dealing with the census, and he discovered a loophole with the blacks at that time to avoid the census, dealing with the categorization of black people, right? Or you can say Moors. And he was right for that time. But the ones that still teaching that, brother, listen, the name black, when you say Kim, that it means black. All of those terms that's been used for trillions of years in reference to our people is always going to always take you back to black. But that was one of the demonstrations that you sent, and I sent you a message. And the message was that, brother, you got the mind to be the next Dr. Khalid Muhammad or Malcolm or the next great.
So that was you that sent that message.
That was me.
Yeah, and you said that I need to basically, and I got the message that you was giving, but I'm a humble brother. Mm-hmm. When it's my time to do what the ancestors called me to do, and trust me, when I tell you, I know who I am. You understand where I'm coming from? But I respect those who came before me, and they have already pushed me to the front line to do the work, but I still have to honor those who are on the manifest. You know what I mean? Meaning that you have the opportunity too to be the next brother. But that's what I'm saying. But with our powers combined, brothers like you, that can see that. That's what we gonna grow at. You see what I'm saying? And that's what we got to give to our people. So I remember you sending that message, bro, and it was many moons ago. Like,
Right.
yeah, I remember
Yeah.
that.
So yeah, I watch you
Mhm.
on SideNet TV. I watch you with the guy in Europe, I guess in Great Britain. So I follow you, bro. I check you out, and I think you're very sharp, brother. You're a great mind. I think some of it's a hard pill to swallow, but some of the
I
concepts,
know.
dealing with the
Mhm.
black, okay, I,
It's a
that may be a
misunderstanding when
hard
it,
pill for you to swallow, brother. But that's
yeah,
one subject that.
it's a misunderstanding when it comes to the black. And I'm one that probably explain it better than most Moors, because I'm not one to beat somebody up because they call themselves black. I just
Mhm.
tell you why Noble Drew Ali taught that. He said black according to science mean death, but the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said the same thing. He said the black man was dead and in need of resurrection. You see what I'm saying? So both of them said the same thing in different ways. So if you're gonna go at the prophet, then you got to go at Elijah. And I think that would be a bit extreme to go at either one of them,
Oh no,
because
I never went at the prophet with that. I
yeah,
understood.
I'm just speaking in general,
Yeah,
not you,
I got you.
not you,
That right.
not you.
I
I'm
got you.
saying
Yeah,
that those. I'm speaking of those
and
who
and
looking at it from
what
the
he was
outside.
saying, what he was saying was applicable for that time. Because, like I said, once people dig into the census, and that's my recommendation for yourself, dig into what
Oh,
was going on with the census,
oh,
right?
I'm familiar with that time.
And
Trust me. You
and
familiar with
one
the
of the
black code?
terms, and one of the terms of categorization was freedman, right? Freedman actually was another name for Moor. You feel me? So he was right for his time of what he was teaching. But the ones that are still teaching that out of date and out of time, and that's when I heard you teaching it, and that's why I sent you that message, brother. Like, man, you have a great mind, but you're a little outdated with that information. And I know by you having your position, with your position with your organization, you may have to teach certain philosophies or whatever. But I would love to see brothers like yourself in alignment with the 19 keys, with the next brothers that's gonna really usher on um, the new gods, because I'm part of the old regime of the godhood. I'm on the old regime with the Dr. Khalid Muhammad, and that was my regime during that time. But right now, I'm in the level of being an elder, the behind the scenes type brother that can maybe one word can spark understanding to a young God to make him see one little error that can put him back on the alignment with the stars. So
Good brother. Let me show you something, right?
right.
Just responding to you, right? And I'm gonna show you something. Like when we use the term, because I teach the Kemetic language, right? So
Okay.
when we use the word Kim, for example,
Okay.
Kim has never been referred to in relation to dealing with being man. When I say that right there, Kim represents the land. You see, Kemet and Kim is the land, not the man. And so the word that's used is called Remet. That's the man. Sometimes they use the name Amu, Meswesh, Tamahu, what based on who they speaking of. So when we get into the aspect of black as it relates to more, good brother, the problem is that people are looking at black as a nationality, but that's called racialization. And the term, when we was ever referred to as being black, when it comes to racialization or adjective, they applied that comes from John Blumenbeck. That's a European who applied that to us on the scientific racism. This is real fact here. So the key is, who are you? What name actually attach you to the land? And the name Moor is the name that attach us to this land. If you go back to the law that the Europeans have themselves. And that's the reason why the name Moor is more important. It's just like somebody saying they're a Native American. Only difference is a Native American is one under what they call corporate governance, because they under the United States. We, from the Moorish standpoint, is going into international law. So we claiming the land. We ain't claiming no reservation. The reservation is just a placeholding apparatus. So when you say more, brother, that goes all the way back to Kemet and it comes up to now, but you can't trace the word black beyond the English language, not in the ancient language. You go among our ancestors, you would never find BL and C and a K without the letter A. It don't exist. Now we may say, well, this word mean black or that, but you would never find the root word BLACK, and that's not against ones who say that. We just speaking truth. But the word Moor can be traced back to not only Kemet, but every ancient civilization that has been established by our ancestors. And it pretty much means the same thing. And so the key is, that's what attach us to this land as the rulers of the land, the word Moor. So you can never really be outdated. You would never say a Chinese was outdated for being China. They've been Chinese forever. You know, Japanese, same thing. They've been what they've been forever. You know what I mean? And so it's the same with us. Our name and nationality shouldn't change every 10 years, good brother. We shouldn't be African American 1 minute, Negro the next minute, black 1 minute, colored the next minute. And now we got people saying they African descendants of slaves. They was saying African American, but they dropped the African part off. Now they ADO. Come on, man. You know what I mean? We the only people that change clothes, nationality, like people change clothes. And that's the real problem. You
like
see
I
what I'm
said,
saying?
You're a great mind, brother, but I wish you can record my number, bro. I can, help out with some things, with Kim, brother, with Kim. You saying it's the land. Okay, when you say you're a 5%er, you I think that basically what you learned was God's and earth. So the black woman is considered the earth, brother. She's considered the land.
Familiar with all that.
Let me finish, brother.
No, I'm just letting you know I'm
so
with you. I ain't going
we know in the Quran, right? And when it says that the original man was made from Huma, with the root
is Hamayin. Brother.
Let me finish, brother.
Yeah, I'm just helping you out. It's Hamayin.
Right. I'm saying you can help.
Hamayin.
Let me finish the bill, brother. I ain't gonna be long, but like I say, we can agree to disagree with that. But like I said in the Quran, brother,
no, I ain't disagreeing with you. I'm supporting you. I ain't trying to cut you out. I'm just saying I'm with you on that. But I was just saying it's Hamayin, not to cut you out. Go ahead, good brother.
Okay, the root is the HM, right? And that same root comes from the Kham, brother, and it represents the black soil. And once again, the basic teachings of the 5% nation is the gods and earths. So when you say that it doesn't refer to man, nah, brother, it's referring to the black woman, brother. So well, that's what I'm saying. So it's you a great mind, good brother, and this your platform, and I don't really want to go back and forth with you on your platform.
No, brother, you
but
good.
It just certain things. It's certain things with your philosophy, brother, that you can tighten up the wrenches on, and you're gonna be a very powerful brother. But with that, man, it was a great bill. It's a great bill, brother. Hey, man, keep up the great work. You're doing a great job, and I want to salute you, my brother. And just keep up the great work, my brother. All right.
Yeah, all is well, good brother. And like I said, I'm here to bridge the gaps. I know you finna go, but I want to say this before you go, good brother. My casa su casa. Anytime you want to come on here, brother, and build, it's all good. Because you'll never hear me disagree with you, because that ain't what I do. You feel me? Right. What I'm going to do, I'm going to always show you how to bridge the gap. So, one time you asked me, who is the original man? Asiatic black man, maker, owner, cream of the planet, earth, father, civilization, God of the universe. Come on, bro, I got this. You see what I'm saying? Like I was trying to quote some of the old lessons, that I had. Who are you, a Muslim brother? How do you ask on the square? How am I to know that you're on the square? Because I am the square. I memorized all that. The original man is Asiatic black.
Give me some
knowledge.
See where you at. Give me some facts. What's the distance from the sun to the moon?
You say the distance from the sun to the moon?
Sun to the moon, yeah. I mean, from the earth to the sun.
You say from the earth to the sun?
Yeah. I don't want to get time to Google it. Okay, how much?
No, I ain't got to Google it.
How much does the earth weigh, bro? Let me hear your actual facts. God.
You say how much the earth? I want to say so many sextillion tons.
How many?
But when it come down to dealing with these measures, good brother,
Okay,
what I'm saying is this, right?
How fast the earth travel, my brother?
Huh?
How fast the earth travel?
How fast the earth travels?
How fast does it travel?
When it come down to dealing with the N.O.I. doctrine, I want to say it's like 8,000 miles per second, if I ain't mistaken. I'm a little rusty in them areas.
I got you.
Light speed. I'm familiar with a lot of that. But what I'm saying is this.
So what I'm trying to say is, brother, you may have the surface of this. You may be scratching the surface of certain,
No, it's stuff that I
but you
remember, but it wasn't necessary for me to keep that on my dial plate. You know,
right,
I know it. It just
right.
wasn't necessary for me to keep that there, because I mean, people don't go around every day asking me, the planet I know is 24,896,000 square
But
miles.
you, but
I'm
but you
familiar
just
with it. But
you just
that's 30 years ago.
but
And I'm
nah,
not
but
a member of the Nation of
I
Islam,
got
so it ain't
but
necessary
quoted
for me to remember all that.
you just quoted
I
who was the rich man, the owner maker.
Yeah,
If you quote
I'm
that, you don't.
showing you I remembered that. Listen to me, good brother. I'm showing you that outside of being a Nation of Islam member, I memorized a lot of that stuff. Even though I
Right,
wasn't a part, it wasn't
and all
mandatory
I'm
for me to
trying to say
know that.
is, all I'm trying to
I
say is with
chose to do that
mathematics.
out of love.
If you,
Go ahead, good
what
brother.
I'm trying to say is, if with mathematics, if I'm giving you trigonometry and geometry, and you may know arithmetic, you may even know how to multiply. It doesn't mean that you totally understand the geometry and the higher levels of mathematics. So the same thing with the teaching of Elijah Muhammad, brother. You may have the basics. But the advanced teachings, brother, I don't think you have it. But you can get it, brother. I can give it to you, my brother.
Good brother.
I
Good
think you
brother.
said that
I
you are.
have it. I
Uh-huh.
have it, but it's not necessary again. Like, it ain't necessary, even though I used to teach it all the time about the 66, 7, 8 trillion year. It ain't necessary for me to go around just teaching that, because that's really beyond the average individual's comprehension. They ain't thinking on that. You got
It's
to teach
necessary,
them.
brother.
You got to
It's
teach them.
necessary.
Listen what I'm saying. But you got to teach them what the things that they can grasp where they at before you start talking like that. Now, my son, I started them off with the history of the tribe of Shabazz. They could quote the atom when it was coming out. If you ask them 70, but now them hammer knocker done forgot everything I told them. You know what I mean? I taught my son this, and we used to be at the N.O.I mosque here. I'm a Moor going in there, and them brothers like, man, how you get them to stand still long enough to remember all that? So this is what I'm telling you. I had N.O.I brothers honoring, me, because they couldn't teach their babies like that, and they was getting it. The ones here. So that's what I'm saying. And this is like, 20 some years ago. So I feel you where you're coming from. I just don't feel it's necessary. I was just letting you know. I memorized that knowledge, wisdom and understanding, all the supreme mathematics. Allah,
Yeah.
be a born, be is to exist, born is to bring into existence, is to see things clearly with knowledge. Come on, man.
Yeah.
All of
And
that. And I
that's what
honor
I'm
it.
saying.
I honor it.
You
Go ahead.
can get those lessons. You can order those lessons on eBay. But what I'm trying to say is, the average individual that may be able to quote some of the number one of the student enrollment, or quote one or two of the supreme mathematics, it doesn't mean they have a thorough
Oh, I got
advanced.
a thorough understanding of the teaching, though. I got a thorough, because that's what I studied. I was
Oh,
thoroughly understanding what I was studying. I wasn't just studying this stuff. I
well,
went into the depth of it.
well.
Literally, like I studied the Moorish teaching, I studied that. But I
Mm-hmm.
went more into the Moorish aspect, and that's where I got a lot of
So,
that
so,
in the
so
dial.
you've done paramilitary. You familiar with general orders?
Yeah, bro, I got all that.
Do you know it though?
It wasn't necessary because I'm not a member of the N.O.I. I'm not the fruit.
Right.
But I know, listen, I
no.
know this. Listen to what I'm saying.
Okay.
I didn't memorize the FOI manual, but I got all of that here, bro.
Right.
All of
So,
that. 30 years ago, that was
what I'm trying to
given
say
to
is,
me by my brother.
okay. So what I'm trying to say
We
is,
have different rules. We have different rules that I memorized, like our divine constitution.
okay. So let me give you a jewel, brother. Let me give you a jewel. See, it's a certain recipe to becoming a god, right? and when you become a god, it's no shortcut to that recipe. Now,
No, you
people
born a
understand.
god, brother.
Let me finish that, bro. But when I talk to Hebrew Israelites and people of different aspects, right? And I ask them, like, brother, why can't your doctrine produce Khalid Muhammad's and Malcolm X and Muhammad Ali's and Farrakhan's or whatever, right? And let's say, and no offense to the Moors, man, no offense to that, but let's say if your organization are not producing these giants, right? And what I'm trying to say is, it's a formula, brother.
They
It's a
produced
formula.
Elijah Muhammad and Master Farad Muhammad, good brother.
Okay, it's
The
right.
giants that you talking about.
But what I'm trying to give you an example for today. The 19 keys, right, brother? What that brother is going through, it's a formula to that, brother. So the simple things that people say, oh, I didn't want to remember that. Oh, doing the drills don't make no difference. Eating one meal a day and the diet, that don't matter. All of it matters, brother. So when I tell you,
No,
it's like,
we're not
hey,
saying
okay,
it don't matter.
one second, brother, one second. When
Go
I
ahead,
say,
good brother.
do you know the
Mhm.
basic, right? It's not to put you down, or it's not to.
No, you ain't putting me
Put
down,
your,
because you can't put me
oh,
down because,
okay.
good brother, I'm
Well,
not
let me
on the
finish
fence.
my bill, though. Can I finish my bill, brother? How
But
can we
what
go?
you yeah, you can build, but what you got to
Okay,
realize, brother, we're in two different paradigms. So it's
right. I'm
not for
trying to
me.
make
What I know is the divine constitution.
what
Do you know the divine constitution of Moorish America? You see what
I
I'm
get.
saying? No,
Yeah,
you don't know it. You
yeah,
see what I'm saying?
right. But
That's
let me
what I'm
get
trying to show you. So it's not necessary. I know the divine constitution of Moorish America. I know the 101 keys. I know,
right.
the stuff that's necessary for me to know in my body. It's not necessary for me to know the N.O.I doctrine, as far as dealing with their rules and regulation. Because if I'm in line with my rules, I'm in
All
line with their rules anyway. You see what I'm
right.
saying?
So all I'm trying to say is this, right?
And we
When
we
I
are
when I see
God.
great
We
when I see
born God.
when I
You don't
see
have to be made a God by man.
when I
You born God. Go
when
ahead.
I when I see great minds like yourself, okay, it's
Mm-hmm.
all Dion doing, right? He's a
Mm-hmm.
Hall of Fame. He got the gold jacket. He's able to see talent. He may not be able to do it himself because he's retired now.
That's right.
What I'm trying to say is, brother, it's a formula to becoming a Farrakhan, a Dr. Khalid Muhammad, a Malcolm X, a Muhammad Ali, right? The tested and approved formula that's been giving birth to these giants is the Nation of Islam, brother. So what I'm trying to say is, when a brother like myself see a brother like yourself, I'm like, man, this brother's a great mind. If he go through this regimen, it's almost like what Dion taking them guys through, right? Football field, Michael Jordan, see great talent. Man, this guy got talent, but you know what? He may not have the diet down pat, or he may not have the gym, uh, 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 certain things in the gym down pat. So all I'm trying to say is, brother, it's a method into producing gods, brother. It's a method into giving birth to a god. And
And I'm saying,
all I'm
I'm
trying to say is, a lot of these organizations, they bypass that. A lot of these young brothers, everybody want to be a big head scientist. Everybody want to reinvent the wheel,
good
right? And
brother.
that's not necessarily always the solution, my brother. But
I feel, and I'm
yeah.
not going in opposition to what you're saying. What I'm trying to get you to see is this. There's a question that we ask in the Moorish Science Temple. It's the first question. And the question is, who made you? You see what I'm saying? Did man make you or did God make you? No. So you born to be who you are, good brother. The God that you was born to be. So nobody can make you what you destined to be. You see, and I don't aspire to be as great as the next man. I aspire to be as great as the God that is within. You see, with respect to all of the men that are great. You see what I'm saying? And so my work is cut out for me. But I'm not looking to be, me personally, I'm not trying to be on that level to where I'm trying to be a prophet or something. Because I understood that my duty is to be somebody that come forth and do my work, which is basic. And then whatever out of the work that it is that I do, somebody can grow from it.
But
I'm
you
not
talk.
necessarily trying to be the one that's out there on the front line as the next Farrakhan. That ain't how I'm thinking. You know what I
Well,
mean?
no,
Or the next big leader. I'm
you
just
shouldn't
trying to
think like that. But the
contribute
thing
my
is,
little bit to the people. That's all. Go ahead, good brother.
you're in Florida, right?
That's right.
I'm in Florida too. See, I got a Tampa
Mhm.
Bay head. So,
Okay,
brother,
yeah, you repping the team, man. You a
yeah.
Buccaneer. So it's all love right there. There you
So
go.
even in the state of Florida, brother, rich history dealing with the Black Seminoles, the Yamasees, and it's a lot of work here, brother. So yeah, you might not be destined to be the next Farrakhan or whatever, but
That's
all I'm
right.
trying to say is, your subject is dealing with unity, right?
That's right.
So if we're gonna deal with unity, right, the process of that is understanding the formula of leadership. And all I'm trying to say is, the Nation of Islam has showed and proved that they have a formula, and a lot of it is dealing with the FOI. It's dealing with the militant training. And that's the thing that a lot of these young brothers, they grew up without a father figure in their life or a man around, and they're great minds. They're great minds, but that great mind that's void of discipline, it become a next brother polite or a young pharaoh. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you got people.
Oh,
I agree with you,
but
but you'll never see me. I ain't gonna never be one that's attacking the people, and that's what I'm known for in the community. For my cool head when I'm getting cussed out. Now, when I was younger, I'd be putting hands on people for some of the stuff. We from Florida, so certain things is get you in trouble talking certain type of ways. How they be talking reckless, And I wasn't I wasn't no pushover type of dude in my youth. I was very terrible. I'm gonna be honest, I was terrible in my youth, but I'm not that guy no more. And it was the teachings that I learned, brother, that brought me out of that state. You know what I mean? It was Prophet Noble Drew Ali. I also came through the real lineage of the Shakors as far as the teaching that I received from the militant side. I was real militant, good brother. I literally went fist to cuff with these people, slung iron and all that right there with these people that you call the oppressor. I done been there. So, a lot of people be talking it, but if it came down to it, can they walk it? And so I ain't trying to push that type of measure out there. I know what I'm capable of. You know what I mean? So when it come down to dealing with most situations, that's why I got in trouble. Cause me thinking that people was on that type of time, they wasn't on it. And they were like, man, that man crazy. He did it for real. You see what I'm saying? And so the discipline you see in me now as far as dealing with other people when they cursing and talking crazy like you done seen them do, that come from years of being tried and tested, good brother. You know what I mean? So it don't get no more discipline than that. But we also have points, where we also understand there's a limitation to where any man has a breaking point too. We ain't gonna act crazy. So the key is being as disciplined as you are, and your discipline. I win more people over really by my action more than talking. To be honest with you, through the grace of the Most High over the 30 years, bro, I done brought a lot of people out of the darkness into the light. Yeah, they were listening to what I said, but it's really them understanding who I was as an individual. They know I was living what I'm talking. And that's where the God power come from, good brother. Not what I'm saying, but people that's in your immediate surrounding that when you come, you stop traffic. When you move through environment, they light up. You see what I'm saying? And that's something that can't be given to you. You can't learn that. That's something that got to be in you. But I honor you though. I know where you coming from. I'm just here to, like I say, unite our people. And the way I do it is through where we've been having misunderstandings and beefing over information. I'm trying to clear up them cobwebs of confusion so that the lion can lay down with the lamb, good brother.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All.
I say, brother,
That's
you're doing an excellent job. Just my only recommendation is, like I say, is the Nation of Islam. When Farrakhan had the Million Man March, he basically told the world that he got an army. He got 1 million that you see and 1 million that you don't see. I'm part of the 1 million that you don't see. So, but the point is that I think that everybody, man, the Nation of Islam has a proven formula of success. And even when the brothers that are not in the mosque, not a part of it, get the formula. Get the formula, because whatever they're doing is working. Whatever they're doing is working. Get the formula and apply that formula to your organization. Apply that formula to your family. Apply that to your state, and it will produce success. But that's my message. And that success is the ultimate goal of unifying, of unity with our people.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you, good brother, and it's all love. Like I said, you're welcome to come on. And we got more in common than you may think. Just keep
I
paying
totally agree.
attention to me, and watching the measures, bro, and you'll see it's all gonna make sense when it's said and done. The key again, like I'm the reason why Moor is being respected right now.
Right.
After Lord Abba and Tahaka Baden them fumbled the ball, and was getting, making us look real bad out there. And so I'm the reason why people respect the Moors now. And Sarnetta know who I am. That's why he telling Reggie them what, and they running. And I don't even like to debate with them, but they looking at me as a worthy foe. I'm trying to unite the people. They want to go back and forth. I'm not one who like to go back and forth. You know, I like to find the common ground. Because we can, if I were going to do that right there, I'd have stayed in the street, repping a street corner. You know what I mean? If I
Right.
were going to live like that, you know? So I don't like the political and religious gang banging, brother. We all one. We one people. And my duty is to show us that we won, you know. But I love you, brother, you know, with love and divinity, and that's real spill. And
Yes,
look forward to seeing you again now.
I saw your debate with Tahaka Bay. And
And they didn't understand nothing in there.
well, man,
The people
it's
that was
almost
looking at that conversation, they didn't understand nothing. Even he said that he knew. The problem is that when we arguing two different things, because the whole conversation was supposed to be who is following the prophet. And to be technical with you, we both was following the prophet. He just following the prophet and staying in the government. I mean the temple, and we following the prophet by building the government. The prophet was talking about. But you know, people that don't have that knowledge, they don't know what you're talking about. And he agreed with it. You know, it's the same thing when I debated Tahuti. People didn't understand what was being said. A lot of this stuff be over the people's head, you know, but it is what it is. If you ain't coming to no conclusion after the debate, good brother, where it's building our people up, it's still useless anyway. You know, if we don't say, all right, now we done draw the line in the sand. All right, now that this conversation over, which way we moving? If we ain't coming to that conclusion right there, it's a waste of time to really go back and forth. And it really hurt the people more than anything, in my opinion. You know what I mean?
right. So who you have next? You have brother Reggie next, right?
He don't want to take it. They
Oh,
running. That's why Saw keep telling me, like, man, why y'all keep running from this brother? But when I get up there and speak, then they want to come in and convolute a conversation. And so, you know, I'm at the point now because they kicked me off their platform a couple of times. You know, invited me. I told them that's what they were gonna do, and try to control the narrative. And so when I go out there, when Saw asked me, I told Saw the last time I was on there, I said, next time them dudes try to get on my platform, until they take this conversation, smash Reggie, all of them, I said they can't come back on my platform. Ain't no need in talking if y'all don't want to, you know, have no conversation. Don't just come up here to cause confusion, you know, and say something that you don't agree with. You see what I'm saying? I ain't got no problem with you disagreeing. My thing is prove what you saying. Pull the paperwork out like I'm gonna pull it up. Cause trust me, I got something for Reggie and every last one of them that ever challenged me. Even though I don't want to beat them up, I know I got to beat them up in order to make a point. Cause I don't like bullies or intellectual bullies neither. I didn't tolerate that in my past, and I definitely ain't finna tolerate it now. And I know they ain't really cut from the cloth that I'm cut from, you
right.
know, in neither one of the worlds. Because I know that I would go at certain times, and to an extent that most of them wouldn't go. I
Right.
go into uncharted territory. And I can tell, trust me, I come from the lions, the tigers, and the bears, oh my. You know, but that ain't what I'm trying to push. You feel me?
Right.
They plan, and I can see through it. They would get devoured. You know we from Florida, bro. You know how the terrain is down here. You
Oh
know it
yeah.
ain't nothing but ignorance here. I'm a diamond in the rough coming from down here talking this stuff and teaching this stuff that I teach. You know that.
I agree.
You know
So
the culture is
the subject that you and brother Reggie is going to discuss was about the hieroglyphics,
the hieroglyphics.
where they
You know,
decipher it.
yep. And that's the problem. See, what he ain't understanding is I'm trying to get them to see that when we deal with what they talking about, they got Champolion's methodology. And I'm saying that that's not the original way of the ancestors. All they did is took certain words, bro, in the Coptic language and pit them up against symbols and then say, we deciphered it. But I can do the same thing with English language and create an Egyptian alphabet. Like the Hebrews had their own. Our Meroitic people had their own, you know,
Right.
but it's not the method. That's why I asked him, I said, show me an alphabet chart from the ancestors. It don't exist. You see, and I got the document to prove that it don't exist with an ancient chart that they was trying to push as alphabets. You see,
So
but
I have a question.
I know the language that they don't know. I know the Demotic and the Hieratic, which they don't study. Go ahead, bro.
All right, all right. So I'm just gonna throw this your way to see how you respond. Right?
Mm-hmm.
If you believe that the hieroglyphics have not been deciphered,
I
right?
already know where you're going. Go ahead.
Okay, tell me where I'm going. Let me see where you're at. Tell me where I'm going.
Most of them try to say, well, why is your name Commission? Or why is this that? And why is, how you gonna say Kemet mean this? Or this word mean that? That's the logic most people try to. The same thing they said to Pharaoh and Seti. But the difference between me, Pharaoh, and Seti, good brother, is they didn't know what I know.
Okay.
The original
okay.
alphabet, good brother, starts with Phoenician, which predates Greek. Greek didn't even exist when Phoenician was in existence. So what they call in Greek now is really Phoenician. See, that one thing people got to comprehend. So Phoenician evolved directly out of the hieratic language, good brother. They don't know that. So they should be using Phoenician in order to decipher, not Greek. And they definitely shouldn't be using it to decipher no pictures, because the ancestors didn't teach that. There is no alphabet to prove it. They should be dealing with the hieratic and the Demotic, because that's the primary source material. Everything they got with pictures was created by the Romans, but the real language is hieratic and Demotic. It's simple.
With
Same
the
thing
hieratic,
Walter William would tell them. Go ahead, good bro.
So with the hieratic or the demonic, right?
That's right.
What glyph or what particular papyri speaks about the MR?
Oh, all of them, bro. It's a lot of them. I can pull one up. That's common because the word simply means love. It also means overseer. It got a whole bunch of positive meanings to it. The mirror. The mirror.
Right.
It actually come from that time up to now, and we can put it in the form of mayor. Like mayor literally evolves, from the word mirror.
So I'm just gonna help you tighten up your game room right now. You did a quote with the and you've quoted from Wallace Budge in
That's
the past.
right. Nothing wrong with that.
You quoted from Wallace Budge.
Nothing wrong with that.
Right. And then you come back and say that it's not decipherable. Now everything with Wallace Budge is basically coming from Champollion. So all I'm saying is this, right? You got some great debate skills, brother. But what when you got somebody in the background like myself that can see both sides, I'm like, okay, bro, they go try to hit you with this and hit you with that. That's just one area, and almost that's just one area that maybe you can kind of cover that track or be prepared when they hit you with that. And another area.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you, because I don't want to move to the next one.
Okay.
Who did E. Wallace Budge say wrote the dictionaries that he had? You remember his foreword that he was speaking on?
Well, I'm gonna give you my opinion about that. Right.
No, I'm just saying what he said, because we want to go outside opinion. Who did he say wrote the documents that he had? I'm talking about what did he say?
What did he say?
I tell you if you don't know it. Just say you don't know it if you don't, and I tell you what he said. And I can show it to you if I need to.
Okay, go ahead.
He tells you.
Hold up. It's on the tip of my tongue. You know what?
Go ahead. What was it? What he said?
Let me tell you, because the reason I ordered this book, believe it or not,
was glad you got it.
From one of your videos, brother. That's why I give you props now. That's why I give you props.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, good brother. I hear you. You looking for the post?
Oh, who he said actually did the definitions of it. And I'm not gonna. It's too late for me to pull it up and look at it real quick.
Okay, well, I'm gonna show you right here real quick because I got mine right here.
Okay.
I always keep it locked and loaded. I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about, good brother, so you can see why I tell you. And this is like really light work measure here, dealing with that, with Budge. Listen to what he say right here. You see this here?
Mm-hmm.
He said the professional copyists of the Book of the Dead and the monastic scribes who laboriously transcribe Coptic Syriac. You can see that?
Okay. Well, I can. Yes, I can vaguely see it. Yes.
Oh, look, what I'm gonna do? Okay, yeah, I
But
want to
you
blow it up. I
phone,
want
so
to blow it up to make sure you can see it. Can you see it now that I blowed it up a little bit more?
it's a little bit. Let's see. Because the thing is, I'm on my phone, so my screen's small.
Okay, I got you. I got you. You ain't on the computer screen.
But when I
Well, basically, this is what they say, right? They say the mistakes of scribes and transcribers and their errors and omissions. And so he say the professional copyists of the Book of the Dead and the monastic scribes who laboriously transcribe Coptic, Syriac, Arabic, and Ethiopic texts in Egypt, Ethiopia, and Syria made many mistakes, misspelt words of the archetypes in their copies, omitted whole lines, and made nonsense. It say of many passages by omitting parts of words and mixing. Hold up. Let me close that down a little bit and open it up again. He said, in mixing together the remaining parts. It seems to me obvious from these facts that everyone who undertakes a long and very tedious work like making of an Egyptian dictionary must be guilty of the perpetration of mistakes, blunders, errors in his copying, however careful he may be. In my work, there will be found inconsistencies, misunderstandings, and misprints, and probably downright misstatements. And as Maspero said in his edition of the pyramid text, and he spoke Jerely Ready Sans Men Intonir. In other words, he said, notwithstanding such defects, I hope and believe this dictionary will be useful. And he talking about to the reader, basically. But the main measure here, he telling you that there's a misplacement. See, this is where I get them at, though, good brother. See, this is original papyri right here. You see what I'm saying? This original papyri. This is what they call transcribed text. This is not the original. So the key is they telling you that this is alphabet and they wrong. This is the alphabet. Once you understand that the hieratic is the real alphabet and there is no one-for-one comparison, and once you go into the hieratic papyri and see that it ain't saying what they saying it is, that's what really convince you. And I've been there in certain papyri, bro. It ain't saying what they saying it is. You know what I mean? And so they can pull that foolishness on somebody that don't know no better. But I see through muddy water and spot dry land. You know, and last but not least, Wallace Buzz said right here. Listen, in this small statement, he said that he should also have one or more assistants to help him. He talking about compiling the dictionary. It says in his laborious task goes without saying, I am conscious that unfortunately I possess none of the qualifications necessary for such a great work, except in a very limited degree. Nevertheless, I have written this dictionary, and how I came to do so, the following paragraph will show. He literally go in here and say he was doing guesswork, good brother. You know what I mean? Right. So, like, I mean, only thing I respect Wallace Buzz for is being honest. You know, he's an honest man. He tell you that it was guesswork and that the dermatologists of Kemet was the ones that he had doing that. So he wasn't even the one compiling his dictionary, nor was Champollion. You know, and I got sources to prove Champollion didn't even complete. He's supposed to have a Coptic dictionary, but can't nobody find Champollion Coptic dictionary. So we can vet it. We seen that a lot of the stuff he said in the Rosetta Stone don't even correspond with what he's saying. They pretty much put it in brackets, bro. They put the names of the Ptolemies in there. You know, when it ain't in the original document, bro. I got the document, the original Ptolemaic Rosetta Stone. I can translate it right now for you, and it ain't saying what they saying. They got Greek gods and everything in there. We got to stop these people, man. That's all I'm saying. You know, so we gonna get on it though. We gonna get on it. I may just do a show on my presentation if they keep running. They want me to do that though, so they can try to come up later and know what I'm gonna hit them with. That's why I won't bring it out, because I really want to give this to them and expose them for the fufu. But yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
So I'm
all is well though.
right.
All is
I'm
well.
asking this, brother.
I like the question you asked though, good brother. Go ahead.
Yes. I'm asking you this. You said the Moorish Science, the MSTA has a lesson called the 102s, right?
No, what I was showing is that we have what we call the 102 questionnaire. It's
Okay.
not more or less, it's the questionnaire. We got 102s and the 101s. And the 102s is the one that go into telling you the European were the pale skin and that they come from Adam and Eve, and so forth and so on. It goes into that history that you hear the N.O.I often teaching.
So what's the origin of those lessons, the 102? Where you get those from?
What? Well, those are Noble Drew Ali's, the question, we call them Quran questionnaires. So a lot of it is based around the Quran, Moorish Holy Quran, but also there are certain aspects of the history that he meant to highlight, so to speak, that our people would need to know. And I'll show you real quick because it ain't nothing major. I'll show you the 101s. They was the original
No,
questionnaire before the
I'm
102.
familiar with the 101s. I'm asking
Oh,
about the
you
one.
never heard of the 102s? Yeah,
I've
that was the original questionnaire before the 101. What he taught at the Canaanite temple.
Are they authentic? Like
Yes,
from
sir. They was the
so so,
original.
so what
Some
I mean by
people,
that is the brothers from the Moorish Science Temple now
yeah,
today.
yeah, they got the 102s, but they
So they
felt like, huh?
mhm.
Yeah, they
so
got
they
the 102s. Go
and
ahead,
the
good bro. Yeah, 101s and 102. That's like basic information. It wasn't known in the public because they pushed the 101s more. Because some people believe that the 102s is harsh in language, but I know Prophet Noble Drew Ali brought forth the 101s, because our people wasn't able to accept some of the information as it was, and then he brought the 101, which ain't real different, but just to bring about more clarity, and then we had the adept questionnaires.
so the point is the
A lot of people
102
don't even know about the
are
adept questionnaire. Go ahead, good bro.
they're not universally accepted by all Moorish.
No, they accept it. It's just that they came in degrees. Like all Moors got the 101s and 102s. Just like I said, we got adept questionnaires too that most of the public didn't know about. But in our group, we put those adept questions out there. But as far as the 102s, yeah, all Moors draw off of them, but they more deal with the 101s because of the language. Like I said, the language is like similar to the N.O.I doctrine. It's raw and uncut. So
All
it's
right, well,
not that, it's
I'm
what whoever choose to use, you know what I mean?
I'm asking you a question about the 102s. You familiar
Mm-hmm.
with this here?
Yeah, I got it over here in the digital form.
Have you ever seen this brother on YouTube or give any
Yeah,
presentation?
yeah, I seen Keith Moore. You
You
know,
know that you know
yeah,
that he
I
you know
seen
that
what he do.
that in particular, like the 102s that you're speaking
Yeah,
of,
yeah,
that it
yeah.
comes from pretty much the black Shriners, and it comes from is plagiarized, so to say.
People try to say that, you know what I mean, about the concept, but they ain't produced the document. I know some of the Shriners information, and it don't talk like that, brother. Trust me. I'm gonna pull up the 102 so you can
And I'm
see.
saying book though, you have his book.
Yeah, I got that right now. It's in digital form though. I ain't ordered it physically. I had it in
Right.
digital form for
Right.
years. I
So
can
in the
pull it
book,
right up for you.
he specifically states all the aspects that he said that basically the Moorish Science Temple is plagiarizing from the black Shriners.
Nah, I disagree with that because I know I got the Shriners rituals over here, good brother. And the
Okay.
Shriners rituals ain't none of them teach that same thing. They
Right.
don't
So
teach the 102s. I
right.
know that. I got the Shriners ritual over here.
Right. So what I've always been curious about is I've never heard any brothers from Moorish Science Temple or yourself
Mm-hmm.
go at this brother here when he's specifically saying that a high percentage of what the Moorish Science Temple is teaching is basically regurgitated information from the Black Shriners.
Yeah, that's his opinion.
Book. That's
He
why.
got no problem with it having his opinion. He can't prove that though, because Prophet Noble Drew Ali name was never found on no rolls, Masonic rolls.
But
And
no,
also,
what I'm saying, he got it in the book. You said he never said it. It's in the
yeah,
book.
no,
It's in
what
the book.
I'm saying is that those are unfounded claims, because when we go and look up Prophet Noble Drew Ali, you won't find his name on Masonic rolls. Like people say he was a Mason. In that book, he say Prophet Noble Drew Ali was a Mason, and he wrong for that. Prophet Noble Drew Ali was not a Mason. It was people that was Masons around him. He was the Egyptian adept, and so like it's a couple of Moors that say he a Mason, and they wrong for that. He wasn't a Mason, and they can't produce that proof. That's assumption. And they tried to say he looked like a Shriner. No, Prophet Noble Drew Ali dress came from Kush. That was the dress of the Kushites. And so, like I say, I ain't mad at him about his opinion, but I know he from the outside looking in. And so he's somebody that's trying to put certain things together. He a good resourceful brother on certain aspects, but certain things he just wrong on. Because you can't show me in there anywhere, for example, where he teach this. This is 102s right here. The Shriners don't say this right here. 102s. They don't talk like this right here. Not this stuff. I got the Shriners ritual over here. Watch this. Okay. Who made you? Allah. Who is Allah? Allah is the father of the universe. Can we see him? No. Where's the nearest place we can meet him? In the heart. Right? Who is Noble Drew Ali? He is Allah's prophet. What is a prophet? A prophet is the thought of Allah manifested in the flesh. What is the duty of a prophet? To save nations from the wrath of Allah. Who was the founder of the Moorish Science Temple of America? Noble Drew Ali. What year was the Moorish Science Temple of America founded? When you get into all that there, that's what it's all dealing with. How old is our flag? 50,000 years old. Why? Because Friday, which is our holy day? Friday. Why? Because Friday is the holy day in which man was formed in flesh. All this is based around Moorish doctrine. Moabites and so forth and so on. And they think that this is in line with a catechism. But this is way outside of the aspects of dealing with Shrinism and a Shriner's catechism. And that's what they're trying to tie it to. But catechisms are universal. It's not
So
just Shriners that have it.
So my
Go ahead.
question is right there. I don't know if it is. I'm on my phone.
Yeah, put it on up
Right
here.
here, page 53. I highlighted. I read this book from cover to cover. I highlighted this part. The brother says Moorish Science Temple is the first Black Islamic group.
That's
the
right.
origin doctrine, derived from the mystic Shriners. Said Noble Drew Ali was a Freemason who received his knowledge of Islam from the Masonic order. So my question is, and this brother, he ain't hiding. I've seen plenty videos from YouTube, and I'm not gonna necessarily say him, but it was one brother in particular saying that the Moorish Quran was a remix of the
Aquarian Gospels, and they wrong on that. I proved Tehude on that.
So the question is,
Tehude on that one.
Right. So the question is, I see a lot of brothers that compare the teachings of Elijah Muhammad, but the ones that's really on y'all heels, that really are, I ain't gonna say
on my heel, they run from me. They don't want to have a conversation with me.
The ones that's challenging y'all doctrine, y'all addressing them. What? So
I done whooped up on a couple of them guys.
Keith Moore?
I ain't never had Keith Moore ain't never challenged us. Like me, I'm talking about like me. He never came up on no panel and challenged me.
If I had your number, bro, I could see the video. This brother was going off on basically saying y'all basically.
But you know why? You know why he doing that? Cause how the Moors go in and say that they ain't no Masons, and the Moors go in on certain aspects of people following the European doctrine. The Scottish Rite and York Rite. That's why he doing that. Cause it's some Moors be banging on Masons. You know, some people may think that we bang on Mason, but we don't be banging on Mason. We just give you the truth. If Noble Drew Ali said he came to take the cover off all secret organizations, good brother, and he said that a Mason and a pastor was going to be the last to accept his teaching, that should tell you what Noble Drew Ali was demonstrating right there. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You know, so like I said, he got a right to his opinion, bro. I got all that information. Them talking about he was a Shriner. I got videos going in opposition to that. He ain't ran into me with that foolishness. Todd Tariq Bay and them think they Masons. You know what I mean? There's a couple more in the temple think they Masons. I done went at all them on that stuff. They can't prove Noble Drew Ali was no Mason. That's assumption. And he ain't found on no Masonic rolls and no Masonic documents, bro. Trust me when I tell you that.
Okay,
That's
well,
assumption.
I'm
That's
just
assumption.
it's just a question.
Elijah was a Mason, though. Elijah Muhammad was a Mason.
He's
Marcus
produced
Garvey was a Mason. Go
he
ahead.
produced an entire book demonstrating. You
I
know,
got it.
I
I
know you
got
got
it
the book
over here.
demonstrating, basically showing step by step of the Moor Science Temple. Basically, they plagiarized their information from the Black Shriners, so to say, and that.
Hey
Yeah,
man,
yeah,
you got to be in my mind to know why I'm laughing, because I done dealt with that subject so many times, bro. I got whole videos showing you that the Shriners ain't got nothing on us. You
right.
know, and no
But
disrespect to the
don't
Shriners.
you think y'all should be addressing this and trying to piece together some teachings
Well,
of the
he got a right to write. That's the thing. Like, I'm not here to attack the brother. But
okay.
trust me, I'm not here to attack anybody. But like I say, I'm more with bridging the gap. But if he crossed my path, you know, I'm gonna swing that scimitar. But I don't just go looking to pick fight with people, brother, just to bang on them. Most people that come at me that I go back and forth with is called they came at me. You know what I mean? I ain't
Right.
looking for the beef. You know, but if you cross my path, I can finish it. I can cook you. You know what I mean? But I
Okay.
don't be looking for that conflict. But trust me, I can debunk and done debunk that stuff already. I got whole videos. You know, if you go through my catalog of information, you're gonna see I went at that. I'm actually getting ready to show the proof about the mudras that they use the signs and symbols with their hands. I'm getting ready to go in on that soon and show the people what they get at.
My concept of that, you know, I'm kind of familiar with what's his name, Angelo Suleiman.
The
I
Moorish
don't,
right.
yeah, the Moorish Freemasonry.
Yeah, Moorish
I
right.
don't necessarily believe that Noble Drew Ali, you know, there's no documented proof that he was a Mason or a Shriner. But I do believe that some of the lessons that they are formatted. They are formatted in that format. You know, it's very, very close similarities. And you know, my concept is this, you know,
That
mathematics,
like
man.
saying the N.O.I lessons is Masonic lessons.
I can say that too. Listen, listen. That's my one thing about me is I don't deny anything when it comes to truth,
Yeah,
right?
I agree. But I'm saying you saying that it ain't nothing can be compatible between, for example, the Moorish and the N.O.I. But I'm showing you certain things.
Oh no. I never said that. I said that when it comes to
Okay,
math, of
okay.
course, when you're dealing with the basics, all of us going to deal with the basic arithmetics. So yes, you can find similarities of certain names, certain whatever. You know, both of them use the name Allah. One use Islam, one use Islamism. You know what I mean? Both of them use Asiatic. You know, as far as Noble Drew Ali perspective of God man is different from Elijah.
But did
Noble
you
Drew
see?
Ali and God man is inner self, your higher self and lower self. You know what I mean? Nation Islam is the black man is God, is the white, and the white man is the devil. It ain't no inner self or whatever when it comes to
Yeah,
that.
but it's saying the same thing, good brother, just in different ways. Semantics. You know,
Right,
we teach that man is God. We teach man is God, bro. Noble
right.
Drew Ali brought that lesson to us. But what I'm saying, I mean, when he say you look into the face of man, he actually helped people understand the N.O.I lesson that may not understand them. He said, when you look into the face of man, you look into the face of Allah. What that mean?
Okay, so listen, bro. This is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
In your presentation tonight, how much did you quote from this?
How much did I quote? I quoted what was written in certain measures. I actually quoted from certain measures in it, but it was mainly not dealing with the Moorish Holy Quran.
Right.
So it wasn't necessary for me to go quote everything from that. I touched on it a little bit.
What I'm trying to say is, when you compare these two books, this here and this here, right? It's differences, good brother. It's differences. You know what I mean?
Okay, I'm gonna show you something.
And yes, we can.
What you saying is big differences in that, but when you compare that book, The Message to the Black Man, to the Exhuming of a Nation, it's a real big difference. And you don't have the Exhuming of a Nation. I can tell you don't have it.
No. I'm coming from the core, which is Noble Drew and
Yeah,
Eli.
but that's the core. That's the core. The Exhuming of a Nation is the core. It's the new thing.
No, I'm not going from the writings of Farrakhan. No,
we ain't talking about no, bro. I ain't talking about the writings of Farrakhan. I'm talking about the Exhuming of a Nation that was written by the chairman.
No.
Actually, is the works. Listen, this is the works of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. It replaces, if we want to go into saying it's outdated, the Message of the Black Man is outdated according to the Exhuming of a Nation.
Right.
700 page, a straight 5, but I'm not putting them in opposition to each other.
Right.
He told, even Elijah told you, he said, we need new teaching. Did you see me say that earlier? He said, the teachings I got will not be used in building a nation. Did you see that in this presentation tonight? Well, Elijah said that.
You ever misunderstanding what he meant by that?
No, brother. I'm gonna show you exactly what he said right here. Ain't no misunderstanding. This is exactly what Elijah said.
Right. Your interpretation.
We ain't gonna put no words in his mouth or no interpretation. Some things are not parabolic or esoteric, good brother. Look at this right here. This is what the brother said. He said what he said. He didn't mean for nobody to interpret what he said in another way. Look at this. Right here. Here it is. See what the brother said? He said, a man, you call him whatever you want to, right? Given a job as I have been given, can't take the material things of this world to bring it in as a foundation. This is theology of time.
What page?
This is theology of time. Okay. Let me pull my book down right quick so I can go to the page.
I got it right here.
Yeah. I'm gonna go to the page for you. Let me get it real quick. A lot of time when I be cropping that out, I crop it out so it'll look neat, so to speak, when I put my presentation together.
You gotta read before that and behind it to understand what the brother
No,
saying.
you ain't gotta read before and behind it. I got it right here. I'm gonna give it to you. Okay. I'm gonna go to the actual page and tell you which page it is so you can get it real quick. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like I just what I'm pulling to make a point, and I feel if one read.
No, I want you to read it. I already know what it said. I don't study this book for almost almost 20, 30 years.
The whole key is
I want you to.
It's right there. The whole thing in what I'm saying, brother. Look, what he said. Now that you know where it come from, he said the things here in books that I have read would not do for building a new world. We must have new teachings.
What do you mean by that?
It ain't nothing to be, huh?
What does it mean by that?
Just what it said. It ain't got nothing to do with no parables or none of that. In other words, there have to be new teachings that are brought to the manifest in order to build a new world. He's saying what he was given, the books that he was given. He said that is not sufficient enough. And he said it a couple of times. He said, what I have given you is a wake-up message. So that's what I'm saying. They will lead to another message.
Right. But what I'm trying to do, I ain't trying to debate with you. I'm just trying to give you
No. I'm not debating either. Okay. I'm just quoting you asking me the question. I'm giving you the answer.
Yeah.
And trying to be straightforward without, being too long-winded. Go ahead, good brother.
So I you interpret that as saying that since he passed away after his death, it need to be some new teachings to build this new government. That's your interpretation of it, correct?
That's what he said.
No,
it ain't my interpretation because I got more measures where he said the same thing. It ain't just that one statement.
Right. But
all of these statements lined up here, he's saying somebody coming behind him.
Right. What I'm trying to
He's
say is,
saying
brother,
that somebody, a new God. See it right here?
right.
Right here
Well,
where he said it?
I'm trying to explain to you, good brother. You speaking to somebody. I've been studying this man teaching for almost 36 years.
I
So I'm
understand that.
trying to give you a higher understanding of what's going on, brother. I ain't trying to really knock
I'm
you down.
saying that certain things, I agree with you, but I'm saying that certain things, good brother, that we try to interpret with deeper meaning are not meaning that they have a more symbolic teaching. They meant just what he said. If he say, for example, I want you to know these things, professional people, that I'm here to lay a foundation for a new world, a new government, and we can't follow the old world and this government which we have known. We're gonna have to build a new government, and this government is the government of righteousness. You know, if he telling you that, if ain't nobody building no government based off what he said, then they ain't following that measure, or they missed the message, bro. It ain't
Nah,
no spiritual government.
nah,
You
you
got
missed
to really be working to do the work to build a government.
you missed the message, big brother.
N.O.I. family ain't doing it that way.
Good brother, young brother, you missed the message on that. What do you mean by that is this, right? Yeah, it is the establishment of a new world, new government, right? After the destruction of this world, brother. That's the
The
part you
destruction of this world had already been had, good brother. Remember,
know.
Farad said it was in it in 1914.
That's your
It's been
misunderstanding.
up. It's been up. It's
Okay.
been up, bro. Who
All
is
right.
this God coming behind Elijah, good brother?
Okay.
That's supposed to build this new government, good brother.
All right. It's a question? Or you already know?
I'm asking you, who is this God man right here? Listen, the one he said he preparing a way for him. Is he a spook or is he a man?
He's a
He
man.
said, okay, so if he's a man, then if Farrakhan tell you that the United States government in his last speech that he gave, the most popular one he gave when he was out there on the patio, he said the United States was his flag, and he said United States government is his government. I sat on a panel with the minister, bro, where
Brother,
he was asking the group that we was
have
there,
you
what kind of
situation,
government do you want?
have you ever had a situation? I have kids, and when you're trying to explain something to them,
Did you go see the
they
minister
don't
when he was
understand.
in Tampa?
Right. Well, I'm just trying to say.
Were you there? The
Let me.
Millions More movement, were you there?
Right. Well.
I
Let me
was
make.
there.
I'm just trying to say.
Go ahead, good brother.
Times when it comes to the teachings, man, and this is why the 35 to 50 years is so important,
And that's
right?
page 155 too, brother, what I was
Right.
just reading
The
earlier.
ones that haven't studied these lessons, these teachings for that time frame, right? They just not gonna understand, brother. You know what I mean? Now, I can tell you what is said, and this is not something this is something I've been studying for a long time, brother. I've been in this for a long time, and that's all I'm saying, brother. Just in time, it'll come, brother. It'll come. But I don't want to debate with you.
Good brother. And I like I say, I'm very humble, right? And I don't want to go out and say this and that there, but if, like, for example, this brother say we living in the days of Allah. This means that Allah is present and he's laying the foundation for a new government, a government of peace and security for the righteous, and a government that will not be left to the scholars and scientists of this wicked world. Least the scholars and scientists of this wicked world try to build the same thing that they have already built, for they do not have the knowledge to build anything. And like I told you, that's because they've been building with bogus building materials. You can't build peace on war. That's what he basically saying right here. You can't build truth on falsehood. And he made this statement here that was most important in line with what he said. Right here, brother. He said, we must have a new government,
So,
a new ruler,
Commission,
a
I got
teacher.
right.
You see what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
I'm gonna explain something to you, Commission. Right. So I've seen you with your feds, right?
That's right.
Do you have one of these?
Let me see. Hold up. Let me pull this out because I'm actually sharing the screen. Let me stop sharing. Oh, you talking about a beret?
Yes.
Do I have a beret?
Do you have one of these? Yes.
I had one a while back when I was
What,
dealing with the Pantherism.
that's what you need to be wearing, brother, until you get your 35 years, brother.
Bro, I actually
your chairman. Okay, I'm gonna give you some jewels, brother. Your
good
chairman.
brother. There's
be the
no
only
age
one.
limit on wearing your fez. That's your
Your
sacred
chairman,
headdress, bro. That's
I'm
Masonic. That's
chairman.
Masonic philosophy, bro.
Your
Trust
chairman
me,
should be
it ain't what's on your head, it's what's in your head.
your chairman should be the only one wearing that fez. You supposed to have this and on. When you hit that 35, then it grow. The problem is, right?
Good
Our
brother.
brothers don't want to be. They don't want to do this.
Good brother.
They want to put on a. That's what.
No, that's our sacred headdress, brother. We don't wear the fez, but we don't wear the fez based on that. Now, there is a such thing as a white fez measure that the adept has, you know, but that's a whole nother measure. So, like the chairman will tell you, it ain't what's on your head, it's what's in your head. You
Right.
see what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah. And even
for
that, you got to get them 35 years in, brother.
for example, good brother, you know, trust me, I've
You
been doing it 30.
you
Really
got to get.
more than that. I'm just claiming 30 right now, but really a little bit over that. I've been
Yeah.
doing this a long time.
You got to
And
get the 35.
how I'm up now, this time of the morning, this is how late I've been staying up for all these years in
And
these books.
really,
So
the
you
35
think
years is technically 50 years. The ones that wasn't born into this, they supposed to study this knowledge for 50 years, brother.
that's Masonic, bro.
You supposed to study that for 50 years before you.
Actually, in our teaching is actually from 18. 3 to 18 years is how
Yeah.
we make adepts.
So some of the things.
In our measure. Europeans study from 30 to 45 years before they can call themselves Muslim sons. Not us, good brother.
Nah, but listen, that's
That's
for
what that's the lesson Honorable Elijah Muhammad himself taught.
you don't understand,
The
brother.
European.
You
He
don't
said
understand,
the devil must study. We ain't the devil. I'm not the devil.
brother.
I'm born God.
Brother. What's
You
the
feel
85?
me?
What's the 85?
I'm not the blind, deaf, and dumb, brother.
Okay, what's the 85%?
85% is the blind, deaf, and dumb, easy to be led in the wrong direction, hard to be
Before
led in the right. The
no,
5% is the poor righteous teaching. The 10% are those who
before
manipulate the masses through new forms of slavery, good brother.
before
I'm not.
Elijah Muhammad, before Noble Drew Ali, what were we? We were the 85%, right?
All of us were unknown to the
Right,
knowledge of themselves before they came.
right. What does that mean? To break that those mental chains, brother, we need to study from 35 to 50 years. And the bros that wasn't born into this, it need to be 50 years, brother, before they can.
That's your approach, but I'm saying we make adepts from 3
No,
to 18
that
years.
those are his teachings, brother.
Yeah,
And that's
no, but he said that about Europeans, bro.
you didn't
I
understand the
bet
lesson,
you can't
brother.
show me. I bet you can't show me in there where Elijah say we got to study from 50 years.
You don't
Pull
understand
it
the
up.
lesson.
Now I got to ask you. I got to get you now. Pull it
It's
up and show
a
me where Elijah said. I know you did now
lost
because I
found
know the
was
book
the
well.
lesson, bro.
Good brother. Pull it up. Show it to us. Show us right now where Elijah say you got to study from 30 to 50 years. Show
Okay.
me that.
I'm
Show
finna show
me
you that.
where Elijah said that.
I'm finna show you that, brother.
Show me where Elijah said that now.
I'm about to show you, brother.
I ain't talking about what somebody say Elijah said.
You know these lessons are right. You know these are right.
Are those the supreme wisdom teachings?
Yeah. Yeah. Now, once I show you that, what it's gonna be, that means you'll listen. You go become the student tonight, right?
I'm already a student right now.
Okay. Well, that mean when I'm talking, you're
I've
gonna
been a
listen.
student the whole night up here.
No. So I mean, when I talk, I mean you're gonna listen, right?
I've been listening to you the whole while.
Ah, brother,
We
you
ain't
not.
had no contention, good brother. I've
I
been
know
listening to you the whole while.
it's certain things where I'm trying to give you a better understanding of stuff, and
Go ahead, pull what you talking about up and put it up in front of the screen so the people can see it.
okay.
And I want to see what he say his students got to study from 50 years in order to become
There you
aware feds. That's
there
another
you
thing. You say
there
30 to 50
no,
years to wear the feds. I want to see that in here because that's what you say.
no. See, there you go. Now you're moving
No,
the
you said 30 to 50 years to wear feds. You
you're
did
moving the
say
goal.
that.
You're
Did
moving
you
the goal.
not say that? Did you not say that, good brother? Come on
You
now.
listen. You said to show where Elijah Muhammad said that.
I want to see that's what I was asking you. Where he said that at. You got to be 30 to 50 years to wear feds after your knowledge that you get studying that long. Show me that. I'm talking about us, not the devil now, but us. It's not there, good brother. I know these teachers now.
No. Listen, your
It's not
understanding of
there.
it is not.
No, good brother. Show me what you
Right.
read.
I'm gonna show
Read
you
it
right
to
here.
us. Read it to us. Put it on the
Right.
screen.
And I'm showing you. Can you see it?
I want you to put it up to the screen so I can read it.
I don't know. I got the phone. I'm on my phone, so I'm not on the computer. I don't know if you can see it or not. Can you see
Yeah, I
it?
can see it. I'm a cut. Let me stop sharing my
My
screen.
finger?
Okay, I stopped sharing my screen. Let me put you make your thing big. Let me see if it'll let you do it. Hold up. Let's see. Okay, let's see here.
Can you see it?
Okay, I'm gonna put this over here. Yeah, let me blow this up. I'm blowing it up. Go ahead. Okay, we got it right here, good brother. Put it back up there again.
Okay. Can you see it?
Yeah, yep. There you go. See it?
So
There you go. Why does Muhammad make the devil
right,
study? There you
right.
go. I already
So that
see it.
he could clean himself up. Now
Yep.
you got to understand. You got to understand the he, right? Listen, let me tell you something, right? Let me explain to you about the
I
he.
told you not to do that, brother.
Listen, I'm giving
Go
you
ahead.
that.
Go ahead. But I told you
Right.
not to do that. Go
You
ahead.
see,
Go ahead.
here when I
Go ahead.
show you this, you're going to be the student. I'm going to be the teacher, right?
Mm-hmm.
You said
Go
that.
ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know what you're gonna do. You gotta try to twist it around and
I
remix.
ain't
Oh,
gonna twist it, bro. I'm saying that's a misunderstanding.
no,
Go ahead.
no. You gotta misunderstand. What I'm trying to tell you.
Mm-hmm.
We're saying the devil. What is the devil? Let's get that part straight. What is the devil first?
The devil is the lower self to us.
No. What? According to Elijah Muhammad, what is the devil?
The European.
No.
Yes, it is.
Lessons. What does it say? What is the devil?
He say the white man is the devil. That's what Elijah taught.
According to the lessons, what did he say a devil is?
I'm finna pull it up right now. I'm gonna pull it up and show you
He said a
the
devil is
same thing you got in front of you, because I got that in my slide.
a devil
I
is a
actually,
a
I had
devil.
that in a grafted. That's right.
I
From the
thought you.
original.
I thought you was gonna be the student. Now, see, you
Here
don't
it
want to
go
be
right here. Here it is.
right.
Look.
The devil. See, I thought you were gonna be the student, right? So go on.
No, but you want me to show it to you.
I didn't ask you to show me. I'm explaining to you.
Okay, I can show you
So,
now because it was part of my presentation. Go ahead,
uh,
good brother.
is a grafted man made weak
That's right.
and right?
Mm-hmm.
What has the Moors in America become?
Nah, the Moors ain't became no devils, good brother.
Yeah, bro, weak and wicked,
No,
bro.
sir. You know what we call them in the Moorish
Yeah,
paradigm? We call them
yes,
dirty
sir.
Moors.
Yes,
We call
sir.
them,
Yeah.
look, good
Black
brother.
people, black
Look,
people, black people.
good brother.
Do
Listen
you
to
want?
me. No, listen.
I got pulled the information up. You say pull it up. I got it
No,
right here.
no, you didn't. Listen, you still pulled up what I say you were gonna pull up.
All
But
right, brother.
we
Yeah.
call them dirty Moors, good brother. That's the
Okay.
proper term to use for somebody that
You,
ain't in
you
their
said
house.
you said
If
pull
you
it
ain't a
up.
Moor, you a dirty Moor.
Okay. That's
That's
your
what Noble Drew
first.
Ali said.
Right.
When
Right.
you
But
in
I'm
the lower
about
self.
the teaching of Elijah Muhammad now. So I'm trying to explain to you, according to the
Mm-hmm.
teaching, right? A devil is a grafted man made weak and wicked. Okay. Melanated, black, colored, whatever people you want to call us in America. We become grafted, brother. We are no more original.
I don't
We
agree
become
with that. When you say a Moor is grafted, now if you say a Negro, black man, and colored man has become grafted,
brother.
I can agree with
You
you.
wordplay,
But when
brother.
you say a Moor has been grafted, no, I don't agree with that.
You doing wordplay, brother. So okay, let me
No,
change
it
that.
ain't no word
Word,
play. I'm just showing you how to correct it and make it like it's supposed to be.
word is matter, right. Now,
More
word.
mean love, brother. So love cannot be a devil.
Okay, brother. You want me
That's
to
where I'm coming from.
you want me to read the stuff or not, brother?
You can read it. You can read
But
it, but I'm saying more mean love.
keep
Can
cutting my bill.
love be a devil?
You keep cutting my bill every 5 seconds, brother.
No, go ahead, good brother. I'm not cutting your bill.
Okay.
I'm asking you a question, like rhetorical question so you can think.
Okay, but you cut my bill, brother.
Go ahead.
It, right. And
Mm-hmm.
you say once I show you this, you're going to be the student. I'm going to be the teacher, right?
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
I'm a pro-righteous teacher. I'm
Yes,
not
sir.
a debate.
Yeah, that's all right.
And
But I'm not debating with you either, good brother.
I
I'm
know.
still bridging the gap.
Right, right. So the lesson say, brother,
Mm-hmm.
right? Answer. So that he could clean himself up. Who is he?
Mm-hmm.
He talking about any grafted man made weak and wicked, right? A Muslim does not love the devil regardless of how long he studies.
There you go.
After
There you
he,
go, brother.
listen, after he has devoted
Notice what it say.
30,
A Muslim don't love the devil. I
listen,
just
listen.
want to emphasize that. I hear you reading, but a Muslim don't love the devil.
Cup of bill, brother. Let me finish.
Yeah. I'm just
But you cup
calling
of
that.
bill, brother. You cup of bill every 5 seconds.
Oh, I'm gonna let you finish. I just wanted to emphasize that.
That's
Go
what we
ahead.
get. This is what we get in the FOI training, brother. It's discipline. A lot of
Oh,
young
it's
brothers
discipline over here. Go ahead, good brother. I hear you.
discipline.
Go
They
ahead,
they always want to be the big head scientist, brother.
good brother. Go ahead, good brother.
Okay. So
I ain't
anyway,
gonna disagree with you or none of that right there.
after he has devoted 35 or 50 years trying to learn and do like the original man. Period.
All right. See the
So
distinction now?
what I'm trying to say to
Do
you,
like
brother,
the original
if
man.
you
Are you the original man or not?
what
Is
okay,
our people the original man or not?
still building, brother. Let me finish the bill. So what I'm trying to say to you is this beret, correct, right? You need to take
You
that off your head, brother, and put this on until you hit that 50-year mark, brother. Your chairman should be the only one
good
representing.
brother, that's not what Noble Drew Ali taught. Noble Drew Ali taught the Moors, the feds is their headdress, bro. And that's why I know you don't understand the Moorish doctrine. You know
No,
what I mean? Because if you you wouldn't be saying stuff like that.
I thought you was gonna be a
Our
student.
babies wear fezzes, good brother. We got
I
babies with fezzes on their head, good brother.
I thought you were gonna be
Listen,
a student, brother.
no, listen to me. Listen, I'm just giving you teaching. I'm not going in the aspect of not being a student. I'm saying that is not right according to what we teach as Moors.
Okay.
Babies wear
Well,
fezzes in this Moorish paradigm, bro. We got pictures with babies with fezzes on their head. This
and
is just our headdress.
that may be part of the problem, brother. You need to put this on.
No,
Your
the
chairman
headdress,
need to wear that fez, brother.
the headdress don't make what you have, good brother.
No,
Knowledge.
it
It's not
represents.
what's on your head, it's what's in your head. I can go out the door, brother, and not have no fez on, and people still see the light in me.
But
It's
this
not
is what I
because I'm
said.
wearing a fez on without a hat.
What I was saying earlier, brother. These young brothers nowadays, they want to be big head scientists. They don't want to. They
Brother,
don't want.
that's how
They don't.
you taking it.
They
You
don't want to
taking
be
it way.
soldiers, brothers.
If you notice,
You need to be a soldier for
I am the
35
soldier.
to 50 years. And part of being a soldier, brother, is
I
being
am
able
the soldier.
to look, listen, and learn, brother.
I am the
So what I'm
soldier,
trying
brother.
to say is, if you're
I
speaking to a
follow my
soldier now,
orders and do exactly what my
right?
chairman tell me to do. I
You're
never
speaking to
speak
now.
above him in his presence or none of that. We
If
ain't
you
never
speak
had
to
no
an elder now,
conflict or none of that.
that's putting 35,000. I got 35 years of proven work, brother. I represent this for 35 years. You feel me? And I'm still.
Brother, you
Listen.
don't have a fez over there. I can guarantee you, do you?
Do I have a fez?
You got a fez over there?
Let me pull it up for you.
Let me see your fez, brother. Let me see your fez.
Let me pull it up for you. See you. See,
Let me see your fez. Let me see your fez, good brother.
let me pull it up, brother. Let me pull it up. Hold on.
Watch this. This is gonna be funny right here.
Let me pull it up.
This is gonna be funny right here.
And I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you a little glimpse of it. I'm gonna show you a glimpse. That's all I'm gonna show you. That's all I'm gonna show you.
You got a fez, but that ain't the right type of tassel on there, good brother.
There you go. There you
That
go.
ain't the right type of tassel on that fez.
There you go. There you go. There you go.
That's not the right type of
There
tassel.
you go. There you go. There you go.
I'm just telling you the truth. You got how many inches is it? How many inches is that tassel?
So once again, brother, you just
I'm
said
just
that
asking the
you
question. I
just
ain't
said
trying to be funny. I'm asking you how many
you
inches
just
you
said
got on that tassel?
you
It's a
just
certain
said
amount that the Moors wear. How many you got on you?
you just said you gonna be a student, brother.
I'm still
You
being
know
a
you
student, but
that's not
students
a
ask
student.
questions. Students
No,
ask
no, no, no,
questions.
no, 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 no. A student look, listen, and learn,
I
brother.
like dealing with
You
this
got
brother
two
right here.
eyes, 2 ears, and 1 mouth, brother. So that's one thing with FY training, brother. That's the part that
Good brother. The eyes are the wisdom of the soul.
the young brothers do not have any discipline.
Yes, we do.
Y'all have discipline, brother.
Problem is that
all
you.
y'all,
Problem is, I'm gonna show you
y'all want to
something.
be, y'all want to be big head scientists, brother.
In our
All
Moorish
big head
teaching,
scientists.
no sir, no sir, no sir. That's how you taking it.
Nah,
You don't understand
one
that a God
scientist,
man becomes a God man at the
one
age of 12.
scientist, which is your chairman, brother.
How old was Jesus when he disputed with the doctors of the law, brother?
Okay, you want to be the big head scientist tonight.
I'm
Okay.
asking you a question. How old was Jesus when he disputed with the doctors of the law?
I don't know. Bring the chairman. I answer that to the chairman.
You don't want to talk to my chairman, not talking like that.
Oh yeah. You know what? Guess what?
Not talking like that. You don't want to talk to my chairman. Trust me.
You know what I do? I shut up and listen.
Yeah, but the thing is, I've been listening to you, good brother. I've been listening to you. I've been listening to you the whole while and saying to you, I agree with you. And all the while I'm saying I agree with you, you have been contentious.
Do you know why
Not me.
Moors?
If you go back and look at this, you're gonna see that you was the one that's trying to pick, and I'm sidestepping it. Like, brother, all is well, but I see what you're doing. I ain't mad.
Do you know why Moor? Do you know why the Moors?
You shouldn't. If somebody giving you an olive branch, good brother,
right,
and you choose to keep throwing thorns out there, and I'm giving you an olive branch through the whole thing, I ain't upset even now.
All I'm saying
you
is,
have to say, well, how is your discipline?
You young brothers.
Sometimes you can say this young brother right here really believe in oneness.
Young brother got to learn how to wear this.
He trying to bring us in the young. Listen to that.
Y'all
you
young
should be saying this young brother right here trying to bring us in the young, because you know my spirit ain't nothing like young
Pharaoh, brother polite.
You know it ain't nothing like polite, good brother.
They
brothers very belligerent.
You got these
young brothers. They potty mouth and all that. You know good well, brother, that ain't my spirit.
And they want
if
to
you
get
think
on
that, then you ain't a good judge of spirit. I'm underestimating. And like I say, I'm your brother. I'm not your enemy, good brother. Don't look at it as if somebody's speaking out of turn or they too young to give you something.
I've never said
out of the mouth of babies come wisdom, good brother. Remember that. Your age has nothing to do with who you are. It all has to do with the state of mind of where you are. Because I'm older than 50 years according to my wisdom. You know how many times I've been through the circle 7? Them cycle ages. I'm 400,000 years old according to that.
Right. Teach
so
on,
knowing that I'm that old, you ain't getting it from me, brother.
Go ahead, elder. Go ahead.
I would never come at you as your adversary.
No.
I never come at you in disagreement, good brother.
I said you the elder, brother. Go ahead.
I never try to be somebody that's more superior to you. I'm just sharing my measure of understanding. Okay, you know what my chairman asked me before he put me, on the front line? He said, I see you like to teach, huh? I got something for you. Oh, and that's how I ended up where I am. Yeah, but I wasn't trying to. He said, "You trying to take over my class, brother Shaheed?" I said, "No, sir. I'm just giving my measure, sir."
You're a sharp brother. I said, "You're a sharp brother." I'm not being funny. I'm for real, and that's why I told you in the beginning. Listen, if you wasn't potential, bro, I wouldn't be up this late wasting my breath and my time even having this conversation. I'll follow your videos for a few years now.
Yeah, all is well.
So you're very sharp, brother. And I follow a lot. I follow young Pharaoh when he first came out, brother Polite, 19 Keys. I check out this brother now, brother Rizza Islam. I check out all these young guys, man. And I see the ones that got potential, and the ones that you one of the brothers that I was like, man, if that brother commissioned that bet, if that brother had a little bit of just, little bit of something here and there, you'll be a giant, brother.
That's what everybody say. If he just put that Moorish paradigm down, he'll be all right. That's what everybody say.
What my vision is, if somebody can come and unite the 3 Black Islamic groups, the Moors, the 5%ers, and the Nation of Islam. One time you was building a lot with the Hebrews. And I'm like, where is brother going, man? Like at that time, I was like, no, the brother's a little lost. I saw your concept in your mind. You wanted to go in the Bible and show them the similarities, but from my perspective, it was a waste of time. when you can focus on you, I think you get more work. And the video you put out today was great, man. It was great, bro. It was great.
Right.
And I think some of them FOIs, the bros that's not necessarily in the mosque, you can get them. You can get the 5%ers. You can get them. But now, if you trying to hit them with this, we ain't black, bro. They go shut down after that, bro. They're gonna shut down, and that's the only thing. Mm-hmm.
No, I was saying this thing up here is saying there's something wrong with my video. Probably because it done been on here 7 hours, 8 hours.
Yeah.
There's something to Facebook. I think I done.
I actually fell asleep
welcome.
to your video earlier, and I woke up. I said, "Damn, who is this talking?" And bro, you were still riding. So I woke up. I'm like, you know what, man? This brother teaching. You know, this brother is teaching. This brother is dedicated.
Well, we've been on here extra 4 hours after my bill, so
okay.
But it's all good, you know, no problem. I just wanted to be saved, though.
Yeah, but good brother, I'm in your corner for sure. I'm one of the guys that, you know, when you do get on SideNetta, I'm the one that's voting for you. I'm in your corner, and man, I'm in your corner, good brother. So just want you to know, you know, and it just some of the things that I'm like, man, if I can find a way to give this brother a few extra tools to put in his toolbox that may help or may not, you know, in certain situations, that's all I'm here for. That's all.
Yes.
And with the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, I've studied these teachings in details for over 35 years, you know. So if it's things that, as far as the loopholes in the teachings, I know that too, you know. But and that's where I'm at personally. Personally, I'm more or less doing the Aboriginal movement now. I find more success in dealing with my immediate family, you know. So as far as getting the family together and building a foundation where no one has to worry about getting scammed, nobody has to worry about all these scamming techniques that's out there, and we're building on a foundation that we know exists, you know. So when individuals can get, and to me, this is two sides of the teaching of Elijah Muhammad when he's saying that after me becomes God, or the teachings of Noble Ali, is, man, we got to apply this information to our family first. We got to be the God of our family first. And then when we expand it out to our brothers and sisters and cousins and aunties and mamas and grandmamas, bro, that's our task right there. So let's say if your family up in Florida, Tallahassee, you know, you 200 or 300 strong, my family in Central Florida, you know, we're on the same frequency. Brother, that's when we come together, man. And now we're starting to get some momentum. Now we're starting producing something, you know. What Farrakhan doing is what Farrakhan is doing. He's doing what he's capable of doing. It doesn't mean that we need to sit on our hands and just wait for him to do whatever. What your chairman is doing is what your chairman is doing, you know. But they're doing those things on a national level. I tell everybody, even with politics, man, what happens with who's president, maybe Trump or Biden or whatever, man, it affects us, but really smallly. But what's important is the local government, the governors, you know, the mayors, you know. So we have to look into that local situation, because that's going to affect us more directly than the national stuff. And the same thing with Farrakhan and your chairman, and, you know, where we can do things locally to build the consciousness of our people locally, you know. And that's kind of where I'm at.
All is well. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But we definitely going to have to build again, man. I'm going to shut this thing down so I can preserve this audio.
Okay.
And that way the people can see it. And we'll definitely got to build again, good brother. It's been a good build. You know what I mean?
Sir. Yes, sir.
Like
So
I said, it's about bridging the gap.
If you see the original man on your, you know, on your view or whatever, know that is me, brother, and I'm rooting for you, good brother.
Yeah. Oh yeah. All the way. I enjoyed the build, good brother. Trust me.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
You know what I mean?
Have a good one.
Yes, sir. Peace and love, good brother.
Right now. All right.
All right. All right. Want to give honors to our family. Y'all see, we've been up 8 whole hours right now. So I'm definitely finna lay it down. It's a grand show for those who want to get it. Let me make sure this thing preserved. You know, I'm gonna end the stream because it done like something going wrong with Facebook. So I'm gonna stop this, and I may end up being able to repost it. Peace, family, to the family that stayed up. This is a good bill that we have here, though, for those who want to see that unity. Peace and love.